$500 in cash with hourly drawings every Saturday night in August and get 5 times the entries every Friday. This summer, all roads lead to Lucky Star. Come and get your luck.
One of the first things that I did was put my cell phone on the normal default font. And that alone was just such a huge wow moment for me.
At ClearSight, we want you to experience real freedom from readers and bifocals.
Hi, I'm Dr. Luke with ClearSight LASIK and Lens. With custom lens replacement, we can give good distance vision, near vision, everything in between to allow people to see what they used to be able to see.
CLR has completely changed my life. In the past, I would open up my computer and start immediately feeling around on my desk. Where's my reading glasses? I can't tell you the last time I put on a pair of reading glasses. Probably the morning that I had my procedure done, and I haven't put them on since.
Tired of searching for readers here, there, and everywhere? Find out if you can lose your readers and bifocals on purpose. Right now, get 0% financing for up to 36 months. To schedule your free consultation, call 405-733-2020 or visit clearsight.com today.
Paid for by Auto Discount Policy.
Oh man, my car insurance went up this month.
And you're still going to keep that policy?
Yeah, I've had the same auto insurance for years. My rate's gone up a little, but that's just how it works, right?
I was the same way. Just paid whatever they told me. Then I called Auto Discount Policy and found out I was overpaying by hundreds a year.
Seriously?
Oh yeah, it took me 5 minutes. I called and they compared rates from top providers. They even saved me $650 a year.
Wait, $650 just for making one call?
Yep, they don't care about your driving record, credit score, even if you're not insured right now.
Okay, I'm calling right now.
Don't settle for the same auto insurance plan. Find out how you can save up to $650 a year on auto insurance. There's no obligation, no hassle, just real savings you can start putting back in your pocket today. Call 800-735-2036. That's 800-735-2036. One last time, 800-735-2036.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Your coffee would never get cold. Your flight would always be on time. And your mattress would always respond to you and your unique sleep needs. Sleep Number mattresses are designed to respond to your body and shift with your changing life, helping you fall asleep faster and stay asleep longer. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number. To a good life sleep.
Brother station Rock 100.5 The Cat is celebrating 50 years, and how about this? You score the presents. Win free tickets to Cat Fest 2026 starring Chevelle, I Prevail, and more at the Lucky Star Amphitheater Saturday, August the 22nd. Enter to win at thesportsanimal.com, or this is super easy. Text CAT, K-A-T-T, CAT to 405-900-9957. Tickets are on sale now, and all the info is at thesportsanimal.com, or you can find it on the easy-to-use Sports Animal app.
Two times. Somebody's ripping me for picking the wrong microphone. Well, I'm sitting in the wrong spot. I want to sit up against the wall. So you and I look like those dudes on Electric Company that were saying the words on it.
Oh, you're right.
Silhouettes.
That's the view that J-Mo has.
Maybe it wasn't two dudes.
Get my camera out. No, it's silhouettes. You can't tell.
Yeah. All right. Stuff going on in the NFL. Baker Mayfield says he's disrespected by the Buccaneers. I think that's great. Baker Mayfield lives his life to be disrespected. The best version of Baker Mayfield is a disrespected version of Baker Mayfield. So the Buccaneers are in a tough position. I don't like some of the things about not paying Vita Vea. I get that they don't want to invest a bunch of money in a 30-year-old defensive tackle, but that guy is incredible. You don't have a lot of statistics for nose guards in the NFL. They don't have fantasy football value. People really don't care that much about them. But when they're taking up 2 blockers, so linebackers can make tackles and things like that, the Buccaneers defense has been pretty good the last few years. You need to at least figure out how to get them on the field for this year.
Did you hear the conversation Matt Ravis and I were having about this?
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Because I think that both of these players, from the Buccaneers standpoint, are in the same boat. Pardon the expression. That they're older, they're gonna command a significant salary, and I think the Bucs are scared to make that commitment because they don't know which way they're going to have to pivot. And I think that they have pushed themselves into a non-decision, and they've got options open on both of them. But I think that they're trying to keep their options open in regards to the direction that they have to go. And I think it's unfortunate because, like I was saying about Baker, I mean, he's an injury away from really getting crushed in terms of money.
Yeah.
And he's done nothing but been a great player and a great leader for them.
I agree. I think he'll. I mean, I would bet on myself if I were him.
I
and
would
especially
too, but
when reading the tea leaves of the Bucs, if they're not going to pay a defensive player, they don't want to pay him. They want to pay Mike Evans and all that kind of stuff. All right, let's go someplace else.
The issue is not that, and I think Baker Mayfield of anybody would be willing to bet on himself. It is that I'm out here without a net. If something happens to me this year and I get a significant injury, then I'm screwed. There's nothing I can do about it. And if they're saying I'm going to play him on this contract this year and then I'm going to franchise him next year, then that's double whammy in regards to that because he doesn't get franchised. He doesn't get that money. And also he doesn't, I mean, it is a tough spot for him to have
Let me morph into Baker Mayfield for a second because guys that, he is not screwed. He's not screwed because they would pay him $1 gazillion to do television. I mean, if he can't play anymore at 31 or 32 or decides that he's done, he would be an awesome television commentator.
Well, that's not what his agent is telling him, though.
No. But you can also, I mean, if you do sign a contract that's less than what your value is, you're losing money that way too.
You're right.
I know what's going to happen. This is what's going to happen. You're going to have the Steelers this year overachieve in a year in which the ultimate has turned his back on them. You're going to have a successful season that will be even considered a potentially more successful in 2027 when Baker Mayfield is signed to lead the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Right. Listen, I think that would be a great outcome for
right
Baker.
now. He'd be an upgrade over Aaron Rodgers.
100%. 100%.
Today. I think that there's a chance that happens. There's going to be some the quarterbacks, like teams have been in fairly good shape at quarterback the last couple of years because there's been a lot of guys that have been drafted. But there's some teams that could really be good that need a quarterback. And I would put the Texans at the top of the list.
Texans are high up there. And Baker has proven himself to be
the Rams. Baker's been on the Rams. I don't know. They drafted one this year, but Matthew Stafford retires. I don't know if that would be a potential situation for him.
He was a Panthers defensive end. People forget.
Mm-hmm.
His quote yesterday from Jim Aiello, the beat writer for the Buccaneers, said, "If you waited this long to pay your franchise quarterback, it's only going to get worse. I'm going to have a big year." That's a confident statement.
He's nothing if not confident. I think that tracks with his character completely. And you're not wrong, Mark. There are going to be revenue opportunities for him in the future. But he wants to play football. He wants to prove something. He's still playing at a high level, and he doesn't want to put himself out on the tightrope without a net unnecessarily. But what you said to end that statement is the most relevant of all, is if he's going to take less than what he's really worth, they're not doing him any favors by giving him an extension.
Right. That's fair. I mean, like if they're going to be cheap, then we'll see.
I've got another quote from him if you want it.
Yeah, let's hear it.
I don't know if they thought I was just going to take some of the offers they gave, but I'm at the point in my career understanding what I brought to the franchise. It's disappointing in that regard to feel disrespected a little bit. That's really the disappointing part, to feel undervalued after thinking that you earned it. Kind of throwaway statement.
He is putting the pressure on him.
Well, he's putting the pressure on him, but it didn't work when he said, "I want this done before training camp," and they drug their feet. So I don't know how much this is going to. I don't like it being litigated in the court of public opinion. I love Baker, but to me, this is a non-winnable argument in the public eye.
What is the point of like players when they get to training camp? I truly have no idea what the reason for this is. I'm not a lawyer, but like a lot of players do this. We'll just say, once we get to training camp, it's all ball. I'm not talking anymore. What is the purpose of doing that?
Well, I think it's a fake border to say, I'm not going to let it go beyond this point. And it's a good way to do it when you say, I got to think about football when I get there. I can't think about this anymore. But what they're really doing is trying to give the team an ultimatum and saying, you make this decision before this date or we're not going to get a deal done.
I think it's actually like somebody telling you that we're not going to exchange birthday presents this year. That means that they're expecting a birthday present. So that's what Baker's telling them is that, yeah, let's get this deal done. Or this is what, he's giving mixed signals. He's talking out of both sides of his mouth.
The unfortunate thing in regards to, I just thought about this, to what you're saying about him taking less money from them for a longer term deal is that they always retain the option of franchising him. So it's not like he can truly play his way out of their graces.
Franchising is not a terrible option for a player. I mean,
he's going to get money, but again, he's going to be playing for a year without a longer deal that gives you cushion on the back end.
It's expensive to franchise a quarterback. Man, did you guys see the Romo video? Romo, yes. What was he doing?
Drinking.
He had an open bottle of liquor in the car.
He didn't sound that intoxicated, and when I just heard the audio, but boy, when you see the video, he looks like he's a little looped.
I mean, he's saying nothing.
But he wasn't slurring his words. He wasn't talking nonsense. He just wasn't really saying anything. And he tried to pull the "do you know who I am" without saying "do you know who I am," which I give him credit for that, because there's nothing worse than saying "do you know who I am?"
Yeah.
But he did say, well, I'm walking this way because I've suffered quite a few injuries on the field.
Yeah, that's possible. But he just was a space cadet. It makes you wonder if there was just something more going on there. I don't know. But
Did you see his ankle tan from the golf course?
No, was he have a good one?
Yeah, had a good one.
But but he was also trying to excuse the fact that I was playing in a tournament. Like if you're playing in a serious, USGA golf tournament or something like that, guys aren't getting loaded like they are at the men's league.
Right.
But that's unfortunate. I don't think he's going to keep his job. I think the video is too damning.
You think so?
Really?
Yeah.
I will be shocked. You want to bet a pizza on that? I'll be shocked if CBS fires him over this deal.
Yeah.
He's making a lot of money, and he's facing a lot more criticism for his commentary.
Definitely facing more criticism than he did early on. But boy, he is the face of the franchise for CBS.
Do you think they could fire him with cause for something like that?
I think they could. Absolutely.
Well, then maybe Mark's right then.
But they got to be looking to get rid of him to jump on that opportunity. And I don't think they're quite at that point that they're looking to get rid of him yet.
Yeah. We'll see what public opinion is. But I thought that was, it was very odd. Some of the things that he was saying to me.
It's a self goal. Like there is no reason for that. You make enough money, you pull enough water that you could have somebody driving you around. It's unfortunate all the way around.
The most inebriated he looked to me is when the police officer told him to get his hands next to his side and stand straight up. And he took a minute, chuckled, and then did it like a kid would do it if you told them, you know what I mean? Really made a show out of all of it. That was the most messed up he looked to me.
It was weird. That was odd. I mean, they also said he was going to see Grandma and Grandpa. I mean, that's one that's a flex. I'm going to Grandpa and Grandma and Grandpa's house and never go there drunk. Yeah, sad deal. Sad deal. Yeah, made a mistake. Definitely made a mistake. All right, we have got another hour to go. We will take a quick break. We'll come back and talk about anything that's on your mind. Phone calls are welcome, 405-900-9957. That's the Lucky Star studio line, 405-900-9957. BK is ready to pay off 2,500 pizzas for Kale. He's ready to go.
So now they're tag teaming on me. Was BK on the text group or something?
I don't know, but I don't know if BK can afford Kale's wagers. Yeah, but no, we're betting some. I love the Louis, the pepperoni, the extra pepperoni.
I like the
pizza.
barbecue chicken pizza that they've got. Listen, I'm not saying that I'm a great prognosticator. I'm just saying I'm willing to place a pizza on the fact that I think Oklahoma State could be surprising. I don't think they're going to win 12 games. I don't think they're going to win 10 games, but I think they could win 8.
I think we have a maximum of 5 pizza bet. Kel will have to settle for that. All right, we got another hour.
Rules.
Yeah, house rules. We got another hour to go. Stay tuned.
It's a 5 pizza table
the
only.
Middle of the day shows continues after this.
Whether you're a student, teacher, or a parent, we could all use extra cash to kick off the school year. That's why we're giving you the chance to overhaul your closet or your classroom with a back-to-school shopping spree. 5 winners will each take home $1,000 to spend on clothes, supplies, or any back-to-school needs. Head to thesportanimal.com now to enter this national contest for a chance to win $1,000. Register to win at thesportanimal.com.
Sponsored by Mothers Against Drunk Driving.
For victims of drunk and drug driving, our grief is unique. But you are not alone. You always have a place at MAD. Call our 24-hour victim helpline at 877-MAD-HELP or visit mad.org.
Let's talk real estate with Brianne from Homes by Brianne Team Hamilwood Realty. Your app is a big part of what you do, and I know you're proud of it and you've put a lot into it. What exactly do you offer in your app that maybe somebody wouldn't think about that is a tool that they need when it comes time to buy or sell a home?
Part of the reason we created the app was we really wanted to empower local Oklahoma City homeowners or potential buyers to have the Oklahoma City market in their pocket. And that's not just, can I search? Yes, you can search. Yes, you can get instant notifications when properties come on the market or prices change. But you also have access to a mortgage calculator and figuring out what your payments are going to be and can connect with lenders. You have access to our trusted partners. So if you need someone to come out and do work on your home, that's there. If you need to connect with us directly to ask a question, that's in your pocket too. So you have all these different tools as well as being able to click one button and find out what your home's worth.
And the best part of all of it, it's free. You just download the app, Homes by Brianne Team, in the Google or Apple store. You can also still go to the website, homesbybrianneteam.com. That's BREANN. Or you could always give them a call at 405-400-1012.
This summer, celebrate the freedom of the open road with Bob Howard Auto Group. From hardworking trucks to family SUVs, enjoy cold AC and comfort built for every Oklahoma adventure. Shop the full lineup now at bobhoward.com. Bob Howard, a Group 1 dealer.
According to Merriam-Webster, the word grand means magnificent, stately, majestic, lavish, sumptuous, grandiose, imposing in appearance or impression, sublime, intended to impress. Well, at the Grand Casino Hotel and Resort, we believe all of those definitions apply. From the table games, the Brazilian Steakhouse, the Grand Spa, the Grandstand Sports Bar, to the all-new Grand Food Court, Grand Casino Hotel and Resort will always live up to its name. Have a grand time at the Grand Casino Hotel and Resort in Shawnee. Don't we all deserve the grand treatment? GrandResortOK.com.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code DEPOSIT to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code DEPOSIT to borrow up to $10,000. Use code DEPOSIT to borrow up to $10,000.
Summer is here, and so are the best deals of the year at Diffie Ford Lincoln in El Reno. Our summer sales event brings special offers across the board on all our new Ford and Lincoln lineups. And it's the best time of year to maximize the value of your trade-in. At Diffie Ford Lincoln, your satisfaction is our highest priority. We strive to make every visit smooth, welcoming, and worthy of the Diffie name. We invite you to visit us. Diffie Ford Lincoln, I-40 West, exit 125 in El Reno.
Broadcasting sponsored by Parish Devon Injury Lawyers. Visit pepperwinds.com. WWLS-FM, The Village, Oklahoma City. The Sports Animal, a Cumulus station. This hour of The Sports Animal is sponsored by Ramjack, by American Leveling.
Let me tell you who's on the program tonight, then you folks can decide whether you want to stay.
And now, another hour of The Middle of the Day Show with Mark Rogers and Brad Copeland. Now on 98.1 FM, WWLS. The Sports Animal.
It's a Thursday, middle of the day show. Mark, me, Jay Morgan, all in studio. Taking your phone calls, taking your texts, 405-900-WWLS. You could call us on the Lucky Star line, and you could text us on the Johnny's Charcoal Broiler Text Nation line. Both the same number, 405-400-WWLS. 405-900-WWLS. I thought I did something wrong there. Speaking of which, let's go to the phones to talk to Tim on the Lucky Star line. Hey, Tim.
Hey, Brad, Mark, how are you guys doing today?
Great.
Good. All right. I want to touch base on something I had a thought about last night. I know the Monster Big 12 sponsorship has been dragged by about everyone at this point. I think that's fair. Did either of you guys see the video that Baylor basketball put out? Basically, they kind of gave a sneak peek of what the on-court sponsorship logo looks like.
I did not see it.
I heard about it. It was brought up on the show a couple of days ago, but I've not seen it.
Okay, all right. So basically, the way it looked was basically just taking like a long rectangle, run along the free throw line. Big 12 logo's on the right side and the regular Monster logo on the other. It looks superimposed. It just looks really tacky. I think it's an easier way for people to drag it and kind of drive it into the ground. All right, context. I'm in Stillwater. I'm an OSU fan. I had a thought, and it's not going to save how bad the deal is, but at the very least, I can try to make it work a little bit. Monster's got all these different, flavors. They've got all these different colors of the logo. Why not put the logo for Monster down in the half circle, charge area under the basket, and then just do something with like a Monster dunk or something, just something to try to make it play and make it flow a little bit better on the basketball court, because it looks weird on the free throw line. It was a thought I had, not one that I think is worth really exploring, really, but at the very least, I think it would work a little bit better than just throwing it randomly on the court and sticking out.
I think that's a little bit of what Brent Yormark was going for. Is he wanted the coolness of the brand to help build the brand of the conference. I mean, there was some language in there like that, but when you get fleeced by a company on an advertising deal, the response is not, let's go back and give you something cooler.
Right.
That's all that's all I would say is that, I mean, like I don't know what the impressions are in the Big 12 basketball. I mean, basketball, Big 12 has got eyes on it. I mean, for sure.
Right.
So I don't get this idea.
Having the thought of just having like this big neon, green Monster logo on like OSU's court or on Kansas's court, or just all these ones. Like, I feel like you could at least try to do something to make it flow to where it's not a point and laugh situation.
I think it's kind of ironic.
You guys have a good day. I appreciate it.
Thanks, man. Appreciate the call. I think it's kind of ironic that the Big 12 as a conference has all of these religious-based schools, Baylor, BYU, TCU. And you remember the woman that was ranting on video a couple of years ago on social media about Monster Energy being satanic?
No.
Oh, that was fantastic. You remember it, J-Mo?
That's what makes it delicious. No, I don't remember.
Oh, it was fantastic. She had a whole thing breaking down like these three stripes, the claw marks, these mean this, and this is this in ancient Greek language. And she had a whole rap about it.
Man, this is good drugs that she's got.
She's on something.
I don't know that the Big 12 is going to be able to. Kansas has got the Jayhawk that's on their floor that's as big as the court itself. And they got in trouble a few years ago because I think, or there was feedback from the fans that was unpopular that they tried to shrink the size of the Jayhawk. So I don't know if the Big 12 is going to tell them you got to put the Monster in the eye of the hawk or something. I don't know.
Maybe you just put a nice frosty Monster in the wing of the Jayhawk. Here's a question on a similar line to this. When do you think we see the announcement of what Oklahoma's patch is going to be and the number?
Before the season.
You don't think it's imminent? You don't think it'd be within the next week with all these deals getting announced?
Well, I was trying to give myself a little bit of breathing room before.
Well, I know, but I don't want you to have all the breathing room you can have.
It's going to be tomorrow at 3:00. No, I mean, it will be. I think it's imminent. I think it's in the next.
Do you think the deal is in place?
I think it's being worked on.
Okay.
So I think it's within a week. They're going to have something on there before football season starts.
They're going to be an Oklahoma-based company?
I don't know. You could have an Oklahoma-based company with national reach. You know what I'm saying?
Well, sure. I mean, that's what Love's is.
Continental Energy, Love's,
Sonic,
Brahms. Sonic is pretty much gone from OKC, right?
They seem to be closing a lot of
There's a few by where I
places.
live.
I mean, they're all over, but I'm just thinking as far as the headquarters go or people here in management. I don't know.
Yeah, when they sold to whatever the company is that owns Wendy's, I think they started disassembling a lot of that structure here.
Too bad.
But I've noticed that a lot of the Sonics around town have closed down. There's a couple of them that appear to be homeless shelters now.
That's not good.
Well, I mean, not officially homeless shelters.
Do they still have foot-long conies?
No.
Not serving those.
No conies. Which today is National Chili Dog Day, I saw. And I thought it was interesting that National Chili Dog Day is happening on the day before Coney Island is going to close for a while. I drove past Coney Island yesterday at lunchtime. There was a line of about 50 people out the door down the sidewalk. I mean, this news story has been good for business for them.
And they're closing temporarily?
That's what they said. When the story was first reported, it was that they were closing for good. And then the owner came back and said, no, we're not closing for good. And they are renovating that block downtown that they're on. So I don't know if they're going to wind up moving, because they've moved before. That's not the original location of the store. It's been there for 50 or something years.
Yeah.
But it's not the original location. So I don't know if they're going to open back up there, but the owner did say they're going to reopen. They're just going to be closed for a while for renovations.
I believe, according to the text line, today is also the 7-year anniversary of the SGA trade to Oklahoma City.
Is that right? One of the great days in Oklahoma sports history.
You didn't know it was a great day at the time.
No, you did not. But boy, as it turned out to be. I couldn't tell you the date to save my life, but I would be happy to celebrate the day if we could verify that this is the day.
We can celebrate it even if it isn't. A trade that continues to give. So
let's talk a little bit about you touched on this last hour. Let's talk a little bit about this Toronto Clippers Kawhi situation.
Okay.
There are so many loose ends in this thing. The reporting today by NBC Sports that this thing could drag out into 2027 is absurd on its face to me. You're telling me that this organization, with all the means that it has, can't ramrod an investigation and get it done on a more timely manner than that. But also, like, how do you tie all these loose ends together, make everybody in the league happy, and still dole out a punishment that is fair for basically just thumbing your nose at the rules of the league?
If everyone is doing it, which I think that there's a lot of instances in which people are doing it, there's not going to be much punishment here. There's not. They've investigated this for a long time. Spent a lot of money on the law firm doing it. They do not want to punish the league's richest owner. They're not going to do it.
They're just going to take...
And the punishment arm of the league is basically, he's part of the board of governors of the league.
So you think they're just going to take the opportunity to say, well, we don't have a smoking gun and therefore we can't do anything about it?
Yeah, I think that they're going to say is that, it really can't limit business opportunities that players want to get in. They got a lot of money.
But you can if they're fabricated.
Yeah. But what's I don't know that company was set up and destined to just fail. I don't know. It's a good question. To me, the intent is there. I get it.
Could you not prove or disprove whether the guy actually was doing anything? Because all records are, unless they found something in this investigation that we're not privy to, that he wasn't doing anything other than getting money from this company.
They told him not to even contact him. He was set up to be a marketing arm of the company, and then he just didn't respond. He took a big check, but didn't go to work.
So is it not important to the league? If it's not important to the league to withhold these rules, to make these rules stand, then why do they even stand on the principle that they exist?
Well, the Players Association is going to go after them big time. But the one way they could kind of get around this without punishing Ballmer would be to punish Kawhi and just say, okay, you signed this deal to represent this company and then you didn't do anything. We have evidence of this, that you didn't, and if Kawhi took him to court, he might be able to win that too.
Are the fans going to stand for that? Is Kawhi going to stand for that? If he winds up being the fall guy for
I don't think the fans care. Fans
don't care.
Fans aren't up in arms over this. We're not talking about it. People aren't calling the station.
Right.
Every once in a while somebody will ask, well, what are they going to do to the Clippers? I don't think anybody cares. Nobody cares.
It's exhaustive investigative reporting that I it might speak to a larger view of society. People just do not care.
But see, it matters to me, and I touched on this with Matt Ravis, it matters to me in regards to the trust in the process. Like, if you can't trust the process, if you can't trust the league to say these are the rules and you can't break these rules, then why is it not just anarchy? It matters to me from that standpoint. I don't care so much that Ballmer had the money to pay him more than he should have been able to. It's the fact that he circumvented what is supposed to be a rule in the league in order to do it, and the league is going to go, okay.
I think the league is going to go, okay, because I think that there are other owners that are doing this, and so they don't want to prosecute themselves. And people are up in arms over a lot more stuff that affects them every day. People are up in arms about Lou Dort having to leave Oklahoma City because the Thunder they would have to pay him 3 times what his salary is in real money to keep him around.
That's more reason to say that fans should care about this. Because if the Thunder wanted to find a way to be able to circumvent the apron structure of the rules of the NBA, then Lou Dort could stay in Oklahoma City.
I think fans should also care about college football, having an unlimited checkbook to pay players. But they don't care. They're watching it more than ever. And it's just.
It's funny that you say that. There was a story that I saved for today about, I don't know if you saw this. I had not seen it. I just stumbled onto it. Have you seen this story about this Tennessee player?
Yes, I have.
The $427 plane ticket?
Yeah.
That is absurd that the NCAA would punish this kid because, and if you don't know the story, he got a $427 plane ticket to meet with an agent that he had signed with for marketing opportunities. He changed his mind and decided he's not going to go into the draft. He took this deal after he had announced he was going to go into the draft. Mm-hmm. He changed his mind, decided he's not going to go into the draft. He's going to go back and play another year of college football, paid the money back, went back to Tennessee. The NCAA, somehow this came up into their field of view. They're throwing the book at this kid. They're suspending him 2 games over something that he really didn't do, and he paid the money back before they ever even knew about it. And it's the sole reason for this is because it was an NFL agent and not a high school NCAA agent.
Yeah.
It is ridiculous.
They're trying to win. They're trying to win in any place they can. They're getting beat up so bad in court and losing so many battles. They're trying to enforce things just to get a victory. I mean, that's stupid. I feel terrible for that kid.
It's awful because
Carter.
He gave the money back. He gave the money back before it was ever a thing, before the NCAA ever even knew about it. And they're still saying, well, it's not good enough. And it's all because it was an NFL agent instead of, if it had been an agent, which I don't know if they exist, that can do both, then it wouldn't have been a big deal. But because this guy was a pro agent, yet the system exists where you can do what he did, which is declare for the draft and then change your mind and go back to college.
Right.
But over a $427 plane ticket that he paid back immediately, can't do it. Even though he can make $1 million in the NCAA playing for Tennessee if he wants to do that and can get it agreed to.
And they appealed it and reduced it by 1 game.
So was it originally 3 or was it originally 2 and now it's just 1?
Originally 3 and now 2.
Okay.
That is asinine.
It's mind-blowing.
Hopefully this will lead to, again, college football running itself in some shape or form. Big Ten, SEC, figuring out, hey, look, I mean, that's just one drop in the bucket for Tennessee to go, president of Tennessee to go to the SEC commissioner or whatever and say, hey, we're not going to deal with this anymore. That's so stupid.
So you think we're closer to a world where the SEC
every day
and or the Big Ten go out on their own?
Every day. Yeah. Every day we're closer. Yep.
Why are they even engaging in this game with with Capitol Hill in regards to the Save College Sports Act? Because it potentially could stymie their opportunity to do that?
That's a good question. I mean, I was in the room when Greg Sankey was talking about this, and he spent a lot of time leading up to this is good, this is good, this is good, but we're not going to, there's too much stuff in it that we don't agree with. Because nobody's holding anybody's feet to the fire. I mean, the NCAA is sitting by trying to punish a guy for an airline ticket that is money that he paid back, as opposed to getting on top of salaries that are just out of control that they can't do anything about. Somebody's going to have to do it. It's much easier. And he did say that, hey, now the NCAA is an organization that controls Division I, Division I AA, Division II, Division III. There's so much oversight and so much bureaucracy in the NCAA, and everything takes time to punish or to come up with rules. the rules don't fit Division III the way that they fit Division I, and they certainly don't fit some Division I the way they fit Power 4 college football conferences, that the organization is outdated and it is just ineffective.
Completely ineffective. I do think it's funny that I think some of this stuff is just window dressing to say, look, we're doing something when they're not really addressing the major issues. And back to what J-Mo's point was about the fans seem to care until it affects their team, and then they no longer care anymore. It's like, it's okay. It's that not in my backyard thing. It's okay if my team is doing it, but nobody else should be able to do it. But every team has its own fans that feel that same way. It is this weird, almost anarchy situation that we find ourselves in.
If I were Tennessee, I would really pay no attention. I mean, I would sue the NCAA and just hold it up in court and let him play.
That's a funny point you make too about fans caring, because like the sentiment that I hear all the time is never like the rules are bad or whatever. It's like the NCAA is out to get us, me, and my fandom right there. Like it's always out to get me.
Well, that's what they say about broadcasters too. Like that guy's always anti my team.
That's right. The amount of comments that and I really don't know what Paul Feinbaum says about, but the amount of comments we got on a video I posted of Mark talking to Paul Feinbaum about OU was like, that's the first time Paul has ever said anything complimentary about OU, and it pained him to say it. That was a lot of the sentiment that we got.
The reason that people, did you guys hear Joe Buck's induction into the Hall of Fame?
No, I did not.
It was pretty good. He had a great story in there.
Was this at the thing where you got your award?
No. This was Baseball Hall of Fame. Avid fans, when they're watching an event, they're just not as much fan as the guy that's calling the game, usually who's neutral. So they're certainly not seeing it the way you see it.
That is a microcosm of the world that we live in, is either you're for me or you're against me. There is no neutral territory. There is no, I want this to be an exciting game. When something exciting happens, I don't care which team it is that does it, I'm going to get excited about it. Fans, when they're watching something that involves their team, there's no place for that.
Yeah. You're just never going to be thundered up.
That's true. That's right. They get used to listening to Matt Pinto, and then Chris. I can't think of Chris's last name, that does the TV broadcast. Why can I not think of his name? It doesn't matter. But anyway, you get used to hearing them, and then when you hear Mike Breen or somebody, it's like, oh, well, this guy's not. He's clearly not in the corner of the team, and so he's against us.
Yeah, but nobody ever understands that. Chris Fisher. Nobody ever understands.
Beat me to the punch. I did all that work.
Yeah, they don't understand. And listen, here's the thing about that too. That's what makes this industry tick, is that fandom and that lack of moderation when it comes to that is what makes sports what it is people do get fired up and passionate about it the way that they do. But it is funny to look at it from a neutral perspective sometime and see how absurd it is.
Yeah, it is. It is, but they'll never see it.
Okay, let's take a break. When we come back, did you guys talk yesterday about the USA Today 250? The 10 greatest college athletes from Oklahoma list that they had?
No.
They're doing all the states. They're doing the 10 greatest athletes from all the states. It's part of this USA 250 series that they're doing. And yesterday was the greatest athletes from Oklahoma. So we'll get into that, who they had on the list, who they missed, who you think they got right, all of that. And you could weigh in on it too if you want to when we continue on a Thursday middle of the day show on 98.1, the Sports Animal and the Sports Animal app.
98.1 FM, WWLS. The Sports Animal celebrates Al Eschbach. 50 years of Oklahoma sports media. Join us Monday, August 10th at Othello's on Campus Corner in Norman. The ultimate Jim Traber starts the party at 2 at Othello's. Come and enjoy great Italian cuisine, great drinks, and raise a glass to Al Eschbach. 50 years in Oklahoma sports media. 98.1 FM, WWLS. The Sports Animal, thesportsanimal.com, and the Sports Animal app.
Sponsored by Mattress Firm. Still sleeping on that old bed? Mattress Firm's sleep experts can help you choose the perfect upgrade. They'll guide you every step, answering your questions. Shop today and save big during the best sale of the year. They make sleep easy.
Your Oklahoma Wildcatters bull riding team is back, and home dirt means everything. Oklahoma Wildcatter Days takes over Paycom Center this weekend, July 31st through August 2nd, as the PBR returns to OKC. Watch your hometown Wildcatters battle the best teams, riders, and bulls during 3 huge nights of action. Get tickets now at PBR.com or Ticketmaster.com. Oklahoma Wildcatter Days, presented by Zone.
Guys, we know our weight. We know how many steps we're taking a day. We even know our credit score. But when's the last time you checked your testosterone level? Low energy, trouble focusing, stubborn weight, low motivation. Those could be signs of low T. And just like me, you don't have to go through that every day. Just go see my friends at Revive Men's Health OKC, and the staff at Revive make it easy to figure out what's going on with you. And once you know your number, you can finally do something about it. That's because they personalize every treatment based on your testosterone levels, and they offer in-clinic or telemedicine visits with discreet shipping if treatment is prescribed. Look, Revive is trusted by over 100,000 men across the country, and that includes me. You don't have to rely on pills on the internet. You get started right away, and for me, I felt more like my younger self very quickly. Just call Revive Men's Health OKC at 405-942-3100. That's 405-942-3100, or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. The bottom line, don't guess. Know your number, feel better, live stronger.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code DEPOSIT to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money, so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code DEPOSIT to borrow up to $10,000. Use code DEPOSIT to borrow up to $10,000.
Gotta click around to get it. Oh, this is another good one. Catch Major League Baseball live from ESPN Radio this Saturday and Sunday, but this one's about Saturday, featuring the New York Yankees in Chicago going to Wrigley Field to play the Cubbies. Coverage begins Saturday at 6 p.m. on ESPN 640 AM, 98.1 FM, and always streaming on thesportsanimal.com and on the Sports Animal app.
Everybody to love me. That's not possible. The faster you figure that part out, the more fun this job is. But yes, I was chased into my Boston hotel by Red Sox fans coming out of a bar called the Beantown Pub. They were sure I was in the bag for the Yankees. I was yelled at outside Wrigley Field as a Cardinal lover. I was booed at Shea. I was booed at Dodger Stadium. Heck, Cardinal fans, some of them think I don't like the Cardinals. Life is so hard, isn't it? Wah. But there are also the touching moments, like the time in San Francisco after a big playoff game when a little boy and his father stood beneath the booth yelling for me to look down as I was packing my backpack after a big Giants win in an NLCS game. Of course, I made that little boy's day as I looked over the edge of the booth at he and his father simply giving me the finger. The look of pride on that dad's face is a look I'll never forget. And so now, from this stage on this day to those two people somewhere walking the earth, I say, back at ya.
Well done, Joe Buck. That's a great story. And very well crafted.
Never, ever, when someone yells your name, look into the crowd. It's a trick. It's a trap.
Oh, that's a great story. It is the middle of the day show on a Thursday. Mark, Brad, Jay Morgan in studio. We'd love to talk to you. 405-900-WWLS. Text us on the Johnny Charco Broiler Text Nation line or call us on the Lucky Star line. USA Today 250. They are doing the top players in college sports history across the country to celebrate the 250th anniversary of America in Oklahoma was yesterday's submission. So any Division I program, numerous sports, any college in Oklahoma, who are the top athletes who have come out of the state?
Do we got a rodeo cowboy?
You could.
Do we have one?
No.
We
you
got
could.
Jim Thorpe.
Jim Thorpe didn't play college in Oklahoma.
He did. He played college in Pennsylvania. I guess that's right.
Cal Poly.
He was, I thought he was in Carlisle.
He played at Cal Poly Tech for a while in college.
He did?
Yeah. Trust me, man. I read the Jim Thorpe
Indian School.
I read the Jim Thorpe biography in 5th grade.
Yeah.
Some things stick with you.
Okay.
Because I also thought, when I read the list, I was like, how do you leave Mickey Mantle off that list? And then, he didn't play college in Oklahoma.
Jason White.
Jason White's a decent guess.
Well, Heisman Trophy winner should be on there. Barry Sanders is kind of considered the GOAT of the NFL running backs. And a Heisman Trophy and incredible statistics probably put him up there. But I'm going to guess that we have some Olympic sport athletes on this too.
All right. I will tell you who's on the list. These do not appear to be in any sort of order. It's just 10 athletes. But they're not alphabetical, so I don't know if they're supposed to be in order. Baker Mayfield is first on the list. Heisman Trophy winner, 2017. Walked on at Texas Tech. Came to Norman. Was a 3-year starter. 14,607 yards, 153 total touchdowns. Fourth in NCAA history. And the player that he was and the persona that he was got him on the list.
All right.
You're absolutely right about Barry Sanders. He's next on the list. Widely regarded as arguably the best running back ever to play the game. Single season rushing yards, 26-28. Rushing touchdowns, 37. Won the 1988 Heisman Trophy.
Jim Traber.
Leroy Selman is next.
Number 1 pick. There's been a lot of number 1 picks from University of Oklahoma.
But Leroy is the only one in the Hall of Fame.
Okay.
Considered one of the greatest defensive players in the history of Oklahoma's football program. Starred with his 2 brothers. 28 combined sacks in his final 2 seasons at Oklahoma. Won the Outland Trophy and the Lombardi Award as a senior.
Very deserving, because if you ask people, Coach Switzer, some others, we'll cite Leroy as the greatest of all OU players.
And I don't disagree with that, but I do think that they're significantly wrong by not having Billy Sims on the list. Now, I realize his professional career did not shine the way that some others did. Certainly not the way Leroy's did.
Short amount of time, yeah.
But what he did in college and what he meant to that team at that time, to me, Billy Sims to me is Mr. OU football. So I think that was a mistake not having him on there. They did have Thurman Thomas on there as the next one. Then you got Maggie Nichols, one of the greatest college gymnasts ever. Won a team gold at the 2015 World Championships before enrolling at Oklahoma. Pete Incaviglia. Would you put him in your top 10 Oklahoma college athletes?
I don't know, but the season that he had at Oklahoma State, where he hit like 36 home runs and 150 RBI, 150 runs driven in a college baseball season is stupid.
The best power hitter in college baseball history.
Yeah.
Pete Incaviglia, the most home runs in a season, 48. The most in a career, 100. Has the single season NCAA record for RBIs, 143. Total bases, 285. And slugging percentage, 1.140.
I'd put him in there.
Kaylani Ricketts is next. One of the long list of greatest players in Oklahoma softball illustrious history under Patty Gasso. John Smith is on the top 10 list.
He needs to be on there for winning an Olympic gold medal, as good of a collegiate wrestler as he was, and then what he did to contribute to the sport afterwards, I'd say for sure belongs on the list.
Courtney Paris, NCAA's all-time rebounding leader, 2034, one of the most imposing forces in women's college basketball history.
No.
Yeah.
Not in the top 10.
That's a little bit of a stretch.
Not in the top 10.
And then this one, certainly not ahead of Billy Sims, in my opinion.
No.
And then this one, and I do think that there's merit in this one. It's interesting that this is the only player that is not an OU or OSU player.
Hold on, let me see if I can guess. Is it small college or?
Smallish college. I can give you a clue that will tell you who it is. NFL Hall of Famer.
Langston, is it?
No, not that small.
Okay.
University of Tulsa.
Drew Pearson?
University of Tulsa.
Yeah.
NFL Hall of Famer.
Who is it?
Steve Largent.
Yeah. Okay. I like that. That's fine.
4th round pick in the NFL, dominant college receiver, second team All-American in 1975, 136 receptions, 2,385 yards, and 32 touchdowns.
How did Courtney Paris make that list?
I think they were probably trying to be a little more across the board.
You go with Dennis Rodman.
You could go with
There's not a men's basketball player on there.
You're right. Who would be? I mean, you'd be hard pressed to beat Rodman if you were going to pick a men's college basketball player.
Well, based on his character, being a character, and playing on those Bulls championship teams, the amount of rebounds and things like that he had, he might be the most. He would be up there as far as being the most decorated. Bob Curlin would have got some run for Oklahoma State. For playing for Henry Iba. If you just counted, collegiate career, you could have Wayman, but OU's had a bunch of good guys that kind of that have not had a very, very long NBA career.
Yeah. Cade Cunningham could at some point wind up being on that list if he has an illustrious NBA career, but I kind of would be hard pressed to put what I would consider a mercenary like that on the list. Like a guy that comes and plays 1 year. I feel the same way about Jalen Hurts. Jalen Hurts came to Oklahoma his senior year, played 1 year, in my opinion, as a mercenary. No matter how good he was, I have a hard time considering him as an Oklahoma athlete the way that I do these other people on this list.
Yeah, the waters are definitely muddied now with the transfer rule. I mean, but Baker Mayfield is a transfer.
Yeah, but Baker Mayfield transferred and came here and played and stayed here. He didn't have 1 year where he needed to go play somewhere and come here. He didn't have 1 year that he was going to have to play before he could qualify to play in the pros. So he picked a place and went to play it. One and done in the NCAA basketball before you can go to the NBA really leaves you with a dearth of players that you would be comfortable considering.
So you eliminated Cade Cunningham and Trae Young?
Would you really consider Trae Young played more than 1 year, didn't he?
No.
He was one and done?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Would you consider KD one of the greatest Texas athletes of all time when he played at University of Texas 1 year? I have a hard time with that. I'm not saying that I'm right and everybody else is wrong if they disagree with that, but to me, it just rings a little bit hollow.
KD is easily the greatest basketball player ever to play at Texas.
Agreed. But that doesn't necessarily mean that is enough to get him on the list of the top 10 greatest Texas collegiate athletes of all time.
Team got bounced in the second round of the NCAA tournament that year, but still didn't have a whole lot of help around him that year.
Illustrious in an NBA career. I mean, all of those things. But for me, what I consider a mercenary, which is somebody that comes in and plays 1 year and doesn't really seem to have the connection to the state, the city, the program, I have a hard time including them on a list like that.
I'm with you. I agree.
That being said, I mean, come on. Get Billy Sims on the list, dude.
Should be on there. I mean, but if you just got to pick 3 or 4 OU football players, it's almost impossible.
Yeah.
But I mean, then at least some of those are from different eras.
Well, it's got to be Leroy. I mean, the Leroy is a no-brainer, in my opinion.
Okay. I mean, this discussion was being had around a few drinks in Tampa. I mean, Baker Mayfield is up there. I think if you, there are not as many of us around that were watching OU football, and I wasn't that old when Leroy Selmon was playing.
Mm-hmm.
So he's going to probably lose some votes on this. But of the last 40 years, I think there are a lot of people that would say that Baker Mayfield's the best OU football player.
Well, who are you going to put ahead of him?
Well, for me, who I would I put ahead of him? I would consider Roy Williams, just how good he was on defense. He played on a national championship team. Everything gets skewed towards the quarterback so much. And all of the quarterbacks have been really good. Jason White was incredible. Sam Bradford was incredible. Those guys played for national championships but didn't win them. Baker didn't play for a national championship. Got a lot of personality, and I think resonates with a lot of people, and has worn the brand to, it's the extreme.
It's interesting that you put the 40-year mark on it because that's going to exclude the 80s greats. All right. That's Bosworth's not going to be on the list. Keith Jackson's not going to be on the list. Those are more than 40 years ago.
Right.
And so you're talking about that down period after Switzer left until Bob Stoops came in, and there was the Renaissance in the early 2000s. And you did have a lot of players and a lot of high-profile players, but you do. The list changes significantly right at that 40-year mark. You had the era before of all the greats, and then you had the era after that had a lot of greats in it too. But at 40 years, you're separating those two apart. To me, the reason that Leroy Selman, even though there's not a lot of people around that remember watching him and soaking it in, I think that you can look at what he did beyond his years at OU, being a number one draft pick, being the first Oklahoma player into the NFL Hall of Fame, being a great player on a not very great Buccaneers team. All of those things, to me, cement him at that spot as of right now. That being said, I just watched, Baker was on the Kelsey Brothers podcast, and they were showing a sort of a sizzle reel of him at OU.
I saw that.
Man,
it was good stuff.
It was fantastic.
Yeah, it was good. Got a lot of love on here for Blake Griffin, Adrian Peterson.
Blake Griffin probably be the highest profile Oklahoma, meaning University of Oklahoma athlete to go on to an illustrious NBA career, right? He's probably the highest profile, best NBA career, even though it was hampered by injuries.
I mean, it's just depends. I mean, I think maybe as far as being a number one pick and then having a really good run, albeit
didn't he win Rookie of the Year?
Fairly short. I have to go look. I mean, Alvin Adams was good. Wayman had a above average NBA career. Austin Reeves is on track to having a really good NBA career.
True.
Trae Young is having a really good NBA career.
True. That's fair.
So Stacey King was okay. Yeah. Mookie Blaylock was better than okay.
Mookie had a good career.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that those guys aren't all worthy of being remembered as being athletes from Oklahoma. And you're right about Trae Young. Trae Young is right there with Blake. But I think Blake won Rookie of the Year in the NBA and was very high profile the first couple of years in his career before injuries started to drag him down.
It's probably Blake. Probably Blake.
But Trae is right up there. It continues to be pretty high profile in the league.
615 prefix wants to know if they're blocked. Not blocked.
Nobody is blocked.
What did you do? What did you do to think you might get blocked? Let's go up here.
Maybe they're trying to call and they can't get through.
Busch Light, gross. I thought Mark would have better taste in a beer. You haven't tried Busch Light, bro. Try it. Try it. You'll like it. No, this guy's done nothing to be blocked.
I've got a legendary Blake Griffin sound if you want it. It took me this whole time while you all are talking about Blake Griffin to find it on here.
Well, I hate for you to do all that work and us not hear it.
You going?
Blake Griffin.
No.
You take Carmelo over Blake Griffin?
Excuse me.
You're the one,
No. I would not take Carmelo.
Man, I wish you were a GM and
Wait a minute. I would not take Carmelo over Blake Griffin because Blake Griffin is younger.
Who's
but I'm talking about ability. Melo.
No.
Blake Griffin. Blake Griffin. Let me ask you a question. Come postseason time. Who do you want? You want Blake Griffin? Or you want Melo?
Blake Griffin.
You want Blake Griffin over Carmelo Anthony?
Oh, Stephen A's going to blow out an O-ring there, man.
Max Kellerman got fired just 5 minutes later than that.
That's right.
But see, that's a great fundamental sports argument. Like, do you want the big guy, the bruiser, or do you want a finesse player that's going to score a bunch of points? That's a relevant discussion. I don't know why Stephen A is so outraged by him saying that.
Both players had some flaws in their games.
True. But I think that
Blake wasn't going to knock down a lot of threes.
They weren't arguing
about was going to pass to you.
They weren't arguing about whether you're taking LeBron or taking Blake Griffin. They were talking about Carmelo.
Oh, no, don't worry, Brad. It started with LeBron.
Did it?
It started with
Was
LeBron.
Kellerman saying he'd take Griffin over LeBron?
The argument was, this was like, I can't remember what era that we're on TV together, but it was about like, who would you want if not Carmelo in New York? And Max is just listing people off. So obviously he started with LeBron James and so on and so forth. I think Blake Griffin was like the 4th name he got to.
Interesting. Okay, let's take a break. We got another segment to go. We'd love to hear from you. 405-900 WWLS. If not something that you want to talk about, I want to get into the train wreck that is the University of North Carolina Tar Heels football program.
Oh, man.
I mean, it is a mess, and it continues to get messier. So unless you
While
want
I was gone, I went to walk around in the North Carolina football stadium just so I could say I've been there.
Did you see Belichick's girlfriend?
The stadium was wide open. There were some dudes in there that you would thought they were talking to each other like they were in the 5th grade about that type of education, that they were overseeing some kind of project that was going on in the stadium. But it was wide open.
Jordan.
Nobody was there.
Like Rock in Rudy? They were maintenance guys?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, well, we will get to it when we continue. It is the middle of the day show on a Thursday on 98.1, The Sports Animal, and thesportsanimal.com.
The Sports Animal Studios, powered by the OKC Thunder. Level up your game this summer at Thunder Youth Basketball Camps, presented by Simple Modern. Kids ages 6 to 16 across Oklahoma can learn new skills, compete, and have fun. Find a camp near you at OKCThunder.com/summer camps.
First American Artistry takes the big screen August 7th and 8th at the Holba Pisachi Native Film Festival, only at the Chickasaw Cultural Center in Sulphur, Oklahoma. Free and open to the public, the festival will highlight indigenous forces in cinema, empowering and lifting voices in film. Inside the Anole Theater, a collection of documentaries, television, short films, and feature films will captivate audiences with stories told through the lens of First Americans. See special screenings from Sandra L. Denny, Jennifer Podemski, Camille Nighthorse, Blake Pickens, John Gibbs, Mike J. Marin, Eric Hernandez, and Isaac Trimble. And participate in a Q&A panel with headliners Amber Mid-Thunder and Jane Myers. Witness more movie magic with photos on the red carpet, filmmaker interviews, presentations, and discussions centered on First American filmmaking. Get ready for 2 days of films and fun at the Holba Pisachi Native Film Festival, August 7th and 8th at the Chickasaw Cultural Center in Sulphur. Learn more at ChickasawCulturalCenter.com. Summer is here, and so are the best deals of the year at Diffie Ford Lincoln in El Reno. Our summer sales event brings special offers across the board on all our new Ford and Lincoln lineups. And it's the best time of year to maximize the value of your trade-in. At Diffie Ford Lincoln, your satisfaction is our highest priority. We strive to make every visit smooth, welcoming, and worthy of the Diffie name. We invite you to visit us. Diffie Ford Lincoln, I-40 West, exit 125 in El Reno.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Your coffee would never get cold. Your flight would always be on time. And your mattress would always respond to you and your unique sleep needs. Sleep Number mattresses are designed to respond to your body and shift with your changing life, helping you fall asleep faster and stay asleep longer. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number. To a good life sleep.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this ad for your morning commute to wake you up, which could help your driving. Science says that stimulating the brain increases alertness. So here's a pop quiz. How many months have 28 days? What gets wetter as it dries? What has keys but can't open locks? If you don't want to hear the answers, turn off this Liberty Mutual ad now. 12 months, a towel, piano. Enjoy being fully alert.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Paid non-attorney spokesperson paid for by Action Matters.
Attention anyone who has had a colonoscopy, endoscopy, or any other scope procedure. If you or a loved one developed a serious infection or health complication after a scope procedure, you may be entitled to significant cash compensation. Dangerous infections have been reported across the country linked to Olympus endoscopes. Olympus scopes may have been defectively designed, and manufacturer instructions may not have been adequate in enabling proper disinfection, putting patients' health at risk. If you or a loved one were hospitalized for a bacterial infection within 90 days of a scope procedure or developed sepsis, organ failure, HIV, tuberculosis, an antibiotic-resistant superbug, or another serious complication following a scope procedure, you may be entitled to significant compensation. Call now to find out if you qualify. But hurry, time to file a claim could be limited.
Call 800-891-1857 now to see if you qualify. That's 800-891-1857. 800-891-1857.
Download Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code DEPOSIT to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code DEPOSIT to borrow up to $10,000. Use code DEPOSIT to borrow up to $10,000.
Celebrate summer with a new ride from Bob Howard Auto Group. From cold AC on hot Oklahoma days to the car, truck, or SUV you've been looking for, we've got your summer covered. Start your summer drive today at bobhoward.com. Bob Howard, a Group 1 dealer.
The Birds are on the board in the second inning. It's the Cubs. How about that? All your favorite sports animal shows are always available on demand to listen on your time with WWLS Podcasts. 100% free with zero subscription fees. Follow WWLS Podcasts at thesportsanimal.com, the Sports Animal app, or you can listen wherever it is you get your podcasts.
You're no good. You're no good. You're no good.
You're 5 feet nothing, 100 and nothing, and you got hardly a speck of athletic ability. And you hung in with the best college football team in the land for 2 years.
That's your boy Rock right there.
I mean, that guy's smashing atoms compared to these two guys in North Carolina that I was talking about.
I always wonder about guys like that when they're entrusted with that kind of, I mean, I don't know what kind of project they were working on, but whatever it was, if they're that behind the count, I don't know that I would entrust them to even lay some sod for me.
I walked around the outside the perimeter of the Duke Stadium, which was locked up, North Carolina Stadium wide open.
North Carolina, man, what a mess they have created there. They're outlaying all of this money. They're seeing, I guess I can't say they're seeing zero return on it, but boy, it's close.
What do you mean? I think they've seen zero return. I think they're going to go all the way to Ireland and take an ass whipping from TCU.
I think they probably are
just
too.
Just like they did last year.
I think they probably are too.
J-Mo, how much money can we make on that game?
Let's find out.
And now, this highly touted GM that they were going to be the first NFL NCAA program because they're bringing in the first NFL general manager to run the thing. This dude's on leave pending an HR investigation because of the way that he was treating some of the younger ladies on staff.
It doesn't even say, from the things that I've read, has nothing to do specifically even with younger ladies. It said he treated everyone horribly. Like that this guy was one of the worst people on the planet.
Well, and also,
really, there is no. I don't think there's any specific allegations of anything inappropriate with women. I think it's just everybody he was a jerk to.
That tracks. Have you heard the title of his book?
No, what is it?
Gridiron Genius, a masterclass to building teams and winning at the highest level by Mike Lombardi.
Well, you know who doesn't agree with him on the title of his book is most of the other powers that be in the NFL.
Yeah.
Because Al Davis
was getting sandwiches for him.
Al Davis said this in 2008. Mike Lombardi has been fired from every job he's ever had. Every job. He can't get a job. Last year, he was fired from a job he was working for nothing. He was fired from Denver, but he does have ability. He does have some ability.
We were talking about Pablo Torre. Last year, he did a deep dive on Mike Lombardi being higher at North Carolina and kind of the ruse he's played on the entire world for his entire career, that his last name is Lombardi, no relation to the famous football Lombardis, and has been able to parlay working for Al Davis, parlay working for, what's his name for the Niners, what doesn't matter. But parlay working for all these powerful, successful people into a book like Gridiron Genius and leads him to other jobs that he doesn't deserve.
Well, they came in. It's really interesting to me because there is a school of thought that if you say it enough, people will start to believe it. And that is where, if you're enough of a BS salesman, that you can convince people that you're something that you're not. He came in there and they were calling them the 33rd NFL team, the University of North Carolina. If that's the case, they would be getting their behinds kicked by 32 other teams in the NFL. I mean, they can't beat teams at the college level, much less if they were going to compete at the NFL level. But because this guy had a pedigree where he had been a GM at the pro level, and I guess he's Belichick's guy, so that's why Belichick has continued to stand by him. But, man, that thing, what has gone right at North Carolina football since Belichick was hired?
The season ended.
That's right.
That's all there is.
That first drive. They scored on that first drive against TCU last year, right? That was the first drive of the season. And then they got beat after that.
TCU is less than a touchdown favorite in that game. I would put 2,500 Louis Pizzas on that.
I like that. Well, yeah, Bud Clark got a pick 6 against North Carolina last year. NFL, Bud Clark. I think the Seahawks drafted him, if I'm not mistaken.
TCU will be good enough on offense that this is a mismatch. It's a neutral field game. Last year they won it easily at North Carolina. I don't think anything's changed since then.
Why do you think it's less than a touchdown favorite? I mean, not to say like, the touchdowns, that's not very much. It's a lot in football. But why do you think it's less than a touchdown?
Is it because it's in Ireland and you got to travel to play that game?
I think in spite of all these things that come out, people think that North Carolina made a good move by hiring Bill Belichick.
Yes, that's what I was going to ask. Yeah. Is it people are always buying low on Bill Belichick, no matter what?
Yeah, he's going to get it turned around. Like, the first year, it took him a while. No, he's not getting it turned around. I think it's only going in the wrong direction.
If you had to hire one or the other today for your school, you hiring him or you hiring Dion?
Dion.
I think that's a no-brainer, and I'm not high on Dion right now. But at least Dion is going to put the effort in to recruit, and he's got some shine to him. Belichick just
I don't think he's putting in the effort that it takes. I mean, and I think the college game is incredibly different from the pro game. Yeah, it's not all about going out and running a practice.
I think he underestimated the amount of work that he was going to have to put into it, which is what a lot of people were questioning when they made that hire. Like, is he willing to do? There are guys leaving successful, cemented in programs, i.e. Nick Saban, because they don't feel like they want to do the work that has to be done now with the way that college football operates. And Belichick thinks he's going to go in there and do it. I always found that hard to believe.
My comparison would be like in my time coaching basketball at all different levels, there's power conference schools and there's low and mid-major schools. And the power conference school just has access to different Jimmys and Joes than the lower schools do. I've seen a lot better coaches at lower levels, and I've seen some pretty terrible coaches at power conference schools. But those schools win because they have the Jimmys and Joes. So Bill Belichick could be the greatest coach to ever live in terms of X's and O's, running a practice, like Mark said, on the football field, and it does not matter if you don't have the Jimmys and Joes.
Well, but I get that. I think that the fan base embraced that hire because they thought I'm not saying that this argument is wrong. Historically, depending on what happens this year, it may be wrong. But because he's Bill Belichick, he's going to get doors open and phone calls answered that other guys might not, even though he's at UNC.
And they went from Mac Brown to Bill Belichick. You know what I'm saying? And Mac Brown's the most successful football coach in the history of the North Carolina program by far. But in his first stint, for sure. So I don't know what's been going on. I mean, as long as they're beating Duke in basketball, I don't think they care.
Oh, I think they care. I think
they should care.
I think they're going to care based on the amount of. I think that the general manager Lombardi, I think that he is on paid administrative leave while they're doing this HR investigation. They're not even saying you got to step aside and we're not going to pay you while we do the investigation.
Hey, we'll pay you to get out of here so you don't have to talk to anyone.
Well, that may be next.
I believe he's the 6th highest paid state employee in the state of North Carolina, Mike Lombardi is.
And he doesn't make that much money. He makes, it's a lot of money, but all things considered, he's making $1.5 million. He's the highest, I think he's the highest paid GM in college football. Which is way beyond what it ought to be. But when you got guys making $20 million a year, that's not crazy money, but it is if you're getting the return on it that you're getting with him.
That's right. He is the highest paid GM in college football. That's wild.
Not much return. We're done. We go out off into the wild blue yonder today.
Suffered through another
200 degrees.
Triple-digit day. We got one more tomorrow, and this is supposed to be low 90s on the weekend.
It's so hot that it's actually
How hot is it?
Normal in here.
You're not wrong about that.
That great Karnak reference, though. J-Mo, great one.
Thank you.
All right. Hey, Al's celebration of 50 years in radio is coming up on August the 10th at Othello's in Norman. That is a great place to have some Italian food and drinks. And I'm sure there will be plenty of star power in the building to honor Al, pending he makes it back from Italy. We hope so. You never know when Al's kidnapped and stabbed with a fork. So we got our fingers crossed.
I'm not laughing because it's funny. No, I am laughing. I'm not laughing because I think it's funny that Al, just the absurdity of that statement that you just made, even though I know it's real.
It is 10 days away, August the 10th. So make sure that you put that on your calendar. Come down and celebrate. Apparently Al is in Thailand, so that's even more dangerous than Italy, I believe. So, see, I think he knows the ropes there by now.
You know what's sad about that? This is his 50th year in radio. You know what year it is for me?
44, 2, 1,
It's either 44 or 45.
Yeah.
Celebrating Cat Fest for you.
Yeah, well, that's 50 for the station.
We're going to have a party for you at Chuck E. Cheese before Al's
Let's
deal
do
with
it.
Ellis.
Let's do it.
Revamp Chuck E. Cheese. It's beautiful in there.
Usually, we can get up there pretty quick in terms of years we've done this. So, all right, The Ultimate is coming up next. Stay tuned.
Click on thesportsanimal.com. Recently redesigned and refreshed for you.
Welcome to the internet, my friend. How can I help you?
Always your home to stream WWLS and catch up on podcasts. Plus, get the latest headlines from the world of sports. Chime in on sports polls. Score the play-by-play schedule and event info, contests, and much more. All online now at thesportsanimal.com.
Sponsored by Allstate. Some people just know you can save money on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Those people are probably saving a carload of cash right now. So what are you waiting for? Check Allstate first for a quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
According to Merriam-Webster, the word grand means magnificent, stately, majestic, lavish, sumptuous, grandiose, imposing in appearance or impression, sublime, intended to impress. Well, at the Grand Casino Hotel and Resort, we believe all of those definitions apply. From the table games, the Brazilian Steakhouse, the Grand Spa, the Grandstand Sports Bar, to the all-new Grand Food Court, Grand Casino Hotel and Resort will always live up to its name. Have a grand time at the Grand Casino Hotel and Resort in Shawnee. Don't we all deserve the grand treatment? GrandResortOK.com.
Paid non-attorney spokesperson. Paid for by Action Matters.
Attention anyone who has had a colonoscopy, endoscopy, or any other scope procedure. If you or a loved one developed a serious infection or health complication after a scope procedure, you may be entitled to significant cash compensation. Dangerous infections have been reported across the country linked to Olympus endoscopes. Olympus scopes may have been defectively designed, and manufacturer instructions may not have been adequate in enabling proper disinfection, putting patients' health at risk. If you or a loved one were hospitalized for a bacterial infection within 90 days of a scope procedure, or developed sepsis, organ failure, HIV, tuberculosis, an antibiotic-resistant superbug, or another serious complication following a scope procedure, you may be entitled to significant compensation. Call now to find out if you qualify. But hurry, time to file a claim could be limited.
Call 800-891-1857 now to see if you qualify. That's 800-891-1857. 800-891-1857.
Guys, we know our weight. We know how many steps we're taking a day. We even know our credit score. But when's the last time you checked your testosterone level? Low energy, trouble focusing, stubborn weight, low motivation. Those could be signs of low T. And just like me, you don't have to go through that every day. Just go see my friends at Revive Men's Health OKC, and the staff at Revive make it easy to figure out what's going on with you. And once you know your number, you can finally do something about it. That's because they personalize every treatment based on your testosterone levels, and they offer in-clinic or telemedicine visits with discreet shipping if treatment is prescribed. Look, Revive is trusted by over 100,000 men across the country, and that includes me. You don't have to rely on pills on the internet. You get started right away. And for me, I felt more like my younger self very quickly. Just call Revive Men's Health OKC at 405-942-3100. That's 405-942-3100, or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com. The bottom line, don't guess. Know your number, feel better, live stronger.
This summer, take the Route 66 road trip at Lucky Star. Final stop, August Progressive Payday. Win your share of $162,500 in cash with hourly drawings every Saturday night in August and get 5 times the entries every Friday. This summer, all roads lead to Lucky Star. Come and get your luck.
There's an award-winning pool builder in town that isn't afraid of a big or little challenge. Aquascape Pools is who I'm talking about, and they do it right. Aquascape Pools stands by their quality product and are with you every step of the way, from the early stages of design to the very first splash. Aquascape Pools is the leader in outdoor living. I should know they built my pool. Call 478-POOL or visit their brand new showroom at Britton and Eastern. Whether it's elegant pools, BBQ grills, pergolas, outdoor kitchens, fireplaces, or fire pits, they can help with it all. Aquascape Pools, outdoor living is our passion.
Who's gonna fight for your rights? We are able.
I'm Kelly Bishop of the Able Law Firm. We're celebrating 50 years of fighting for the rights of injured Oklahomans. For 50 years, Oklahoma's personal injury law firm. We're ready, we're willing, we're able.
When you need us, call the firm. We are
Named Oklahoma City's best personal injury law firm. Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code DEPOSIT to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code DEPOSIT to borrow up to $10,000. Use code DEPOSIT to borrow up to $10,000.
Broadcasting sponsored by Parish Devon Injury Lawyers. Visit pepperwinds.com. WWLS-FM, The Village, Oklahoma City. The Sports Animal, a Cumulus station.
He's known as the ultimate in the sports universe. The man, the myth, the ego. It's the Afternoon Sports Beat with Jim Traver on 98.1 FM. WWLS, The Sports Animal.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the Afternoon Sports Beat on this hot, be relatively content Thursday. I'm Jim Traver, your host. Going to be with you until 6 o'clock talking sports. I'm here at the Grand Casino Hotel and Resort in Shawnee, exit 178 off I-40. I've been coming out here for years. Haven't been here for a while. Beautiful place, so I've stayed in the hotel. It's impressive. They got a beautiful spa, restaurants, bars, food court. I've told you all this before, but their ramen in the food court is really good. And I've eaten ramen at some of the best places in Japan. It's interesting because they do something a little bit different. They actually put some dumplings in the actual ramen. I've never had that before, but it's good because I'm a dumpling kind of guy. Anyway, great place. Come on out, win some money. Craps table will open up at 4 o'clock, and you can fire the dice. We'd love to see you out here. J-Mo, how you doing, man?
Joe, I'm doing great. You know, we talked about I've never had Philly cheesesteak. I've never had ramen either, I don't believe.
What is wrong with you, dude?
I've had a lot of foods, Jim, but unfortunately you just named 2 back-to-back days that I have not tried before.
Well, ramen is big league. I mean, do you like soup?
Oh, I love soup. I know I would like ramen.
I'm a huge soup guy. Well, there's a couple places. You're living up, you don't live too far from me, right? You live up in the Edmond area?
That's right, right on the border, basically.
Okay, there's a place that is just opened. Okay, so it's been in downtown Edmond for a long time. And it is now just open right there it's on Memorial near the Turnpike, near the mall. And it's called Tomashi. Okay?
I've seen that.
Called Tomashi. Yeah. I want you to take you know what? Let me ask you a question. Is your fiance, is she working right now?
Yeah, she has a job, but she's not working today, no.
Okay, let's call her up. Get her on the phone.
Oh,
Come on, right now. What's her name again?
Brianna. But
What's her name again?
She's going to be too scared, Jim. I'm telling you right now.
I don't care. Get her on. Come on, tell her. Let's go. Tell her if she wants her husband to be big time, she needs to be a part of it. So let's go, Brianna. We're getting on the air. Come on,
I'll reach out to her right now.
Right now. Come on, let's get her on the air. She's got to realize this is the big leagues now. We're not in Memphis anymore. We're not in Wisconsin anymore. This is the big leagues right here. And I won't embarrass her. I'll treat her great. I had somebody message me just the other day and go, you know that J-Mo is dating a woman who was Crest because this guy was big. He's a big guy at Crest. And I said, I know. It's awesome because I love to go to Crest. I love me some Crest.
It's a great story. Okay.
Matter of fact, I might be going there. We got her?
I'm calling her right now.
Call her. Let's go. Come on, dude. We're going to do it. And if she says she doesn't want to, say, don't worry about it, man. Traver will treat you good. I'm not going to rip her. I was thinking about inviting you and Brianna to dinner. I'd like to meet her. I mean, I haven't met her yet. She's scared to meet me?
No, not at all.
Okay. Just making sure. All right, let's get her on. I'm ready. Come on. I'm ready to talk to her. Ready to talk to her. But yeah, this ramen is big league over here. But that other place that I was just talking about has great ramen too. Tomashi. Really good ramen. I had ramen all over the country in Japan. And you know what's interesting? It's just like all these other countries are just like our country in the fact that if you live in different places, you have different foods and you have different accents and everything. So the ramen is different all over the country over there. So I've had, 5 or 6 different kinds of ramen, and it's good. We got her? Okay, let's bring her on. Brianna, you there, Brianna?
Hi. Hello.
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Now, don't be nervous. Everything's cool. Okay? Everything's cool. You got to realize something. Your husband-to-be, you still want to marry him, don't you?
Maybe. I don't know. What are you about to tell me?
Oh, no. Yeah, no, it's got nothing to do with what I'm telling you. No, what I have to tell you is that if your husband is going to become big league in this business that we do, then every once in a while, you're going to have to come on and talk. So this is the first time you've ever been on the air, Brianna, okay?
Oh, no.
Yeah. No, you're going to be okay. Now, let me ask you a question, Brianna. Are you from Memphis, Brianna?
No, I'm from Oklahoma City.
That's what I thought. And you guys, where did you guys meet?
Well, our grandmothers were friends, so we met when we were young, but we started dating in Memphis.
Now, did you like him when you were young, or was it like it was a secret thing that you thought he was pretty cool?
I mean, yes and no. I mean, it just changes the way you see people whenever you live closer to them.
Right. You can say you thought he was a yard bird when he was young. You can say that. That's okay. I mean, you're allowed to say that here.
No, of course not.
Now, listen. You know what a yard bird is?
I can only imagine it's not good.
Yeah, it's not good. You're right. Now, let me ask you a question. Have you ever listened to this show ever? Have you ever listened to this show?
I've listened on Jay Morgan's first day for like 15 minutes, and then I was out of there.
Really? Well, listen, you need to start listening. This is great stuff. Great stuff.
Well, maybe I should.
Now, let me ask you a question. Have you ever eaten ramen?
Yes.
Your husband-to-be here has never eaten ramen. Did you know that?
I did know that. He needs to expand his palate.
Okay, listen to me closely. In the next few days, I want you to take him to Tomashi's. I told him where it is. It's over there in the, you know where it is?
Yeah, I've eaten there. It's very good.
Yeah, they got one on Memorial, so it's closer. And Go in there and get him tonkatsu ramen. You writing this down, J-Mo? Tonkatsu.
Yeah, I'm sending it to her right now.
Tonkatsu. Okay? Will you do that for me, please?
I will.
Okay, here's the other thing. Have you ever eaten a Philly cheesesteak?
No, I don't like stuff like that.
She doesn't eat any kind of red meat, Jim. She's a fish eater.
So she's not a vegan. You're not a vegan, are you?
No, but I am allergic to dairy, so I couldn't have that even if I wanted it.
No, you're allergic to berries?
Dairy.
Oh, dairy. Oh, I see. Well, I'm allergic to anything that ends in berry. I will not eat anything that ends in berry. Did you know that?
No.
Yeah, strawberry, blueberry, whatever it is, I'm not eating it. I don't like it.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I'm a really bad eater. But listen, Philly cheesesteaks. You got to take him. The two of y'all got to go eat. Oh, you won't eat it. Take him to get a Philly cheesesteak.
Well, he can go get a Philly cheesesteak any day he wants.
We were watching, Jim. We were watching Emeril Lagasse the other night making Philly cheesesteaks, and I thought it looked delicious. And Brianna wasn't sold on it.
Now let me ask you, Brianna, why is it that you don't like red meat? Tell me the reasoning behind it.
I just don't like the taste. It kind of disturbs me. But I also don't like fried chicken. I don't like barbecue. I don't like
what the heck is wrong with you?
Jim, she's burying the lead. She also has some gallbladder issues, and it makes digestion of those foods difficult. But I think but she also does not find them appealing. But she's burying the lead a bit.
I've never liked barbecue. I've never liked hot dogs and hamburgers. Like, not a day of my life have I liked those things.
Wow, that's unbelievable. That is, you are missing out on some unbelievable food. Do you know that?
Well, I eat ramen.
Well, that's true. You do eat ramen. Okay, here's the deal.
Can go for you with fruit.
What? Yeah, no fruit. We can't eat fruit. You got to eat ramen. Okay, listen to me. So you do eat fish?
Yes, lots of it.
And you eat like shrimp and lobster and scallops and all that stuff?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right, well, Julie and I were talking the other day, and we want to take the two of y'all out to dinner so we can get to know you and everything. Is that okay? Would you like to do that?
That would be great.
Okay, well, listen. Now, do you feel a little bit more comfortable being on the radio?
A little bit.
See, I'm not the monster that you think I am. Okay?
I don't see you as a monster. I just don't like attention on me. It's not you, it's the radio.
The wedding is going to be an issue, Jim.
Is it?
Yeah.
It might be.
Yeah.
You're not going to like pass out. Are you not going to pass out walking down the aisle, are you?
I very well could.
Nah, come on, you're okay. You know, my number one homeboy, I was supposed to sing at his wedding. I don't know if you know I can sing, but I do. Anyway, I was supposed to sing at his wedding, and it was hot as can be, and he passed out in the middle of the wedding, and then everybody looked at me to sing. And I'm up there with a daggone suit and tie, and I'm sweating my butt off, and I had to sing like that. I almost passed out while I was singing. Ridiculous.
Oh, that's horrible. That's horrible.
Now, are you getting excited or nervous for the wedding?
I'm excited. I think it's going to be a lot of fun.
Now, you know that there's going to be some people that are going to be mad at you because it's the OU Texas weekend.
Oh, they've already told me.
So, what time is the wedding?
It's at 5 o'clock.
Okay, well, the game starts at 2:30, so... 2:30, 3:30, 4:30, 5:30. There'll be some people that'll be able to come, but some of them, there's going to be some people that you really like are going to say, "Sorry, I got to watch the game."
Jim, her cousin is the president of OU, and he is not allowed to come to the wedding because he is obligated for his, agreement to be the president of the school to have to go to the game.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
He's a good man. He'll be down there in Dallas with us.
Well, I hope he enjoys it.
Oh, my gosh. Now, have you guys figured out a honeymoon yet? What's the honeymoon situation?
I think we're going to go not like right after the wedding, but like in 6 months or so, potentially to Hawaii, but we haven't really gotten any flights or anything like that.
We're still hammering it out.
Gotcha. Well, if you want to know, man, I've been to a lot of those islands, man. Maui is incredible. I've been all down to St. Lucia and all those places. So, you know, if you want to use me as a resource, feel free. If you don't, I understand. Okay.
That would be great.
All right. I wanted you to know too, Brianna. I shop at Crest.
Do you?
Which store, Jim? Which store you go to?
I go to the one up there off. What?
Don't you go to the Edmond location?
Yeah, I go over there at Santa Fe and 164th.
That's the working spot.
Yeah, I like it there. Yeah. Matter of fact, one of the guys that's big over there is a big listener, and he messaged me on Instagram, and I said to him, the last time, you're the only store now that has my Snyder's of Hanover hard pretzels, and I went in the other day and you didn't have any, so I told him, get me some Snyder's of Hanover hard pretzels, and he said he was going to do it. So maybe you can help too. They need to get them. They're unbelievable.
I'll get them for you.
Come on, call somebody. You're Big Mama. You can do it.
I'll try. I don't know if they'll listen to me.
All right, Brianna. Well, listen, thank you so much for coming on, okay? I'll try not to bother you too much.
Thank you.
See ya.
Thank you.
Bye. Bye. See, that was good. She was fine. She did a good job.
She was fine. She did better than I thought she would.
She gonna be mad at you tonight?
No, not at all. No, I think she's that's a good first step, Jim. You're training her for the wedding. She needs to get more comfortable in public settings like this.
Yeah, exactly. We can do that. We'll do that. No, the wedding is October 10th, right?
October 10th, that's right.
So that means that between now and then, if we have her on a couple more times, then we'll get her even more used to it.
That's right. There you go.
Now, it sounds as if she doesn't like sports very much.
She's not the biggest sports fan. She likes the Thunder. She'll go support the hometown team, and luckily she doesn't hate basketball too much, mainly because it's an indoor venue. But no, she is not. I'll tell you what she does go to with me, Jim. She goes to wrestling with me. She'll go to wrestling with me a time or two.
Really?
I don't know if she likes it, but she's a trooper, and she'll go with me.
Well, if you said she liked it, she'd go down in my book a little bit.
Yeah, I don't think she likes it, so she's still good in that regard.
Okay, good. Well, it was nice talking to her.
Yeah.
Very good to get her on. I appreciate that very much. But yeah, the ramen, but going back to where we were, the ramen is really, really, really good here. And ramen is big, 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 big time. All right. I cannot believe that I talked about something yesterday, and I got to go back a little bit on what I said. You have any idea what I'm getting ready to say?
I'm going to guess it has to do with Baker Mayfield's quotes yesterday at practice.
Yeah, Baker. I just bowed down to you and thought you deserve to do what you're doing. You don't have to come out in the daggone media and say, I'm disappointed and what's the other word he used?
Disrespected.
Yeah, he feels like did he say unrespected? I think he might have said unrespected.
He said, the quote is, it's disappointing in that regard. I feel disrespected a little bit. That's the disappointing part, to feel undervalued after thinking
That's what it was. Undervalued. Baker, there's no reason to say that. Obviously, that we understand that that's what you feel, right? You don't need to say that publicly. Listen, I know there's a bunch of people out there that love Baker Mayfield. I understand. That's fine. He did some unbelievable things for your football program. But now that he has kind of turned himself around, why does he have to come out and say that stuff, J-Mo? There's no reason to do it. We all know that you're not happy with what's going on. All you got to do is say, look, I feel like I deserve more money than they're wanting to pay me right now. So hopefully, before the season starts, we can get something done. But my number one goal is to play my best football this year and see what happens. That's all you got to say, Joe Mo. Do you agree or disagree?
Yeah, I mean, I agree mainly with what you're saying. Mark and Brad made a really good point, and I agree with them too, is that it's almost like he's talking out of both sides of his mouth. You can't say, we're not going to discuss this once training camp starts. And literally the first day of training camp, you flock over to the media and talk all about the thing that you're not going to discuss anymore. So it seems like kind of playing both sides a little bit to me.
Exactly. I mean, come on. I just can't understand why. This is something that people should learn. Listen closely. If you're a youngster out there and you're getting into the business world, you have to always realize when you have the power and you don't have the power. Okay? You have to understand that. Right now, he has the power. When Jim Traber comes out and is behind Baker Mayfield, he has the edge. You don't come out and say what you said today or this morning or yesterday, whenever it was. Oh, it just drives me crazy.
Jim, before break here, I got another Baker quote for you. The way he ended his press yesterday, quote,
What'd he
if
say?
you've waited this long to pay your franchise quarterback, it's only going to get worse because I'm going to have a big year.
Wow.
A lot of confidence.
That's unbelievable. Cale Gundy says that's exactly what he said by saying he's disrespected. But Cale, don't you agree, Cale? I mean, I understand, Cale, that you feel differently about him. I'm jumping on his bandwagon a little bit because I think that he's changed as a person. You know, that's pretty big for me. But we all understand anybody who is holding out and doesn't think that the team is giving enough money. Don't you think that everybody knows that you feel like they're disrespecting you with the offers they're giving you? I mean, maybe I'm wrong. He has the power right now. Just sit back and be the good guy. That's all I'm saying. I know he feels disrespected. I'm sure he does. But when you come out and say it and undervalued and all that, you know what the definition, when there is an impasse for money. By the way, I've been involved with this with the station that I'm working with right now. If you are at an impasse in a contract situation, that means that you believe that they are undervaluing you. Would you agree with that, J-Mo? Right?
Yeah.
If you think you're worth $1 million and they think you're worth 700,000, then just by definition, you believe they're undervaluing you. So we know that they are probably not showing you a lot of disrespect, and they are definitely not. They definitely are undervaluing you. Cale said, "What's wrong with saying the truth?" He said, "This is not with the way I feel." He said all he did was say it in different terms. I mean, Cale, there's probably more people that agree with you. I mean, there are many, many times when I come on this radio and there aren't many people that agree with what I say. I understand that. Is this a horrible thing? No. But I came out yesterday, somebody who has torn into Baker Mayfield many times in my career, and said, I'm on his side here. He deserves to get paid. He didn't get a second contract like, a lot of guys in his shoes do. So go ahead and get paid. But I don't know, man. I just don't know. And by the way, this is coming from somebody who publicly in the newspapers asked to be traded like 6 or 7 times. But that was only because I wanted it out there. Baker, it's already out there for you, Baker. You're the man. I mean, you had a great year last year. I mean, I don't know.
I think part of this, Jim, and that you're alluding to a little bit as well, is all off season. There's been a lot of reporting, and the tone around that reporting is, what is Tampa doing waiting on this? Kind of like what you're saying. He holds all the cards. You got to kind of read the room, and there was no reason to go out and publicly say these things because it was already implied and people were on your side.
Yeah. I mean, Cale said again, does this make him a bad person? No, it doesn't make him a bad person. I'm just saying, I don't think, in my opinion, that he needed to say it. That's all I'm saying. I just don't think he needed to say it. Doesn't make him a bad person. I'm just saying there's no reason to do it. So, look, if you listen to me when you listen to me talk to like Al Eshbeck and others, you know, okay, that I am one of the people that believe in players fighting for their money and getting what they think they deserve. I'm 100% behind him. But I just don't know. I just don't feel like he needed to say it. We all know what the situation is. And I think there's people out there that are like looking at it both ways. And then they see him saying that stuff and they're going, oh, come on, Baker. You made $33 million last year. That's what people say, not me. Because I think get whatever you can get, because remember this, and I said this yesterday, if he never plays football after 36 or 37 years old, he's got 50 years to take care of his family. And I think he'll be okay. I'm just saying, you want to make what you can make. I'm with y'all. But I'm just saying the definition of two people arguing about money is that the people think the business is undervaluing you. And I just don't know if you need to throw it out there. I'm not going to rip him. I'm not going to go crazy about it. I just wish that he would have just come out and said, hey, I love playing football. I'm going to have a great year. That last thing he said, I have no problem with it. I love that kind of stuff. I love when somebody says, okay, you did this to me. You better watch out because I'm going to be unbelievable. I love that. I just don't know if he needed to say the other thing. That's me. Time for an OG&E break. Save up to 20% on your monthly bill at no additional cost. Visit OG.com/efficiency. I'm here today at the Grand Casino Hotel and Resort in Shawnee. Come on out and see us. All the games are playing. Craps table will open up at 4 o'clock. Great food here behind me at the Grandstand Sports Grill. Oh, and by the way, you'll be able to watch all the games as well. Pretty good stuff. We'll be back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the home of the Oklahoma City Thunder, the sports animal.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to text them right now.
Drop your takes, comments, and feedback anytime on the Johnny's Charcoal Broiler Text Nation line at 405-900-WWLS. That's 405-900-9957. Join the conversation anytime.
And every single person in here that just typed too small.
With the Johnny's Charcoal Broiler Text Nation line, 405-900-WWLS. Download the Johnny's app for specials on your favorite Johnny's food, rewards, and more.
Sponsored by Aleve. At some point, body pain may creep in and become your reality that day. But Aleve is here to keep you moving. One pill gives you up to 12 hours of body pain relief. So don't let pain hold you back. Try Aleve today. Use as directed.
The Bulls are back and ready for OKC. PBR Team Series action returns to Paycom Center this weekend, July 31st through August 2nd for Oklahoma Wildcatter Days. Your Oklahoma Wildcatters bull riding team takes on the world's toughest teams as elite riders and one-ton bulls collide. Get tickets at PBR.com or Ticketmaster.com. Oklahoma Wildcatter Days, presented by Zone.
Freedom means something different to everybody. But if you ask most Oklahomans, it starts with a good truck. This July, Seth Wadley Chevy Group is making it easier than ever to get into one. Get employee pricing on all GMC trucks or drive home a 2026 Silverado 1500 at 0% APR for 60 months. Now, I know what you're thinking. There's got to be a catch. There isn't. The price you see is the price you pay. And that goes for everybody who walks through our doors. Just a straightforward deal from an Oklahoma name you can trust. And every purchase comes backed by my personal promise. Oil changes and engines for life at no cost to you. This is your summer to drive something you're proud of. Come see us at any Seth Wadley Chevy Group location or visit us online at SethWadleyGMOK.com. Receive 0% APR for 60 months through GM Financial on a new 2026 Chevrolet Silverado 1500. With approved credit, see dealer for details.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code DEPOSIT to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code DEPOSIT to borrow up to $10,000. Use code DEPOSIT to borrow up to $10,000.
Football game days are coming soon. Can you feel it? I can taste it. I can taste it. Can you taste it? Closer to kickoffs, big hits, big games, and even bigger expectations. Man, the sports animals countdown to college football in Oklahoma is on, and it's powered by Rob's Ranch. I believe today is 30 days until kickoff in college football week 0. Stanford over 3.5 wins. They play week 0 against Hawaii. That's a free one for you. Follow along and get game day ready at thesportsanimal.com and always on the Sports Animal app.
The Sports Animal Studios, powered by the OKC Thunder. Level up your game this summer at Thunder Youth Basketball Camps, presented by Simple Modern. Kids ages 6 to 16 across Oklahoma can learn new skills, compete, and have fun. Find a camp near you at OKCThunder.com/summer camps.
We're back here today at the Grand Casino Hotel and Resort in Shawnee. Exit 178 off 540. We just had J-Mo's fiance on, Brianna. She, I guess she's getting a lot of... She's realizing right now the power of the sports animal, isn't she, J-Mo?
I believe so. She's fielding a few texts from a few family members and friends, yes.
See, there you go. There you go. Yep. She's going to realize that this is a big league thing. We're not... Hey, you know how that, they tell Dorothy she's not in Kansas anymore? I need to tell you guys, you're not in Memphis anymore.
No, that's exactly right. That's exactly what I was thinking as well.
Nothing against Memphis. I mean, Memphis, parts of it are wonderful. But anyway, we're glad you're here. Let's go to Traber's Take.
Now it's time for Traber's Take.
You know what really grinds my gears?
Served up by Hook and Reel. If you love seafood, go taste the freshness at Hook and Reel. 6320 Southwest 3rd, right off I-40 in MacArthur.
Okay. I got to talk again about, I mean, this North Carolina thing is just the most ridiculous thing. I mean, I ripped Belichick to shreds last year with his stupid girlfriend. I mean, running around on the bench area and everything during a game. I mean, come on. I'm going to tell you this. If I was a donor or alumnus of North Carolina University or the University of North Carolina, and I've been there before, beautiful campus, unbelievable school. If I was a donor or alumnus of North Carolina, I would write a letter to the president and I would CC the athletic director and I would say, as long as you're going to run this circus with Bill Belichick, I am done giving money to this university. That's what I would do. I mean, I have, in all my years of being around sports, which is a lot, I don't know if I've seen anything more embarrassing than the girlfriend last year. First with that ridiculous interview and her standing back there and then her canceling the interview and then walking in the bench area. If I interviewed every single Division I coach's wife, and if they're not married, girlfriend, and asked them, would you have ever thought of walking during a game or maybe before a game in the bench area? Every one of them would laugh at me and say, That's unbelievably stupid. That's how ridiculous it is what she did. And I ripped into that all last year. But now the $1.5 million GM of North Carolina football, Mike Lombardi, has been let go, and they're doing what is it? They're doing some kind of, they're looking into it.
Yeah, investigation, internal investigation.
Thank you. That word would not come to my head. Thank you very much. I wonder if we're going to find out what this is about. I mean, I don't know. I'll tell you what, though, because we can always look and think about what we think it might be, right? We can always kind of assume what we think it might be. Of course, we know what assumptions can do. I got to tell you, I wonder if this is something of him messing with, I don't know, messing with students. If you know what I mean, J-Mo.
Yeah.
I mean, what could be so bad for a general manager that they're going to get rid of him and then start an investigation on him? I mean, help me, J-Mo. What else could it be? Was he inappropriate with people? I don't know the answer to that. What do you think this is? Help me.
Yeah, I really have no possible idea. I mean, I think...
Well, take a guess, because that's what we do here.
That's
we
right.
think about things that might happen. What are your thoughts?
I think it's probably inappropriate contact, I'm assuming, with females in the workspace. That's what I would have to guess. But there has been numerous amounts of reports that says he's just a jerk to everybody. So it's not like that even if something even if he did something that maybe was on the line or close to the line or whatever, I don't think he has any advocates in that athletic department other than maybe the guy that hired him.
Okay. Good to know. I did not know that he's being a jerk to people. I guess I missed that somehow. Well, I'm going to tell you this. This is one of the by the way, before Bill Belichick went to North Carolina, I have said many times on this program that you have to say that he is the best coach of all time. I mean, would you agree with that, J-Mo?
Belichick, absolutely.
Yeah, in the NFL. But I'm going to tell you this. He is absolutely embarrassing himself to the point where I don't know if I can say that anymore. Let me tell you something. When people decide to do things when they're older, like Johnny Unitas when he went to play for San Diego Chargers, Joe Namath, who did he play for? It was some team. Was it the Rams? He played for somebody. I can't remember. I mean, there's a bunch of dudes that do things when they're older and they're just not even close and they hurt their legacy. My question is, does this hurt Bill Belichick's legacy in people's mind? It does mine because I don't like the guy. Never have. I give him respect. One thing you're going to learn on this, I told you yesterday, J-Mo, that they're going to put on my tombstone that I don't care about the regular season. Another thing that drives me crazy, but I will do it, is I separate whether I like you or not and your greatness. I do that, unlike other people. Like, I cannot stand Tom Brady. First of all, I didn't like the way he acts and everything. But secondly, now that he's on TV, I think he stinks. Okay? I think he's horrible. But I will tell you that he was incredible at quarterback and probably the best ever. And Belichick, don't like him at all. But I'm telling you, in your opinion, does this hurt his legacy, J-Mo?
Yeah, I think it does. And I think you take it a step further. Jordan, his girlfriend, is his PR director. So in terms of him making appearances, let's say NFL Films wanted to do something about a great Patriots team. She stands in the way now of him doing those things. And she decides, which is insane, she's deciding what he does and doesn't talk about in those sorts of settings that look back at his legacy. I think for that reason, it makes him look even worse, his legacy, even beyond what's happening right now at North Carolina.
Yeah. I'm 100% with you. It's going to be I tell you what, if he has another year, which I think he's going to, matter of fact, let's...
Listen to this, Jim. Me and Mark were looking it up. They're 6.5-point dogs at TCU in Ireland. People are still bought in that maybe Bill Belichick, because of his NFL greatness, will figure it out.
Well, I would think that TCU is going to light them up.
I think so, too.
Okay, let me find North Carolina. Where does my man Phil Steele have them? Hold on. Okay, there they are. I got them. So Wake Forest, Cal, Syracuse, Stanford, and Boston College are behind them. I'll make a little wager that maybe one of those will finish ahead of them. Let's go over their conference. I mean, their schedule. TCU loss. East Tennessee win. Clemson loss. Notre Dame loss. At Pitt loss. At Duke loss. He's going to start 1-5, dude. 1-5. Then it's Syracuse win. Miami loss. At Connecticut, that'll be interesting, but I'll give him a win. Louisville loss. At Virginia loss. North Carolina State probably a loss. He is going to be no better than 4-8 this year, J-Mo. That's my prediction.
Well, Jim,
and are they going to get rid of him then?
You'd be profitable taking that under. It is plus money if you take under 4.5 wins. Over 4.5 wins is about minus 150 right now. Again,
oh my gosh, I'm calling the Fat Jack and getting down on that right now because I think there's a better chance that they go 3-9. Because I'm telling you right now, Connecticut is not horrific, but I'll give them that win. What's their 5th win going to be? Clemson, Notre Dame, at Pitt, at Duke, Miami, Louisville, at Virginia. I mean, come on. What, North Carolina State, maybe? I will tell you this, dude. I might bet the under. I might bet the under on North Carolina. There you go. How you like that, J-Mo?
I love it.
You know, I've already got an under in, right?
Yeah,
Indiana.
Indiana. I remember you and the Fat Jack talked about that on the air.
Yep. That's, I'm in on that. I'm in on under for them. They're not, I mean, everybody's talking about how they're going to be just as good. We'll see. I got a lot of respect for the coach. He's done something that's incredible. Probably the greatest turnaround since Kansas State and our man, Bill Snyder. But their schedule gets harder this year. They're not going 11-1. I'm sorry.
Jim, before we go to break here, just to wrap up on North Carolina, I'm looking here as I was looking up there what their win total was. Warren Sharp, that does a lot of great gambling work for the NFL and college football.
Yeah, I know who he is, yeah.
His quote right here at the end says all you need to know, and he agrees with you 100%. Only the East Tennessee State game in week 2 can be penciled in as a probable win for the Tar Heels at this point.
That's exactly right. That is right on the money. Now, Syracuse, sometimes they play a good game, but they're at home. They'll probably beat them. I'm with you. I'm going to bet. I'm letting you all know right now, I'm betting under 4.5. And if he beats me, he beats me. And then I make a call down to North Carolina and tell them that they should put the Jordan, they should put a headset on her. Let her stand right there and suggest plays.
That's
How
right.
about that? You think that'd be good?
I like that.
Pathetic. All right. I love listening to your fiance. She's got that like raspy voice and stuff, which, I've known a couple people in my life, women and men, that have those raspy voices. And I love listening to her. But if she was in there telling you what to do, I have to tell you, I'd have to kick her out. You know what I'm saying?
I don't think she's doing anything like that.
I know she's not, because she's got a brain in her head. All right, let's take an OG&E break. Save up to 20% on your monthly bill, no additional cost. Visit OG.com/efficiency. We're here today at the Grand Casino Hotel and Resort. Shawnee, come on out. We'd love to see you. Win some money. I'll be here till 6. When we return, we can start taking calls and text messages. I got some other things I want to get into, but I really want to talk to you. By the way, I wanted to let you know, and all you OU fans out there, I just looked at something that was sent on Instagram. Oklahoma, the #1 rated defense in the SEC. Now, who in the world 4 or 5 or 6 years ago would have ever thought you'd hear me say those words? Huh? Is that crazy how things can turn around? Because with Lincoln Riley, their defense was horrific, and they had the worst defensive coordinator I've ever seen. We'll be back. Come on in. The water's nice and warm. Stay with us on The Animal.
A new season of college football is coming. Closer to kickoff. Closer to chaos. Closer to the big games and even bigger expectations. From Norman to Stillwater, the countdown to Saturdays is on. 37 days. The countdown to college football in Oklahoma on 98.1 FM. WWLS. The Sports Animal is presented by Rob's Ranch.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Oklahoma City will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 405-942-3100. That's 405-942-3100. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
According to Merriam-Webster, the word grand means magnificent, stately, majestic, lavish, sumptuous, grandiose, imposing in appearance or impression, sublime, intended to impress. Well, at the Grand Casino Hotel and Resort, we believe all of those definitions apply. From the table games, the Brazilian Steakhouse, the Grand Spa, the Grandstand Sports Bar, to the all-new Grand Food Court, Grand Casino Hotel and Resort will always live up to its name. Have a grand time at the Grand Casino Hotel and Resort in Shawnee. Don't we all deserve the grand treatment? GrandResortOK.com.
I wish we could eat breakfast all day. Fluffy pancakes, crispy bacon, Boomerang Diner serves breakfast all day. Let's go right now.
We're here for breakfast lovers all day long. At Boomerang Diner, it all starts here.
It's a great day of baseball here. You can catch Major League Baseball live from ESPN Radio this Saturday, featuring the New York Yankees. They're headed to Chicago to Wrigley Field to play the Cubs, who are tied 1-1 with the Cardinals right now. You should turn it on. Coverage begins Saturday at 6 p.m. on ESPN 640 AM, 98.1 FM, and always streaming on thesportsanimal.com and on the Sports Animal app. Well, super short break there. We'll wait for Jim to come back here. It's always an adventure when you're on remote out at a location. Lots of moving parts out there too. We already got his thoughts on Baker Mayfield. Lots of training camp stuff going on. By the way, you should call. We've got some people on the line right now. 405-900-9957. You can get on with Jim. We got some really good questions teed up right now. I'm sure he's going to appreciate answering those. Got his thoughts on Baker Mayfield. Kyler Murray and J.J. McCarthy are locked in a quarterback battle right now in Minnesota with a true contest going on. That heated up yesterday. The Giants started training camp. Jackson Dart looking good. Malik Neighbors has stolen the show. If you haven't turned on sports media today, I'm sure that's one of the leading points. And how about this one, too? I know Jim doesn't like Deshaun Watson. Deshaun Watson apparently has looked terrible at Browns training camp. Who would be surprised by that? Jim, do we have you? Do I hear you there?
Yeah, man, I'm sorry, man. I was just, I went over and got some soft serve ice cream. I apologize very much. I am not gambling, I promise. I have made a pact with myself that I will not gamble one penny for the next 3 weeks before I think I'm going to go play one more poker tournament the weekend of the 22nd, 23rd in August. It's down in down in the Dallas Grand Prairie area, Arlington. So I'm not gambling. Sometimes it used to be that I would get back late because I was like firing the dice or something, but I'm not. Anyway, here today at the Grand Casino Hotel and Resort. We got phone calls. We got people want to talk to me.
Sure do.
How about that? You don't understand it, J-Mo. You're new to the area, but I know you follow college football. I'm telling you, under Lincoln Riley, they had the worst defense I've ever seen in my life. I mean, it was just horrible. Horrible.
Jim, what's more surprising to you, that Oklahoma's defense is the top in the SEC or that Texas Tech's defense is top in the Big 12?
Well, Texas Tech has spent so much money, man. I mean, they got a dude that, got $4.2 billion for his oil company, and he's spending like a madman. You think about that. I mean, this is one of those things that's crazy when you think about billionaires. Okay? I mean, obviously he had to pay a bunch of taxes on it, but here's the deal. If you have $2 billion, you can spend $1 billion and still have $1 billion. You see what I'm saying? I mean, that's what's unbelievable. When you see these guys that are billionaires, they can do whatever they want to do, dude. So that guy is just spending and spending and spending and spending. And that's why Texas Tech is rolling. They're rolling in a lot of sports. They went and got that in women's softball. They went and got that pitcher from out there on the West Coast from Stanford, who was unbelievable, and she helped them get to the College World Series. I mean, they're spending a lot of money. But for Oklahoma, this is an unbelievable tribute to Brent Venables. It really is. Now, I think the key this year is that Brent's going to have to let his offense go, and that's really hard for a defensive coordinator. I know that because Jimmy Johnson was a head coach for me, and I'm telling you, he pulled the reins in on the offense all the time. All the time. So, if Oklahoma wants to have a chance to win the national championship this year, it's going to all be about that offense. And can the offense make big plays and do things in the passing game? And I am a person that still thinks that Mateer is a really good player. We'll see this year. Let's get to the phones. You're on the Sports Animal. Go ahead, please.
Hey, Jim. What's up, man?
How you doing, man?
Good. Hey, so I just was calling to get your opinion on something that I don't think you've talked about or I haven't heard it yet.
Okay.
So there's something that's going on in the NBA that's really annoying me, kind of, and that is...
What's that?
I don't know. Did you see the article that ESPN dropped last night about Kawhi Leonard, by chance?
Well, yeah. I mean, you're basically talking about the deal where that landscaping company that wasn't even real paid him a bunch of money, and they're saying right now that the agreement that they're going to come up with has to be agreed by all parties. Is that what you're talking about?
Well, yeah, that, and then it also said that it may drag out into 2027 even. I don't know if you saw that part.
No, I saw it. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous.
So, what do you think exactly is going on here? I mean, do you think that they're scared of Ballmer, or do they have them dead to rights and they don't know what to do? I mean, it's very confusing.
It is confusing. This is my theory on it. One, I don't think they want to suspend one of their best players. That's the first thing, because I think that looks bad for the league. Two, I don't think that they want to punish one of the richest guys in the NBA. And three, I don't know if they have actual, beyond a shadow of a doubt, evidence that it definitely happened. Like, for instance, is there anything written down about it? Are there any emails that they have? I don't know the answer to that. This could just be a hearsay thing where this guy said this and that guy said this and this guy said that. I don't know the inside on that. But I will tell you, if this thing keeps dragging on, it is absolutely pathetic. This should be done before the beginning of the season. Now, Toronto doesn't want to hear that, right? I mean, they're going out and getting the player. But if Toronto... Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, I just think it's psychotic that the NBA allows two teams to make the trade. And then they're like, wait a second now. If you go through with it, you're like, I just think that's Adam Silver, man. I don't know.
Oh, he's the worst. Thanks, brother. Appreciate your call. Man. Good stuff. I agree with you 100%. Basketball, man. J-Mo, what are your thoughts on this, J-Mo? It's ridiculous.
Yeah, no, it's beyond ridiculous. I think, Pablo Torre, Jim, reported on this extensively over a year ago now.
Oh, yeah.
And I think that the reason why fans haven't been more of outpouring and other owners don't care, I think they're all doing it. And I think they know that if this shoe drops, only bad things are coming for everybody else.
Well, think about this. Okay, if it's true, which it sure as heck looks like it is, but if it's true, Kawhi Leonard should be suspended, and the Clippers should have serious consequences. Like, I don't know, they don't have any draft picks. They gave them all to the daggone Thunder. I don't know what it would be. I mean, you can't fine Ballmer anything that's going to even affect him. I mean, if you let's say you fine him $10 million. That'd be like fining me $5. Right?
Yeah.
So I don't know. They have messed this thing up. Adam Silver is the worst commissioner that I can remember in the NBA. He is terrible. He is a puppet for the owners and the players. You're not supposed to be that way as a commissioner. So I don't know what they're going to do. If this was David Stern, I guarantee you that this thing would already be settled. So, they're the ones that wanted this little puppet, and they've got him. And I'll tell you, Toronto, let me ask you this. Would Toronto be so stupid to go trade for the guy, knowing that he might be suspended? They must think that nothing's going to happen to him, right?
I think so, yeah.
It's ridiculous. It really is. Adam Silver is ridiculous. He just did. He reminds me of Bud Selig. He's just a bad commissioner. And, the NBA is making money under him, so he probably thinks he's doing a great job.
Well, apparently there was another report, Jim. I know we got to get to break. I'm so sorry. But there was a report out there talking about how there is an entire staff of NBA executives that basically surround Adam Silver so he is not privy to the real world. Basically what people are saying about him, what owners and players are saying. Basically, they are a conduit, and he only knows what they tell him. That's what the report said. I don't know the validity of that or not.
Well, that wouldn't surprise me. He's a puppet. That's what he is. He's a puppet. OG&E break. We'll come back here to the Grand Casino. Phone calls, texts. Let's get it going. Love talking to you. Right here on the Leader in Sports, The Animal.
We should pick up the phone.
Connect with WWLS, the sports animal, anytime. Call the Lucky Star Lines at 405-900-WWLS. Text the Johnny's Charcoal Broiler Sports Animal Text Nation line at 405-900-9957.
What phone is that?
Tweet the Sports Animals X feed at Sports Animal. Always a way for you to join the conversation.
Ryan, pick up, over.
And deliver your take. 98.1 FM, WWLS, The Sports Animal, thesportsanimal.com, and the Sports Animal app.
Sponsored by Lowe's. Pro Rewards members save more during Lowe's Pro Savings Days. Save up to 20% on in-stock molding when you spend $250 and up to 20% on in-stock pre-hung interior doors when you buy 6 or more. Valid through 7/31 while supplies last. Selection varies. See Lowe's.com for details.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong?
I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code DEPOSIT to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code DEPOSIT to borrow up to $10,000. Use code DEPOSIT to borrow up to $10,000.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Progressive knows you could have easily taken the freeway, but you took the scenic route to see a waterfall and an oddly busy boiled peanut stand. Discovering the unexpected is exactly why you bought an RV, so protect it with a bundle from Progressive. Because although you may be 3 hours behind schedule, you're 6 jars of jam richer and possibly enrolled in a butter-churning workshop. Switch to Progressive and protect your RV, boat, or motorcycle by bundling with your home and auto insurance. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
The U.S. Soccer Podcast. I'm your host, Megan Klingenberg, and after interviewing so many dudes during this Men's World Cup, I'm so happy to be back with my U.S. Women's National Team players.
I know the U.S. Men's National Team has changed how I think about myself, how I think about being an American, how I think about being on a team.
It's 1 year out from that World Cup, and we're going to talk about the brightest prospects in U.S. soccer. You ready?
I'm ready. Let's do it.
The U.S. Soccer Podcast, presented by Henkel. Follow and listen on your favorite platform.
Broadcasting sponsored by Parish Devon Injury Lawyers. Visit pepperwinds.com. WWLS-FM, The Village, Oklahoma City. The Sports Animal, a Cumulus station.
It's hour number 2 with Jim Traber on 98.1 FM. WWLS, The Sports Animal.
It is hour number 2. Welcome back. Here today at the Grand Casino Hotel and Resort, Shawnee, exit 178 off I-40. I'm going to let y'all know that a lot of money to be made out here. When you do come out, too, get some of this soft serve ice cream. It's really good. Let me get a little bite of it real quick. Oh, yeah, that's nice. All right. We're going to take your phone calls and text messages all the way up until when Barry Trammell comes on. But first, I want to remind you, August 10th, we are going to have a big old party honoring and celebrating Al Eshbeck's 50 years in radio. Now, I don't know about y'all, but 50 years on the radio, 50 years doing anything, 50 years being alive, I'm just telling you, it's big league. So I am bowing down to Al Eshbeck, and you can too. Come on out. We'd love to see you. Going to be a big party. Othello's has got great food, drinks. Al and I will be doing our shows out there. So that's going to be 10 days or 11 days from today, something like that. 11, whatever it is. It's August 10th, that Monday, at Othello's. Come on out. Let me tell you something. You would not be listening to the great radio that you get on this station without Mr. Al Eshbeck. He started it all. And I for one, have unbelievable respect for what the guy did. Can't imagine when he first started. I mean, nobody knew what sports talk radio was 50 years ago. And he started it, and he built it, and he paved the way for me and everybody else on this station. So I hope that everybody, including all the people that are on this station, I hope they stop by Monday and at least say to Al, congratulations. And I hope you do too. Come on out. It's going to be a great time. And you'll be able to see the legend. All right. Let's get to the phones. 405-900-9957. You're on the Sports Animal. Go ahead, please.
Hey, Jim. Congratulations to Al.
Absolutely.
And, before I get to my topic, I got to ask, what flavor of ice cream?
It's just vanilla. That's all they have. So I'm just tearing up a little vanilla. But I will tell you this. Right next to it, they got the soda fountain, and there's root beer in there, and you can make yourself a big-time root beer float, my man. It's big time.
Okay, see, now that sounds good. The vanilla depends.
And listen, I don't ever go somewhere and get vanilla ice cream, but it's really, really good soft serve, so I'm eating.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with vanilla. It's just, it's vanilla.
Right.
So,
it's vanilla. That's right. It's vanilla.
Exactly. Just vanilla. So, hey, real quick, this is a short one. I watched John Oliver on Sunday, and he was he plays the most random stuff. Mostly he plays like local news saying random stuff, but somehow he put a montage of clips together of John Kruk saying some of the most random stuff on broadcasts. And it got very personal stuff, like he's going into stories and talking about dying and all these things, and I was just dying laughing because, and I get it, I used to be on local radio, and I covered baseball, and there's dead air, and you gotta fill the time, and I get it, there's guy talk, but it was some of the most random stuff, and especially John Kruk of all people. It was just like, man, the market that you're in must really love this, because anybody outside of that market is probably going, what in the world am I watching? So I'm just
I love Krucker. I love the dude, man. I think this stuff. Now, you know what? He's not the smartest dude in the world. I mean, he's a baseball player. And I'm going to tell you, having played baseball at every single level, there's a lot of dudes that play baseball, especially the ones that come out of high school, that aren't the smartest dudes. I mean, I wasn't playing with chemistry guys and stuff. You know what I'm saying? And the Krucker is not the smartest dude, but boy, oh boy, the dude could hit. He's funny. What he did in the All-Star game against Randy Johnson was one of the greatest things I've ever seen in baseball.
Oh, yeah.
And I love him. And then the other thing, I think if people haven't heard me say this, when I was coming up and I was in like AAA and the big leagues, people would say to me, there's this guy in the San Diego Padres organization that looks just like you. But then about 10 years later, people would say, wow, you look like John Kruk. So you see how it turned, right? He became a star, and I looked like him. So we really did, because we both had like the long hair and everything, and we both were kind of portly, had a little belly to us. But I love John Kruk, man. I really do. I'll have to watch that. I'm not a big Oliver fan, but I'll have to look that up and watch it, because I'm sure I'll enjoy it.
Yeah, have J-Mo find it. It's pretty funny, because you're just at some points you're like, dude, this what? So, but other than that, it's like, okay, Philly fans, they must love them. So it is what it is.
Absolutely. Yeah. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. You got to remember one thing too about baseball announcers, and I talked about this the other day. When it's a blowout, it's hard to do television or radio for a baseball game that's horrible. And how do you keep people? You know how you keep people? You start to try to be funny. Now, one of the things that I talk about all the time, I mean, there's dudes like on another station in this city that think that they're really, really funny. And he literally is the most unfunny dude I've ever heard in my life. And others like that. The worst thing in the world, I wrote this up on my Instagram one time. I said, in my business, one of the worst things there is, it was somebody thinks they're funny and they're not. And the Krucker is funny. I like John Kruk. You like John Kruk, J-Mo?
I love John Kruk. He had me in stitches the other day. I'm sure what prompted them to make this video. He was on NBC Sunday Night Baseball the other night, and man, it was so funny. He brought 3 clip-on ties with him, and they were all making fun of him in the booth because he has to wear a clip-on tie because he can't tie his own tie.
That's beautiful.
That's good stuff.
Oh, that is beautiful. Oh, man.
He couldn't get the top button on his shirt button, so the clip-on tie wouldn't clip on to anything. Man, it was good TV right there.
He's big time. Yeah, is big time. Very good. Okay, let's get back to the phones. You're on The Sports Animal. Go ahead, please.
Yes, sir, Jim. I just need someone to explain this to me. What is going on with ESPN? Watching it last night, and they roll into like a 5-minute fully produced segment on the WWE. They're introducing characters. They're showing highlights. They're slamming, throwing people out of the ring. They got some NBA star there slamming people through tables. Like, what are we doing? What is?
I know.
What is?
Meanwhile, they're getting rid of Carl Ravitch. Think about that. I mean, look,
incredible.
I have said this for years about them. They think that they need to buy up every daggone thing that they can. So they have to have the WNBA. They have to have the WWE. They have to have all these different sports. Baseball, basketball, football, everything. And I'm sorry, that's not what all of us want. We like really good people on there. So what do? Because they spend so much money to bring in like the WWE or they buy the NFL Network. Oh, guess what? That get rid of people because of it. So it drives me crazy. And that's why I wish Fox Sports was better. I wish Fox Sports was better because they really don't have any competition. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah, it's just a travesty. I mean, you get on there trying to, catch the baseball scores, and you got to wade through this nonsense. So
Hey, J-Mo. Hey, listen to this, my man. J-Mo is a WWE fan. J-Mo, tell him what you think about ESPN doing that.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's been no secret. The reporting is that it has been a giant failure for them. They are losing money hand over fist, and the ESPN is blaming the WWE, which is just ridiculous. It's their own stupid fault for getting in this business. Furthermore, they don't know how to market wrestling. They try and give me like stats and figures like an NBA or Major League Baseball game, and that's just not how people watch wrestling. They watch it like it's a movie or a TV show. I don't need stats going into a match. I'm not stupid. I understand that what we're doing here is scripted. You don't have to give me stats like I'm watching something and betting on it in Vegas.
See, isn't that perfect?
That's
perfect, isn't it?
That's perfect. It is such an insult to my to sports integrity. It's
amen, dude. I'm with you, brother. Thanks for the call. I couldn't agree with you more. J-Mo and I talked about it earlier this week, and I love J-Mo's take. It's as good as it gets. Good as it gets. He can openly say that he loves it, but he can openly say that, like he said, it's scripted. I mean, and why? I guess because they had the E in there, and that's entertainment. I don't know. But you're right. They're losing money, and then what happens? They lose money, and what do? They get rid of one of the best dudes on their entire station, Carl Ravitch. Ridiculous. But whatever. That's the good people at Disney and ABC. Crazy. Back to the phones. You don't need, I don't know about you, dude, but you don't need every play-by-play of every sport. I mean, you can have a balance. Yeah, of course you want the NFL. Yeah, of course you want the NBA. Okay, Major League Baseball. Even hockey. But come on, man. You just keep going and going. It's ridiculous. There's a reason why WWE was always on. It was either either pay-per-view or it was on like TBS and TNT and stuff, wasn't it? Or tell me I'm wrong.
USA Network is what WWE has spent a lot of time on. It was on Fox for a little bit. What was on Turner was the WCW that Ted Turner owned.
Okay. All right, yeah. And that's probably where it belongs. Everybody can get the USA Network, or most people can. So, yeah, it's just another mistake by the people that run the place.
But they're blaming WWE, Jim. It's not ESPN's fault. It's not Disney's fault. It's the wrestling organization's fault for doing the same thing they always do.
They saw what it was, and then they bring what it is, and then they say, oh, it's your fault. That's perfect, isn't it?
It is.
Perfect. Back to the phones. 405-900-9957. You're on the Sports Animal. Go ahead, please.
Hey, Jim. Hey, I just had a question about just where we are in college sports with the transfer portal.
Yeah.
Have we gotten to a point where teams are focused more on the transfer portal than they are getting high school talent? I mean, I know we still put a big emphasis on the recruiting classes, but it seems to be transfer portal majority in my eyes.
Let me ask you a question, because what you're saying is right, but let me ask you a question. If you're running a football team, you're in your third year, and the first 2 years have been okay, but, you think there's some pressure on you in that third year, and you have to win this year. Are you going to try your best to get the best players that can play right away and have proven a little bit? or are you going to unload on high school kids that you have no idea whether they're going to be able to do it?
I think for me, I would, if I'm 3 years in at this point, I've focused enough on high school recruitment and my coaching staff that we've been able to develop the players that we've kind of believed in the beginning, instead of trying to go in and get a starter. And now you get a starter for a year, and then that kid you've been developing for 2 years transfers out.
Listen, everything you're saying is right. But this has become a profession now. This is it's no longer college sports. This is professional sports. So if you think you're going to lose your $5, $6, $7 million a year job, you're going to go and get a player. You're right. For your first 2 years, you did bring in. But, you know, the best recruit, look at that recruiting class that A&M brought in a couple years ago that everybody said was the best class of all time. I think that of the 25 dudes they brought in, like 13 of them never stepped on the field. And they were supposed to be really good, you know? So if some dude plays really, really well at Iowa State, why wouldn't you, if a guy's in the portal, why wouldn't you say, hey, I'll give you some money, come here? I don't agree with it. I'm on your side. I'm just bringing the other side. I'm doing the devil's advocate with you. You see what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Yeah, but I'm with you.
Yeah,
I agree with you. I wish Al Esbeck is strong on this too. You still have to bring in high school kids. You have to bring in high school kids. But, boy, if the pressure's on, and it is big time pressure now, it'd be hard for me to say, do I want this high school kid or do I want this kid that's already proven that he can play at this level?
Well, I have a second question to that then. So if we continue to go that route, do we see this with NIL being accessible to high school kids? Do you see this trickling into high school sports more than it has been in the past? Where you transfer around to a different spot?
Listen, I think it's already going on, dude. I mean, I hear about some schools around the Oklahoma City area that are doing that. There definitely are people up in Tulsa. I guarantee you, if I called out right now, because we got a great listenership up in Tulsa, if I said, hey, call me if you know of a kid who's transferred from Muskogee to, Jinx or Bixby or something, we would light the phones up for the next 3 hours. So it's happening. And the father gets a job or he moves over or whatever. They do it. You buy a house in that area. It happens all the time, dude. But I would guess that it's probably happening more now.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yep. Thanks, man. Appreciate the call. Yeah, listen, I don't like the way it is either, people. I don't. But it's just like in anything in life. When things change and you don't like them, you can do one of two things. You can stay away from it or you can adapt. And I sure as heck am not going to stay away from it, but I have to adapt. And the number one thing is there's no such thing as student athletes anymore when it comes to college football. I'm not saying they're not going to get a degree. That's not what I'm saying. What I am saying is they are professionals. That's what they are. They are professional football players playing for a university. That's the truth. Like it or not, that's the truth. 405-900-9957. Let's get another call in. You're on the Sports Animal. Go ahead, please.
Hello, Jim.
How you doing, man?
Pretty good. Hey, Jim, about, last few days you've been talking about the Sixers and, maybe not having enough basketballs.
Yeah, you tell me, Sean. What do you think?
Well, a lot of people are unaware. LeBron has won an assist title.
Oh, you're right. And, LeBron can pass. He's a great passer.
Yeah, and I just think he's going to what he's going to do is what he had no business doing in the 2011 finals. He's going to play point forward. So
right.
I think in Maxey and Edgecombe, they kind of play off the ball. So if there's a frustration of shots, it's probably going to come from Brown or Embiid. But
what about Brown? Does it bother you a little bit that Brown came out publicly and said, this is the happiest season I've ever had? And it was because, we all know it's because there was no Tatum and he was the number one guy. Does that bother you at all?
Yeah, well, I'm not a necessarily Sixer fan, but yeah, I think that's why I think Brad Stevens, since there was some, I don't know, underlying resentment, or Brown just wanted to be the one, and I think that wasn't an analytics trade; it was more a personality trade. I think.
Right. Right.
Definitely,
you're right.
Yeah,
no, you're right. I think
Boston was right to move on.
Say it again.
I think Boston was right to move on. Now they could have got. If what I heard was true, is like the Giannis deal didn't go through because they wanted one more player. I think Boston made a mistake there.
Here's my deal.
Other than that,
they won a championship with the two of them together, right?
Right.
And then they got rid of Porzingis and Horford and Holiday. They did all those things.
Yeah. Middleton.
Middleton. Yeah. What I'm saying to you is, if they get guys like that to play with those two guys, they've already proven they've won. Do you think they can win with just Tatum? Which, by the way, I love Tatum. I'm not saying anything bad about Tatum. I love him. But who's the second best player on that team right now with Tatum?
Probably Paul George, for a small, before he breaks down, his body breaks down.
Yeah, and he can still play. He can still play. But how many games are you going to get out of him? Look, I'm not saying Philadelphia won't work. I'm just saying that Nurse is going to have to do a really good job, man. A really good job of trying to figure that out.
Yeah, I agree. Hey, and Jim, about Scoville, the quarterback, Texas Tech quarterback, and they canceled the supplemental
Sorsby.
draft.
You mean Sorsby? Sorsby. Scoville's the pitcher. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. If a team even though they canceled the supplemental draft, if a team wants them, can't they just? Can a team sign them to a free agent? Rookie free agent
you
contract?
can't. You can't do that. They have it in the rules that if you don't go in the draft, you have to be eligible for the draft, and then you're a free agent. He was not eligible for the draft. If he would have been eligible for the draft and he didn't get drafted, then he could be a free agent. But you can't just be a free agent anytime you want. It has to be a guy who's eligible for the draft.
Now, what about next year?
Yes, he can be. That's what he's doing. He's decided to work out really hard, and then next year work out for the draft and get drafted.
Okay, yeah. All right, I was just trying to clarify that in my mind. Yeah.
I got you. Thanks, Sean.
Okay, see
Appreciate you. Good talking to you, brother. I'm not going in and out here. Do I sound okay?
No, you sound fine. You haven't gone in and out yet.
Good. That's because there's things that are happening to me that I'm trying to figure out here. By the way, Tyler Adams is going to be in today for Al Esbeck over at Fire Lake Casino. So we've got about 35 minutes to take phone calls with you. All right, why don't we take an OG&E break, and then we will come back and talk to you more. Love talking to y'all. 405-900-9957. It's an OG&E break. Save up to 20% on your monthly bill at no additional cost. Visit OG.com/efficiency. I'm here today at the Grand Casino Hotel and Resort in Shawnee. Unbelievable things happening out here. Hotel, spa, restaurants, bars, food court, all the games you want. And if you like to throw the dice, that's going to be open in about 40 minutes. So come on out. Would love to meet you, too, if you want to come by and say hi. We will be right back. More of your calls are next. This is the leader in sports, The Animal.
But first, breaking news.
Tap into the WWLS mobile app today for the latest stories, events, podcasts, and news from the Sports Animal.
And now sports.
Available for free at the App Store and Google Play. Catch live audio and video streams and much more inside the WWLS mobile app. Powered by Chapel Supply, the nation's leading dealer of American-made cleaning equipment, chemicals, parts, and service. 98.1 FM, WWLS, the Sports Animal.
I'm a diabetic and I had neuropathy in my feet and I had a lot of pain, felt like my toes was gonna break and it just hurt at night. When I want to go to bed, they start hurting. So I called and I came and I got an evaluation first. I've done 24 treatments now. I don't have no pain. I don't have no numbness. I can walk better and stand better and sleep better. they would treat you real good and take care of you. That's my favorite thing, to come in here.
If you're experiencing discomfort, burning sensations, or numbness in your feet, legs, hands, or arms, it could be a sign of neuropathy. Take the first step toward relief. Our treatments are covered by Medicare, Medicaid, VA, and most insurance plans. Feel better in just a few short weeks. Relief is closer than you think. Call 405-674-4949 or visit nerverenewalnow.com.
Sponsored by Staples. All right, it's officially the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, 20% off for teachers, and more. Check out all the deals at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Stay road trip ready during the Honda Summer event at Eskridge Honda. Get a new 2026 Odyssey EXL for only $379 per month. That's right, $379 per month for the spacious Honda Odyssey. Plus 90 days no payments on every new Honda in stock. Low payments on Hondas today at 89th and I-35 or online at eskridgehonda.com.
Stock number 260734, 36 months, 10,000 mile per year lease, $49.99 plus TT&L and first month's payment due at signing. WAC3HFS offers cannot be combined. Expires 9/8/26.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong?
I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code DEPOSIT to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code DEPOSIT to borrow up to $10,000. Use code DEPOSIT to borrow up to $10,000.
Whether you're a student, parent, or a teacher, we all could use some extra cash to kick off the school year. I know that's right. That's why we're giving 5 winners $1,000 in cash to spend on any of your back-to-school needs. Head to thesportsanimal.com now to enter this national contest for your chance to win the back-to-school shopping spree. Remember, all you got to do is go to thesportsanimal.com.
Hotel Resort, Shawnee. We're taking phone calls today. It's a great day. Hot outside, but beautiful in here. I'm very comfortable. Very, very comfortable. So this is what I think we should do. Get back to the phones. 405-900-9957. You're on the Sports Animal. Go ahead, please.
Jim, you got to listen to me for a second, but I know you don't want to, so fill up the phone lines. We got lines open, and Jim doesn't like that, so make sure you fill them up. I hate it. Jim, I got two. Yeah, I'm going to give you an option for 2 questions you can answer. I'm all into these beat writers at training camp in the NFL. I love NFL training camp. It's exciting football around the corner. A bunch of quarterback battles going on right here. You have one in Minnesota where you had Kyler Murray showing early the arm talent that made him the number 1 pick and then throwing some interceptions. J.J. McCarthy, they said it took him a little bit to get going, and then he started firing him in there too, looking really good as well. You also have the Deshaun Watson, Shedeur Sanders controversy, where reporters are saying Deshaun Watson threw 2 picks and didn't have consecutive completions the entire day of training camp. He also might have gotten sacked 5 or 6 times, where new offensive coordinator Todd Monken allowed the play to go on. Will you pick which one of those 2 quarterback controversies you want to talk about, or both of them? What do you make of these early controversies in training camp?
Well, these are easy for me. The first one is not even close. I mean, Kyler Murray is my starting quarterback. I think that the other kid is a massive, massive overreach where they drafted him. And I said that when it happened. If you watched him play at Michigan, he can run, got a solid arm, but they won on running the ball. Very rarely did he have a 3rd and 8 or a 3rd and 11 where he had to make a big play. And that, to me, is when quarterbacks, you really see what they're all about. So I don't like McCarthy very much at all. I'm starting Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray was in a horrible place with Arizona. I think he's better than that. The other one, look, the Cleveland Browns are one of the top 5 worst organizations in all of sports. The contract that they gave Deshaun Watson is one of the top 5 worst contracts that has ever been given. If I was them, I would find a way to get Watson out of Cleveland, even if you have to eat stuff, because the guy he's bad news. Now, 5 years ago, he was really, really good, but guess what? It's not 2022 or 1, it's 2026. So they're in big trouble. Is Shedeur Sanders really good? Probably not, but I think that you got to give him a chance. That's the way I look at it. I'd go Kyler Murray in Minnesota, and I'd go Sanders in Cleveland. How about you?
I don't know why I like J.J. McCarthy. I don't love Kyler Murray very much at all. Okay. I also think it's noteworthy. I didn't even say this, too, so I didn't mean to keep information from you. McCarthy, they asked him what they did in the offseason, and McCarthy was very open. He goes, yeah, I found teammates in Minnesota, Tennessee, California. We got a lot of good work in throwing to them. Kyler Murray kept to himself. He goes, I got some work in with some people I know, and that's kind of what he said about his offseason. That makes me a little bit partial to McCarthy, but understandable. Kyler Murray has supreme talent that made him the number 1 pick. You're totally right on Deshaun Watson. That guy's not a starting quarterback.
Kyler Murray is an interesting guy, man. I mean, I think the talent's incredible. He's a very, very quiet guy. And I mean, if Cale Gundy was listening, he might be mad at me, but I don't look at him as a great leader. He's certainly not a loud leader, but you can be a leader by example. And I think that he could do some of that. But what I do know is somebody has to see if the reason why he wasn't as good as we thought he was because he's not that good or because he was with one of the worst organizations that's ever been put on the planet in Arizona. So that's, in my opinion, you have got to see if he can play. JJ got his chance last year, and he looked bad. That's the truth. So let's see what now. If Kyler Murray, 5-6 games into it, is gonna, throw interceptions and look bad, well then I'll give McCarthy a chance. But you got. I mean, why you bring Kyler Murray in to be a backup? Oh no, I think that would mess a lot of things up, man. So I'm giving him a chance. That's me. And then it's got nothing to do with OU. I promise you that, because I just think the guy's... Listen, I will tell you this. The year that he had at OU, and this is just my opinion, was the best year of any of the quarterbacks, in my opinion. People can disagree. Baker Mayfield, Jalen Hurts, Sam Bradford. Now, Sam Bradford played with that offense that was scoring 60 points, so his numbers were ridiculous. But some of the things that Kyler Murray did were just unbelievable. So that's me. I'm playing Kyler Murray.
Your point about coaching is good, though, Jim. I mean, if anybody can get him right, it would be Kevin O'Connell, a proven excellent offensive coach.
Exactly. I mean, all they do is win with Minnesota, no matter who their quarterback is. I mean, don't forget that Darnold rejuvenated himself there.
That's right.
I think Kyler Murray could rejuvenate himself. And I'm going to tell you this. The best Kyler Murray is a lot better than the best J.J. McCarthy. Would you agree with that?
Oh, that's undoubtedly so. Yeah, absolutely.
So I'm going to see if I can find that. If I can't, I get rid of him after the year. And if J.J. McCarthy doesn't play, I clean it up and go after somebody else. You know who may be available? Baker Mayfield.
Could be.
And then this is a really good quarterback draft, according to everybody, with the Oregon kid and I guess Manning. I'm not as high on Manning as others, but him and some others. The guy who's at LSU now from Arizona State. I mean, I think there's some pretty daggone good quarterbacks. I'm not counting out Mateer yet, although I'm not ready to say he's a first-round pick, but I think there's some quarterbacks that can play. So that's the way I do it. I go with him because if Kyler Murray shows you what he can do, he has got a chance to be so much better than if J.J. McCarthy shows you what he can do. That's me. But anyway, people can call and disagree if they want, or agree. Back to the phones. Come on, people. Let's light the phones up. 405-900-9957. Also, that's our text line. So if you want to text this, that's the Johnny's Charcoal Brother text line. They're playing a little Pink Floyd out here.
Love it.
Oh, this is such a great song. Comfortably Numb. Sorry, I'm just listening. Let's get to the phones. You're on the Sports Animal. Go ahead, please.
Hey, can you hear me?
How you doing, man?
I'm doing well. I've got a bit of a two-parter for you.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm an Oklahoma State fan myself, so OSU question. With the new coach stepping in, I'm wondering if you think that his kind of lack of experience in Power 4 or in big games is going to play a factor. I'm not writing him off yet, but I'm less optimistic than I think some of the OSU fans are. I think maybe 6 wins would be amazing. And then my second part to that question is, do you think that if Coach Morris and the team don't perform too well this year, do you think the fans are going to stick with them, or do you think that they might start to turn against them? And I'll take it off the air. Thanks.
Thank you, brother. Well, I'll answer the second one first. I don't think there's any doubt OSU fans are great. I think that they'll definitely give this guy a chance. The other reason why I think they'll give him a chance is because he's been doing a great job around the, Stillwater area, talking and being nice to people. Unlike some of the other coaches have done in all sports up there. You got it. Stillwater's a place where you got to go ahead and glad hand, man. You got to be out there talking to them. Look, if they win 6 games, people should jump for joy. I think that would be a tremendous turnaround from being, remember this, I know OSU fans, you don't like me saying this, but it's true. They were the worst team in the entire country last year. The worst team in the entire country. So, yeah, I love what he's doing, but I don't know how anybody in their right mind can, go out on a limb either way for this team. I mean, if you're saying you think he can win 8 games or 9 games, I mean, good luck. I mean, you might be right, but I don't know how you can say that. I mean, I guess I could sit here and say, I have a feeling that that's going to happen. What? Why? I mean, maybe it's maybe you've got heartburn. I don't know what it is, because what kind of feeling do you have? Why? I mean, we've never seen most of these players play at this level. And then if you have a feeling and say, well, they're not going to be any better, I think they'll win 3-4 games. Why? You don't know. None of us know. My prediction is that they're going to be better, and there's going to be about 3 or 4 games that are massively huge for them, that are going to try to basically make the season. Believe it or not, one of them is right off the bat. I mean, they got to beat Tulsa in Tulsa. They lost to them last year. And I love what the coach is doing up there. I really do. So you got to win that game. Then you get blown out by Oregon. Then you beat up on Murray State. And then you go to West Virginia. The next game is huge. After a bye, Central Florida at home. If you could be 3-2 at that point, probably lose at Houston. You beat Colorado, that's 4 wins. Iowa State's going to be terrible. That's a road win. You might have a chance. Probably not going to beat Kansas State. Not going to beat Tech. At Arizona State, Kansas. I'm going to tell you right now, if they win 6 games and go to a small bowl game, that would be a tremendous effort, if you ask me. So that's where I'm looking. But I'm not going to go anywhere that I see some other people going. I'm not going to do, I have a feeling that this is going to happen. I don't have any big feelings about it because I don't have any idea what's happening. Back to the phones. I will tell you this. I think they got themselves a really good quarterback. I think they got the best quarterback they've had in a while. You're on the Sports Animal. Go ahead, please.
Hey, Jim. Good afternoon.
How you doing?
All right. I got a couple questions. So one is a football question here. And so back in your playing days, kind of ran, sometimes you could run the two-quarterback system in the college ranks, but pros doesn't really work that well.
Right.
Yeah. What were you? I haven't watched much film, but were you the running type quarterback, or did you?
No, I threw the ball. I threw the ball. Yeah, I threw the ball. I could run a little bit, but I threw the ball mostly. We had 3 quarterbacks that were all fighting for it. And John Dorner was our starter, and I was the backup, and Houston Nutt was behind me. And then Dorner broke his leg in our first game at Arkansas, so I had to go in the game, played a little while, and then Houston Nutt played. And then we had an off week, and then the next week we played the University of Washington and was ranked like 9th in the country, and I started the game. But all year long, it was like, you start, I start, he starts. It was a little bit ridiculous, and that's a tough deal. Yeah, I mean, listen, that whole situation up there was really messed up in the fact that at the time, Jimmy Johnson cared about defense and having a better punter and kicker than the other team. And for an offensive player like me that wanted to do things, wanted to run check with me so I could call some plays at the line of scrimmage and things like that, it didn't go together because they just didn't let me do that stuff. But I enjoyed having a chance to play, big-time college football. And then I, went to play baseball because I knew that was my only chance to move forward. So,
right. And that's a good segue into a baseball question. So there's, back in the old days, their ownership they're pretty loyal to players, and you had your franchise guys. And so you're not like in a contract year, but if you're going in your contract year and you play well, are you always kind of looking over your shoulder like you're going to get traded, getting close to the trade deadline, or you have half your bags packed as our players like that? Because some players are like franchise players, and they're going to stay like Murray was a guy.
Yeah. I mean, I was really different because if you're just asking about me, I'll tell you that, but then I'll tell you about the other part. I wanted to be traded. I was asked, the newspapers would interview me after games, and I would say, I want out. I want to go. It would be all over the papers. I mean, the Orioles were mad at me, but I didn't care. I didn't want to play for them anymore because they didn't give me the chance that they had promised me, and I wasn't going anywhere there, so I just wanted a chance to go play somewhere. It's really frustrating when you play against people in double and triple A, and you had better numbers than they did, and then they go to the big leagues, and they become guys like Fred McGriff and Cecil Fielder and Andres Galarraga, who all got a chance to play. So I wanted out. But if you're somebody who is having a great year and it's your contract year and you're not a superstar, then, yeah, it is tough. You don't pack your bags, but you sit there every day thinking the manager's going to call you in the office. Right. Now, I used to be scared in spring training that the manager was going to call me in the office because they were going to send me down. But these guys are scared that you're going to go in there and they say, we're trading you somewhere. I was dying for them to call me in and tell me that they were trading me. Heck, I even told them to release me. So, but if you're one of those people that is being talked about being traded, like Scooble right now, I mean, he's probably like going crazy. Not because he doesn't want to leave Detroit, but because, if you have a family and everything, you want to know where the heck you're going to be. And then you pick up the paper or you go on the internet and they're saying Scooble to here, Scooble to there, Scooble to there. It does get tiring, So, yeah, it's a tough deal.
Oh, good. Yeah. So, hey, real quick, I'll take this off the air, just without giving away your secrets. Everyone at the table, you have everyone fold, and are you one of the guys that will show, or do you fold?
Thank you.
Not show your cards.
I'll tell you, I have no problem with showing my cards in the right situation. I do think that if I'm playing with a bunch of really good pros, like I was this past weekend, I'm not going to show them my cards. Because I believe that might be able to, if they see, if the flop comes 10-5-3 and I've got ace-10 and I bet big and they fold, if I show them ace-10, then they're going to go back and say, okay, now we know what he does with an ace that has a decent kicker. So now we know how he bets and what he does. So I don't show it, but if I'm playing at just a normal table, I'll show. And every once in a while, I'll show a bluff, which Julie tells me I shouldn't do. But I like to let people know that I'll bluff. I mean, I think it's always good to let people know that you'll bluff. So every once in a while, if I bluff and the guy folds, I'll throw the bluff in. And, not to be mean to anybody, just to show them you never know what I'm going to do. That's the way I do it. But by the way, remember something. I am certainly not a professional. I am not some great poker player. Time for an OG&E break. Save up to 20% on your monthly bill at no additional cost. Visit OG.com/efficiency. I am here today at the Grand Casino Hotel and Resort in Shawnee, exit 178 off I-40. We'd love for you to come by and make some money. Craps table is going to be opening up in about 15 minutes. You can come play that. Great food, hotel, spa. They got it all. Come see us here in Shawnee. More phone calls and texts. Tyler Adams at the top of the hour. This is the leader and home of the Thunder, the Animal.
Tap in with the WWLS app today. Stream the Sports Animal. Find WWLS events, live shows, and play-by-play, sports news, and, of course, all the WWLS podcasts. All totally free with no subscription fees. Score the WWLS app today from the App Store or Google Play. Search WWLS 98.1 FM. WWLS, the Sports Animal, and streaming to you on the WWLS app.
Christmas is coming early with Christmas in July at Fire Lake Casino. Earn 50 points Sunday through Saturday for your chance to qualify for the big Saturday drawings all month long in July. Win amazing prizes like TVs, gaming consoles, freezers, tool sets, and more. Plus, enjoy happy hour Monday through Friday from noon to 2 and again from 5 to 7 p.m. Don't miss all the action at the new hometown original Fire Lake Casino, located at 41170 Hardesty Road in Shawnee. Come play, win, and celebrate all summer long at Fire Lake Casino.
At Oklahoma Farm Bureau Insurance, we love what makes this state special. Neighbors showing up for each other.
That same spirit powers coats for kids.
One coat means a warmer walk to school. One less worry for a family when the cold sets in.
Last year, that generosity brought in more than 7,000 coats.
This year, you can help.
Donate a new coat at any Oklahoma Farm Bureau Insurance office or ask your local OKFB agent.
Coats for kids.
Because in Oklahoma, taking care of each other is simply what we do.
What's better than a boomerang burger on a Monday? A half-price boomerang burger on a Monday. That's right. The classic burger you love is half price on Mondays. Juicy, tender beef on a warm, soft bun. And made just the way you like it. Boomerang Diner. It all starts here.
Paid non-attorney spokesperson. Paid for by Action Matters.
Attention anyone who has had a colonoscopy, endoscopy, or any other scope procedure. If you or a loved one developed a serious infection or health complication after a scope procedure, you may be entitled to significant cash compensation. Dangerous infections have been reported across the country linked to Olympus endoscopes. Olympus scopes may have been defectively designed, and manufacturer instructions may not have been adequate in enabling proper disinfection, putting patients' health at risk. If you or a loved one were hospitalized for a bacterial infection within 90 days of a scope procedure or developed sepsis, organ failure, HIV, tuberculosis, an antibiotic-resistant superbug, or another serious complication following a scope procedure, you may be entitled to significant compensation. Call now to find out if you qualify, but hurry. Time to file a claim could be limited.
Call 800-891-1857 now to see if you qualify. That's 800-891-1857. 800-891-1857.
Guys, your testosterone level impacts your energy, drive, weight, hair loss, and even ED. Revive Men's Health OKC will check your T level for free. For your free T level check, exam, and consultation, call 405-942-3100 or visit revivemenshealth.com.
Sorry, spinning a lot of planes. Got to click the right button. Get it going. Oh, it's a great one. Listen to Sunday Night Baseball live from ESPN Radio this week. It's the Boston Red Sox, hottest team in baseball, maybe. They're headed to the West Coast to play the Los Angeles Dodgers. Oh, man, something's got to give there. Coverage begins Sunday at 6 p.m. on ESPN 640 AM, 98.1 FM, and streaming live on thesportsanimal.com and on the Sports Animal app.
Now Now it's time for the Air Comfort Solutions winning call of the day. Make the winning call at 405-721-3740.
We're back here today at the Grand Casino Hotel and Resort, Shawnee. What do you think? What phone call today you want to give it to?
I like the guy asking you about WWE because he liked what I had to say about it, to be honest.
Gotcha.
I'm selfish that way, Jim.
I gotcha. I'm with you. We'll give it to that. No problem at all. All right, let's get to the phones. 405. Got a lot of traffic out there. Tyler Adams may be a little bit late. That's okay. We will get after it. To the phones. You're on The Sports Animal. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, is this Jimmy Poker?
No, I am not Jimmy Poker. So go ahead. What's up?
No, I just saw you. I know you like playing the game of poker, so
I do. I like it. I like it. Yes.
Have a lot of fun with that. Hey,
yep, absolutely.
OU football. First 5 games, very crucial this season. You had $100 and you had to go bet on it. What's the record after 5 games?
You know, it's between 3-2 and 4-1. If they go 4-1, then I got to tell you, they're going to be in the national championship hunt. If they go 3-2, they're still alive for the playoff. Here's my deal. I don't think they can win at Georgia. But boy, last year they had some really good wins on the road. But I think Georgia is just loaded. So I would say they lose to Georgia, they beat Michigan, and it's going to come down to Texas. But listen to this. Texas hasn't beat OU 3 times in a row in like 50 years. So that makes me lean a little bit towards OU. So if I had $100, I would say 4-1. If I had $10,000, I might go 3-2. Does that make sense?
That makes sense. Hey, does Junior Williams come into play at all in that Georgia game? Give a little bit of secrets of what Arbuckle may do on offensive side of the ball and what Venable does on defense, or is Kirby Smart just too smart? You really don't have to rely on Williams to tell him anything.
I don't think he needs anything. Kirby Smart's one of the best defensive minds around. My guess is that OU won't have to show anything in game 1, but they will have, when they go to Ann Arbor, they're going to have to show what they're going to do. It's not like they can hold back for Georgia. So in Michigan, we're going to see what they're going to do offensively if they want to play with the big boys. And look, I love Brent Venables. I've known him for years. He's a great man. But he is a defensive coordinator, and sometimes those guys don't want the offense to mess it up. But the only way that they're going to play with the big boys, and you know who learned this? Saban. If you remember, they were running, and then OU beat the crap out of him down there in that Sugar Bowl, and he said, wow, I better start doing some of that, and he did. You see what I'm saying? So
right on the money, Jim. Right on the money, Jim. It's time for Brent Venables to cut it loose, baby. Trust
all right, brother.
Trust the defense, baby. Cut it loose.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it. J-Mo, when you get to football season, you're going to lose your mind, dude, because these people, they are crazy.
I might lose my mind with them, but in a good way, in the same way that they do.
Yeah, they get after it. No, listen. OU can go 9-3 doing what they did last year. But if they want to win with the big boys, and I mean be up there when the playoff starts, be like the 3 seed or something, and have a chance to win it, then guess what? That's it. You better do it. You better get after it a little bit. Back to the phones. You're on the Sports Animal. Go ahead, please.
Hello, Mr. Traver.
How you doing, man?
Shout out to the veterans, military, our first responders. Thank you very much.
Amen.
Another shout out to all our trade people out there baking in the heat. But
boy, I hear you, dude.
Had a baseball question.
Okay.
Kind of a hitting average question. Where does a bunt play into this? And I only played baseball when I was a young kid, little league, but never really learned the game. But batting averages, on base averages, how does a bunt play into that? Is it just as simple as the ball made contact and that's that?
Yeah, if you bunt, it's just like hitting the ball unless you're moving somebody over. So if there's first and second and you bunt and those guys get to second and third, then it's a sacrifice bunt and it doesn't count. It's just like a walk or a hit by pitch or a sacrifice fly. But if you lay down a bunt for a base hit and you get it, you get a hit. If you don't, it's an at-bat and it's an out. So the minute the ball hits the bat and stays in fair territory, unless you're moving people over, it counts just like if you're swinging. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
All right,
Thank
brother.
you. I enjoyed
Thanks.
the show.
Thank you
Bye-bye.
so much. Appreciate it. Got a guy on Instagram. He said, I didn't know that you played with Houston Nutt. Do I have any stories? Well, first of all, I love Houston Nutt. Houston Nutt was my host when I came out there. And his brother, Dickie Nutt, and I met the whole family, and I met his father, who was deaf, and he was one of the great, if you're from Arkansas, everybody knows who his father was. And, of course, Houston was my buddy. I loved him. Matter of fact, I had John Dorner and Houston Nutt, and both of them, I loved both of them. You know, we were competing for the job, but I loved him. John Dorner, as you probably heard a few weeks ago, when he called in and said, or texted me and said, I'm going to pay for that guy to go to Rob's Ranch, which is exactly what he did. He's one of the greatest men I've ever been around. And same with Houston Nutt. I had an unbelievable experience at Oklahoma State in the quarterback room with those guys. I really did. I loved both of them dearly. And both of them were good players, too. Both of them were really good players. Now, none of us were, quote, like superstars, but, you know, everybody could do stuff. Houston was a huge recruit coming out of high school, and then he tore his knee up, and it, made him not be able to run as well as he did when he was younger. But he could play. It was fun. I enjoyed it. Back to the phones. You're on the Sports Animal. Go ahead, please.
Jim?
Yeah, hi, Maggie. How you doing? Got about a minute. What's on your mind, young lady?
Yeah, no, I'm going to tell you real quick. I don't know if you heard about this. Freddie, that from the World Cup, that loved all our food and, was on every channel. They got all the interviews. He's coming back to America for sporting events. He's going to see the Oktoberfest in Georgia, the Texas State Fair, and the Breeders' Cup. And Stephanie Bice invited him to OSU to the homecoming game, and he's going to do all that.
Oh, that's awesome. That is really awesome.
I love it. You should take him into the locker room and let him eat at the training table. When he sees all that meat, he'll probably pass out.
That is beautiful. I love it. That's great to know. I will have to find. Let me know about when that's all coming up and everything so I can remember to talk about it, okay?
Okay, and I enjoyed you talking about the Cowboys the other day.
Yeah, well, we'll be talking a lot more about them. All right, girl, thank you.
The healer and the header. That's what they are, Jim.
All right, thank you. Yeah, listen, we'll be talking a lot about OSU. I'm excited about it. It's a new era. But, whenever you follow Mike Gundy's a legend, like it or not. His ending wasn't legendary, but he's a legend. Best coach in the history of the school. Now, they're coming off 2 bad seasons, so that helps Morris a little bit, but it's going to be fun. I'm really excited for college football, and I'm really excited for pro football, and I'm really excited to find out what team I'm going to be cheering for. J-Mo, great job.
Thanks, Jim. Have a good one.
You too. Tell Brianna not to be upset with me, okay?
Oh, she's not. She had a great show. I'm telling you, she's going everywhere. People are talking to her about it. You made her famous, Jim.
Well, good. I just want to make sure that she's not upset with me because just let her know she'll have to talk to Julie. Oh, the ramen right there. Yeah, get it. You'll love it. It's great. Make sure you get the one with they put the little dumplings in. Oh, you already did? Wasn't it good? Oh, thank you. This young lady just told me, thank you, ma'am, for coming in. They got the ramen and they loved it. They were listening and they ate it. Thank you so much. You're going to love it out here at the Grand Casino. Time for an OG&E break. We will come back and talk to you No. We'll talk to Tyler Adams next on A Leader in Sports, The Animal.
Ready to sound off on the takes you hear on the air? Call the Sports Animal Lucky Star lines at 405-900-9957. 405-900-WWLS. You drive the conversation, so add us to your contacts. The Lucky Star lines at 405-900-WWLS. 98.1 FM. WWLS. The Sports Animal.
Sponsored by Mothers Against Drunk Driving.
For victims of drunk and drug driving, our grief is unique. But you are not alone. You always have a place at MAD. Call our 24-hour victim helpline at 877-MAD-HELP or visit mad.org.
According to Merriam-Webster, the word grand means magnificent, stately, majestic, lavish, sumptuous, grandiose, imposing in appearance or impression, sublime, intended to impress. Well, at the Grand Casino Hotel and Resort, we believe all of those definitions apply. From the table games, the Brazilian Steakhouse, the Grand Spa, the Grandstand Sports Bar, to the all-new Grand Food Court, Grand Casino Hotel and Resort will always live up to its name. Have a grand time at the Grand Casino Hotel and Resort in Shawnee. Don't we all deserve the grand treatment? GrandResortOK.com.
One of the first things that I did was put my cell phone on the normal default font, and that alone was just such a huge wow moment for me.
At ClearSight, we want you to experience real freedom from readers and bifocals.
Hi, I'm Dr. Luke with ClearSight LASIK and Lens. With custom lens replacement, we can give good distance vision, near vision, and everything in between to allow people to see what they used to be able to see.
CLR has completely changed my life. In the past, I would open up my computer and start immediately feeling around on my desk. Where's my reading glasses? I can't tell you the last time I put on a pair of reading glasses. Probably the morning that I had my procedure done, and I haven't put them on since.
Tired of searching for readers here, there, and everywhere? Find out if you can lose your readers and bifocals on purpose. Right now, get 0% financing for up to 36 months. To schedule your free consultation, call 405-733-2020 or visit clearsight.com today.
If comfort's what you're after, you're going to love this. You have the freedom to save at Mathis Home on an incredible selection of genuine La-Z-Boy recliners, all specially priced at just $4.99. It's your chance to save on the handcrafted quality and comfort that La-Z-Boy is famous for. These recliners are built for relaxing. Take your pick, just $4.99. Shop and compare. That's an incredible deal. In stock now with fast, free delivery. Relax in your new La-Z-Boy tonight and enjoy the freedom to save at your furniture superstore, Mathis Home.
Hey, have you been to a Louis Grill and Bar for lunch lately? Because everybody else has. Their Choose 2 combo meals for $10. It has absolutely blown up to the point we're extending it until 4 p.m. now. Listen up. Hit your local Louis. There's one everywhere. And just pick 2 items from the menu of salad, sandwiches, pizza, and more. And it's just $10. And now 11 a.m. until 4 p.m. Amazing. There is always something great going on at Louis.
We want to see ya at Kalidi Kia.
Hey, Corey. Hey, Sabi. I really want this commercial to be different. What do you mean? I have a message for our troops, both at home and overseas. Thank you for your bravery, your service, and for protecting our freedom. We can't thank you enough.
You're right, Sabi. We're showing our support by donating a brand new Kia to a brave Army veteran. We're going to double the military rebate from Kia and make it $1,500.
Corey, nobody loves our troops more than Kalidi Kia. Sabi, nobody.
We're making friends for life.
Broadcasting sponsored by Parish Devon Injury Lawyers. Visit pepperwinds.com. WWLS-FM, The Village, Oklahoma City. The Sports Animal, a Cumulus station.
This hour is brought to you by Advanced Laser and Cataract Center. If you want to see far and you want to see near, you need to come here.
Atomic batteries to power. Turbines to speed.
Roger. Ready to move out. And now, Oklahoma City Sports Radio gets serious with the dominant duo, Jim Traeger and Al Ishbak. It's Total Dominance on 98.1 FM, WWLS, the Sports Animal.
We're back here today at Grand Casino Hotel and Resort in Shawnee. And you know who's joining me right now? It's Mr. Tyler Adams, and this show's known as the Dominant Duo. Where are you, big boy?
I'm here today at the Fire Lake Casino.
just off Highway 177 and Hardesty Road.
Very nice.
Traffic on 177. So if you're coming out here, plan around it.
Yeah, I got here a little bit late today too. I mean, I got here at like 2:01, but it's just kind of crazy. I don't know. There are a lot of people driving around that look like they have no idea what the heck's going on. That's what I saw today. So anyway, well, good to talk to you. I haven't talked to you in a long time.
Yeah, I know. It's been a while.
Hey, let me ask you a question.
You've been gone a lot this summer.
Absolutely, big boy. I've been gone. You're right, and I am refreshed and ready to go. No more poker.
There we go.
No more poker. I might play one more tournament here in like 3 weekends, but other than that, I'm getting ready for football. I was gonna ask you a question now. I can't remember. Oh yeah, were your mom and dad mad at me when I made you eat your hat?
No, and I don't know if you've heard the news.
No,
double down, Jim.
What? They're not going to lose by Oregon to 60 this year?
I was on radio with Gideon last Friday at Lucky Star, where me and you will be tomorrow, and I told Gideon, I said if they lose by 60, I will eat, an emphasis on bite. I will eat another my hat at home. They're going to be elite. They lost by 66 last year. They're 7 points better this year, especially on the at home.
Well, I would say that I would take your side of it. I don't think there's any doubt. I mean, just because that's going to be the first home game that Morris has.
Oh my gosh! Yeah,
think about that. And I would hope that the thing's going to be sold out. I mean, I know everybody knows they're probably going to lose, but you got. I would hope the OSU fans are going to light that place up.
Yeah, I mean, I think it'll be sold out now. Season tickets altogether, subject to find out how it goes. But that Oregon game, that'll be sold out because I'm not saying OSU fans will go in there with much optimism. I think you're probably a little crazy if you go in there with a whole lot of optimism. Even though if you hear me on the Morning Animals, I'm making Curtis mad by saying OSU is just going to win the game, and you can't tell me otherwise. But with all that said, OSU fans will be going in there with very little optimism. But Eric Morris's home opener, a new era of Cowboy football, a big-time opponent coming in who I don't think's ever played in Stillwater. Definitely not in recent memory. Haven't played in Stillwater.
I don't think they've ever been
And Drew Messamaker, I think the fans day by day are getting more excited that they have a guy like Drew Messamaker playing quarterback for them. So I think it'll be fired up. And Jim, have you seen the scheduling for that game? The scheduling, I don't want to say conflict we have, but we'll be doing pregame together with me, you, Gideon now. And then we'll be doing postgame together because that game and OU Michigan are on at the same time.
Oh, that's just terrible. That just stinks.
It does suck.
I hate that. It does suck. I just hate that. I used to really hate it when they were in the same conference and they would put them at the same time. It's the dumbest thing I've ever seen. Well, that'll stink. Not that we're going to be on with you, but we're going to be talking about two different games now. More than likely, you never know in this crazy world we live in, but more than likely the Michigan OU game will be a lot closer than the OSU Oregon game. But you never know.
I'm sure Michigan OU probably be the focus of the post. OSU goes and loses by 10 points, and it's like, oh my gosh, this team's something. Then that's going to be a big focus point as well. But I would definitely say that OU Michigan is probably going to be the
I'm going to tell you
subject of that post game.
If I'm Eric Morris, every practice this coming Monday,
I believe.
I'm not sure. It's got to be coming up soon.
I'm looking it up.
That I am coaching. Eric Morris is Tulsa beat us last year. That's the first thing out of my mouth. I don't care about Oregon. I don't care about the Big 12. They got a big-time coach up there at Tulsa. I love what he's doing. Is OSU better than them? Sure they are. But OSU had more talent than last year. And he came to Stillwater and beat their butts. So if I'm Eric Morris, every single practice, meeting, everything, I'm starting it off by saying, hey, Tulsa beat us last year. That's what I'm doing. See, I'm a big-time motivator, Tyler.
You can't. Well, I mean, if you're Eric Morris and you're already focusing on Oregon, if you're that coaching staff, that's just bad coaching. That's your second opponent. second opponent, not your first opponent.
Right. But everybody's acting like they're going to go to Tulsa and beat them. And I think they will.
I think they will too, but it's I mean, after last year, reality set that Tulsa can beat you on your home field. It's not impossible. And I was listening to you on my drive up here. I'm with Trey Lamb. He's going to be a big time coach, I think, one day. I mean, I'm not saying he's going to be leading the Alabama Crimson Tide to a national championship, but I can see him being, a future coach in the Big 12.
I love him. I love him. I do. Not just because he came on the show. I love the guy. I think that the whole thing that they did, with the Heisman House,
Tulsa House,
Tulsa House, that was brilliant. I mean, brilliant. And I think if you do listen to me, anybody who listens go out on limbs and that think out of the box, and that's what he did. And OSU's done that. They got beaten down on the QR code, which I still don't understand. If I was OSU, I'd have done it anyway.
Yes.
And then the concert thing, which by the way other schools are doing now, right? So yeah, I mean, you got to think outside the box. These patches now on the thing. I don't like it, but you got to do it, don't you, Tyler?
Yes. Have you seen the Big 12 patch?
With the monster right on it. With Monster.
Did you see Baylor? Yeah. That's horrible. It's horrible. I get you have to do it, but I feel like it's 16 schools in the Big 12, $20 million. So 1.25 or whatever it is per school for having a monster logo on your jersey and field. I
you know what? It doesn't bother me, Tyler. I mean, listen, I said this earlier today. I'm a lot older than you. Do I wish that we would go back to what college football used to be? Yes. Yeah. But we're not. There's a lot of things as a 64-year-old old man that I am that I wish things would go back to. But it's not going to. So you can either adjust to it and adapt, or you can act like an idiot and just say you don't like it and not watch it anymore.
Well, the thing for me with the Monster patch is you're giving Monster Energy an endorsement on your field or court, because they're doing it in football and basketball, and you're giving them endorsement on your jersey, and it's only a little bit above $1 million per school. If it's $4 or $5 million per school, I think that's a little bit different. We're having a different conversation about it. I just feel like the Big 12, it's cheesy to me. I get every dollar matters in this day and age, especially for some of the Big 12 schools out there where the wallets aren't as thick as other schools, but $1 million, a little bit above $1 million for 2 advertisements per team. That's the part I just can't. I can't get behind. I'm a Brett Yormark guy. What he's done for the Big 12 is remarkable, but there's also moments where I'm like, I think he's trying a little too hard.
Beggars can't be choosers, dude. And I think this is
one of those examples.
Beggars can't be choosers. I mean, the Big 12 is small compared to the 2 big boys. That's the way it is. There's nothing you can get around it.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember you were young. You were young, but I remember when the Big 12 was the best conference in the country. I remember when the Big 12 South was the best division in football. I mean, I remember it. But guess what? They're not that way anymore. They literally lost their 2 biggest names and probably the 2 richest schools. Now, Texas Tech obviously has come on with this dude, but it's the way life goes, so you can get whatever you want. I'm sure Monster, probably Yormark wanted it probably a lot higher than that. But I'm sure Monster Inc. said, wait a minute now. I mean, we've gone through the numbers, and we think that about 1.125 per team is about right. That's what they did.
I saw an interesting hypothetical yesterday. If you're Jim, you're a CEO of a massive corporate company. And
the company would be making a bunch of money if I was doing that. But go ahead.
There we go. Your head of marketing comes to you and says, "Jim, we've been presented 2 deals. Each deal we have to pay $20 million. Would you rather advertise the entire Big 12 conference, or Notre Dame, or Ohio State, or Texas football, like one of the top 5 moneymakers and programs in college football?"
Well, it's not even close with Notre Dame. I do Notre Dame. It's not close.
Yeah. Because Notre Dame and Ohio State, their jersey patches themselves, I think Ohio State was $17 million, and Notre Dame was like $21 million, something like
Notre
that.
Dame's 20, and Ohio State is, they say, a little bit over 18. Yes, I would definitely rather advertise with Notre Dame. I mean, they got their own daggone network. And by the way, they're on about 3 different networks when they play their games at different times. And there are so many Catholics around the country that love Notre Dame. See, people around here don't understand it. I've told this story before. If you've heard it, I apologize, but I'm going to tell it again. By the way, I want to say hi to Tony. How you doing, Tony?
I'm well, thank you.
Good. I don't know, Tony, if you've ever heard this story. When I was being recruited, one of the schools that was recruiting me was Notre Dame. And it was one of my 6 official visits. So I went on a visit to Notre Dame and flew out there Friday after school and went through the weekend and came back the next, Sunday night. The following week in church, while we were standing and singing songs, the priest walked off of the area where he was. I can't even remember what it's called now. That's beautiful. And he walked off why can't I remember it? Anyway, he walked down the aisleway, came up to me and said, "How'd your visit go to Notre Dame?" While everybody in the church is singing. Okay? That's what Notre Dame means to people back east that are Catholics and other places too. So, yeah, I would definitely take Notre Dame. Now, I could go either way with Ohio State and Texas, but I will bet you the amount of money that if the marketing department said that to me, I would want them to give me some daggone numbers on some things. Like how many people are watching and all that other stuff. Now, Notre Dame basketball doesn't get a lot. Notre Dame basketball is different.
Well, I doubt who is it that's sponsoring Notre Dame. It's Chase is sponsoring Ohio State. SoFi. That's right. I knew it was one of the massive companies. I doubt they're going to be focusing on the secondary sports for Notre Dame. I'm sure that's an all football thing.
Pulpit, by the way, is what I was trying to look for. Thank you very much for people that messaged me because I'm an idiot. Thank you very much. Well, anyway, I'm glad that OSU got it. I think, any money is good money to get. Yeah. I will tell you this, dude. I want to talk to you a little bit about this whole Rick Sosa thing. Are you in on all this with the data center and
Rick
all that?
Sosa.
You know all the information on
for the data center?
Not on the campus. It's outside.
Okay. I know all about it.
Okay. Yeah. Well,
I didn't know his name was Rick Sosa. I didn't know that.
I'm working to get. He's the one that gave all the money for women's basketball. And you know what? Okay. He didn't even go to OSU. His wife went to OSU. And I know a couple people that know him. And I'm working to get him on. I think I'm going to probably get him on in September. They are on a huge vacation. When you talk to somebody at the end of July or and they go, yeah, he wants to talk to you, but he'll talk to you in September because they're on vacation, that means that the dude is on a serious vacation. Yeah. And anyway, there's a lot of things happening up there, and Rick Sosa wants to become a big guy, and he did it with OSU women's basketball. Heck, they had the number 1 portal class in the country, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm. They should be pretty good this year.
Yeah, but he wanted to do this deal with this data center, the AI thing, and everybody, I know a lot of people are on both sides of the data center. And, because people say they take up too much electricity and water, and they say it's like light pollution, which, by the way, I apologize if anybody gets mad at me, but I think it's really stupid light pollution. But anyway, but the point is that OSU turned them down. And you know what? They're building a data center in Stillwater as we speak. So it wasn't like they were either going to build it or not build it. It's being built. And I think that OSU really missed out on an opportunity. Now, I did have someone call in and say it's an agricultural school.
Yeah.
And they don't go together, the ag school. But listen, with all due respect, I love OSU. Everybody knows. I tell the truth about them, but I would never change my time. And I understand. I used to walk to class at OSU and see women with Copenhagen in their back pocket with a dip in their mouth, okay? I know all about the ag school, all right? But we've got to come into 2026. It's coming whether we like it or not. So we got to figure out a way to bring the money in. And this was going to be a $7 billion deal over 20 years. And they turned it down. And then LSU basically got a hold of him and said to Rick Sosa, we'll do it. So I don't know if they're going to do it down there or not. But I don't know, man. I see both sides of it. I don't want to sit here and have people argue with me about whether these data centers are good or not, and all the, whatever you want to talk about. But I do know that OSU, who has done a nice job of thinking outside the box, possibly gave up the chance to really, really unload their program into a wonderful situation.
I'm on the opposite side. I know you said you see both sides of this. I'm anti data center in Stillwater. I'm anti data center in any community. I get we have to have data centers with the way our world's going. Like you said, like it or not, they're coming. I don't think we need to have them next to communities, polluting water, taking up energy, especially out of school like OSU, which I know we just talked about, is an agriculture school, is a land-grant university. I do think there needs to be a moral code at some point, because at the end of the day, no matter what, Jim, at the end of the day, it's football. It's at the end of the day, none of it truly matters.
Okay, so what you're saying is, wait a minute now. So what you're saying is that you are okay with being a very average football program because you don't want to take the chance. But these data centers are getting better and better. Lugnut called in yesterday. They're building them. They bought land out there in western Texas. There is no water out there at all, and they're making their own water. And they're figuring out ways to maybe do electricity. Actually, somebody offered to build a power plant out there in Stillwater, and it still was kind of turned down. So I like your side. I'm not saying your side is wrong, but just realize that your side is telling everybody that we don't want to be a big time football program.
That's no. I don't think that's the case. I mean, that's not me saying I'm okay being average at football, but if you're telling me that, hey, the difference of being average or being super great is, polluting Stillwater, which to me holds a very special place in my heart. To you, it does. I know it does. To every OSU alumnus out there, and the agriculture aspect of all of it, the engineering aspect of all of it, everything that goes into it. I don't want to sell my soul because football. That's me. And I know there's probably a lot of people out there that disagree with me, like OSU fans. And if the data center's happening in Stillwater, a data center's happening in Stillwater. But there is a moral compass that I think needs to be had in this day and age of NIL, and universities shouldn't be taking, I don't want to say bribes, but bribes from these billionaire AI guys to build on their campus, when at the end of the day, that campus belongs to Oklahoma State, or that land belongs to Oklahoma State University. Even if it's outside of campus, that belongs to the people of Stillwater and Oklahoma State. I don't think data centers, I don't think any football program in the country should sell their soul for a data center, even if it's worth $100 billion, and it guarantees you a national championship. Okay. I think that this should be a moral compass here.
Yeah, my deal on this is that it's being built anyway, okay? And if we don't get going on this, and by the way, I don't agree with anything I'm saying, okay? But if the United States of America doesn't get going with this AI stuff, we're going to get obliterated by China. And that has a whole bunch more to do with football, more than football, in my opinion. You see what I'm saying? I mean, it's a lot.
I know there need to be data centers. I get. We live in a world,
but it's already there. That's what I'm saying.
Don't put them in communities.
Should stand up and say, no, we're not going to be a part of it, even though it's right a couple miles from their campus.
Yes. That's
okay.
It. Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Okay. That's fair. OSU fans can weigh in on that. I mean, I'd love to hear it. Maybe Tony, if you get some text messages from some OSU fans, I might be the only one that feels the way I feel.
Oh, you're not. I guarantee you're not. I know OSU fans are all for it.
There are way more on this text line for Teabag's stance.
That's what I thought. Yeah, I would agree. I would think that would be true. And I understand it. This is not one of those things where I don't understand the other side. I understand the other side. But in my opinion, I mean, when you say morally, I think moral is a little bit of a strong word.
Could be.
I think ethical might be a little bit better.
Yeah, ethical might be better.
It's not like they're like, hanging some Christians or something. I mean, it's,
Can I throw this out there?
I'd love to hear from you, Tony, because I know you've done a lot of research on this.
So, you remember I told you that the U.S. leads in data center count of countries in the world?
Right.
So if AI, the success of AI relies on these data centers, get this, top countries by data center count. The U.S., we lead 4,423 facilities in our country. The next country would be United Kingdom with 555.
Okay.
Germany, 523. China, you want to know China's? 369 facilities.
But let me say this, Tony. There are many people that believe that China is not reporting how many they have. And you know that they hide things all the time. But that's a good number that you brought up. Yeah, we got a lot of them. That means we're going ahead. That's good for me. But look, I'm not saying that what I'm saying is right. I'm not saying that I'm 100% behind. Listen, my wife, Julie, does not agree with me. I mean, she's heard all these things. She listens to podcasts and everything, and they're talking all about that there's more to these and that they're going to be storing. The data is going to be from these cameras that they're going to be putting in cars. I mean, there's all these things that are happening. I understand that. I'm just saying, if you're putting it in 3-4 miles from the campus, and some guy who was wanting to say, let's make this into a deal where we're going to make a bunch of money for the school, it's hard for me to turn it down. And I would think that I'm a really morally sound human being if when the youngsters call, but I think I'm fairly decent moral. So we'll talk about it more, I'm sure. Tell us where you are, big boy.
Yeah, we're here today at the Fire Lake Casino off Highway 177 and Hardesty Road here in Tecumseh. My family's stomping grounds here, Jim. Extend the fun.
Not
Book
Tecumseh,
at night
man.
at
Shawnee. It's not in Tecumseh.
Shawnee.
Shawnee.
So, excuse me.
Not Tecumseh.
Excuse me.
It's not where Gideon's from.
My family's stomping grounds, Shawnee, Tecumseh, Trousdale area, if you know about Trousdale.
Right.
Fire Lake Casino here on Hardesty Road.
And I am here today at the Grand Casino Hotel and Resort. We'll continue to tell you about it. It's time for an OG&E break. Save up to 20% on your monthly bill at no additional cost. Visit OG.com/efficiency. We'll be right back. Talk some more football or whatever comes up right here on The Leader in Sports with Tyler Adams. This show's known as The Dominant
Duo.
The Sports Animal Studios, powered by the OKC Thunder.
Level up your game this summer at Thunder Youth Basketball Camps, presented by Simple Modern. Kids ages 6 to 16 across Oklahoma can learn new skills, compete, and have fun. Find a camp near you at OKCThunder.com/summer camps.
Sponsored by Mothers Against Drunk Driving.
For victims of drunk and drug driving, our grief is unique. But you are not alone. You always have a place at MAD. Call our 24-hour victim helpline at 877-MAD-HELP or visit mad.org.
You have the freedom to save at Mathis Home on an incredible selection of genuine Lazy Boy recliners, all specially priced at just $4.99. Relax in your new Lazy Boy tonight and enjoy the freedom to save at your furniture superstore, Mathis Home.
This summer, take the Route 66 road trip at Lucky Star. Final stop, August Progressive Payday. Win your share of $162,500 in cash with hourly drawings every Saturday night in August and get 5 times the entries every Friday. This summer, all roads lead to Lucky Star. Come and get your luck.
At Seth Wadley Dodge Ram Jeep in Falls Valley, we're about to make your summer. During the Make This the Summer event, you can get some of the best prices of the year with deep discounts on new Ram trucks and new Jeeps. Right now, until the end of the month, you can take $20,800 off MSRP on new 2026 Ram 1500 Longhorn Limiteds. That's 4x4 and crew cab, or get 0% for 60 months. You earned the discount. That's $20,800 off MSRP on new Ram crew cab 4x4s, or get 0% for 60 months. With many Rams to choose from. Plus, make no payments
for 90 days and always get America's best full-size truck powertrain warranty of 10 years and 100,000 miles. And always get Seth's promise. Tell him, Seth.
And you'll always get my promise of oil changes and engines for life on anything you buy.
So get to the store with more at Seth Wadley Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, I-35, exit 72 Falls Valley, or click SethWadleyDodge.com. Stock number D213670, 0% for 60 months. Was financed through Stellantis Financial Services.
Paid for by Marr Law Firm, 3100 Northwest, 149th Street, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Allstate Insurance is under investigation from the United States Senate for altering damage estimates, lying to policyholders, and engaging in unfair practices to pay less on claims. Allstate makes up excuses to blame storm damage on issues like wear and tear, defective shingles, or even improper installation, leaving you to pay for expensive repairs yourself. Has Allstate wrongfully denied or underpaid your homeowner's insurance claim? You need to call the Marr Law Firm immediately and claim victory. The Marr Law Firm is Oklahoma's leading insurance bad faith law firm. For over 30 years, we have uncovered the insurance companies' schemes and brought them to light, and we never let the insurance companies forget it. Call now for a free evaluation of your claim. Call 1-800-865-8558. Again, 1-800-865-8558. That's 1-800-865-8558.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-200-1966. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-200-1966. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-200-1966 or biglou.com.
A new season of college football is coming. Closer to kickoff. Closer to chaos. Closer to the big games and even bigger expectations. From Norman to Stillwater, the countdown to Saturdays is on. 37 days. The countdown to college football in Oklahoma on 98.1 FM. WWLS. The Sports Animal is presented by Rob's Ranch.
I don't have any idea what this is. This is not my time zone.
Your time zone.
Is this Tyler? Tyler, do you know this song?
It's relatively new.
I don't know.
Tyler, are you alive?
I'm here. I don't know.
Do you know? You don't know it? Okay. You gonna play music tomorrow, Tyler?
I am.
Okay. Sounds good.
Maybe tomorrow's my day.
I told Mark Rogers if he wanted to the following Friday play, he could certainly jump in because he's asking like everybody's asking like I'm scared of him, but I am not. I'm here today at Grand Casino. Tyler Adams is at the Fire Lake Casino. And this show's known as The Dominant
Duo. Sorry, Jim. I'm reading the text here. We got a lot of text on these data centers. It's crazy what could just blow up this text line. So I'm seeing a couple texts. I was trying to look into it, but we just didn't have enough time during the break to deep dive into some articles. I think this what you say this was Tony Rosa?
No.
What's his first name?
Rick Sosa.
Rick Sosa. Yeah. Rick Sosa. I apologize. It sounds like that this would be a second data center in Stillwater. The one that Stillwater's building right now is in partnership with OG&E, or with an agreement with OG&E, and it sounds like the one that Sosa was going to build was going to be a second data center. So that makes me want to double down even more if that's the case.
Let me ask you this, though, and that's interesting if it's true, but the one that Sosa wanted to build, though, was way outside of town, if I'm not mistaken. And then he was willing to build a power station too. So I don't know. Listen,
I'm not informed enough on where the data center was going to be.
Neither
or
am
anything.
I.
Yeah.
Neither am I. But I'm letting you know that hopefully in September we're going to get Rick Sosa right here on this program, and we're going to talk to him because it seems like, from what I understand, he's a great dude, and I know a couple people, like I said, that know him, and we can talk about what he's all about, because I really don't know a lot about him, but he obviously has got a lot of money, so congratulations to him. Let me ask you, did you listen to the Big Ten commissioner?
I heard clips of him, but I didn't listen to his whole availability now.
Yeah, let me tell you something. I understand what it's about when you're the commissioner of a league. I understand what you have to say. But for him to try to tell us that the middle and bottom of his league is as good as the SEC is one of the biggest, stupidest things you'll ever see. Hey, I have no problem with him putting 3 championship trophies all around him and talking about how great the top of the league is. He's right on the money. But after you get past Michigan, Ohio State, Indiana, Penn State, and Oregon, maybe USC, the league stinks. The league stinks. Yeah. That's the truth.
Yeah. I think it's ridiculous to say, look, what's the bottom feeder? I don't want to say Arkansas, because I think Arkansas will be pretty much the bottom feeder.
Arkansas picked last in the league this year, so go ahead and use Arkansas.
I know. Well, I was going to say, I think Arkansas may be a little bit too easy to use, because I think even in the Big Ten, they'd be probably towards the bottom. But Mississippi State, for example, I'm not going to. You can't sit here and convince me that going to Starkville, Mississippi, on a Saturday night, when, in number 9 Oklahoma rolls into town. We saw it last year with Texas, where that game went to overtime. Texas had to come back from 24 to win. You can't convince me that's the same as going Piscataway, New Jersey, or College Park, Maryland, or Evanston,
Purdue.
Illinois.
Purdue.
Yeah. West Lafayette, Indiana, with Purdue. You just can't compare the two. I mean, it's a night and day difference. And yes, I would say the top. If you were to go top 10 Big Ten versus top 10 in the SEC, I think it's probably a 5-5, maybe 6-4 Big Ten right now. And if you're to do top 5 of each conference, maybe it's 3-2 Big Ten, but it's not that much of a gap. Maybe the top 2 teams in the Big Ten are right now a step above the top 2 teams in the SEC, because we thought Georgia the last 2 seasons have won the SEC. They got in a bye in the playoff, granted, but then they go on to lose their first playoff game. So I think it's. Yeah, I'm with you. You can't compare the leagues as a whole. You can't compare the SEC to the Big Ten. I do think the Big Ten is on the up and up with some of these programs. I think Michigan State will be back under Pat Fitzgerald. I kind of think Wisconsin might turn around eventually with Luke Fickell. I believe too much in Luke Fickell. Maybe I'm crazy to believe that. I probably am. I think UCLA has made a good hire with Bob Chesney. So I think the Big Ten is on the up and up, but for the 2026 season, no, you can't compare the two. Every SEC team, there's 16 SEC teams, and all 16 are in the top 20 strength of schedules. Top 20. So
that's because they play each other.
Without.
Yeah, because of the bottom.
Exactly. That's the point. That's the point. That's the point.
Listen what Signetti said today. You ready for this?
Oh, yeah,
Signetti said this.
I heard him.
I want all y'all to listen to this, especially if you're a Big Ten fan. We don't run a hype machine up here in the Midwest. We believe everything is earned, not given. What is he talking about? Is he talking about the SEC has been given stuff? This is ridiculous. When we fall short, we say we fall short. We fell short. We don't cry a river and whine and complain, all right? That's why we're the best. Okay. Jiminy Christmas. Listen. I am openly telling you that the top of the league is the best. It's the top of the Big Ten is dominant right now, with Indiana joining the fray. But overall, the bottom of the league and the middle league, it's not even close. And that makes it easier for the top of the league to play and have better records. Why can't anybody see that? I'm not ripping on anybody, because when they got in the playoff, they beat the SEC. And I'm willing to say that the top. But Maryland and Rutgers and like I said, Purdue. I mean, they're terrible. And UCLA hasn't done anything in I don't know how long. And I mean, we'll see if Chesney does something. We'll see. But yeah, that Cignetti, he's all cocky and he's a great coach, but he better relax a little bit. I'm just saying.
I mean,
go ahead.
Wouldn't you be a little? I'm not saying what Cignetti said is correct or anything. So I don't want you to confuse my words. I'm not trying to take up for the guy, but Cignetti's been cocky since the day he got to Indiana, and now he's won a national title at Indiana, going undefeated, 16-0. I mean, I don't expect anything different from the guy. So I guess it just didn't bother me as much. I think maybe it would have bothered me a little bit more if like Ryan Day or Kyle Whittingham, who just arrived to the Big Ten, said something like that. But Kirk Cignetti is one of the cockiest, what's around.
Well, he deserves to be cocky, but don't talk about the bottom of your league, dude. Talk about the top. I'm in. See, a guy just messaged me and said, Iowa dominated Vandy in a bowl game. Listen closely, people. I do not care at all about any bowl game at all. I don't care. I mean, Oklahoma lost to a team in Boise they were a lot better than, and Oklahoma beat a team in Alabama that they weren't near as good as, okay? Like it or not, OU fans, be mad at me, but I was on the field at the Sugar Bowl, and Alabama's players were so much bigger, stronger, and faster than OU's, but OU ran that offense, and of course, what's his name was on fire, Trevor Knight, and Alabama didn't care, just like OU didn't care against Boise State. See, OU fans will agree with me that they didn't care against West Virginia and Boise State, but when I say Alabama didn't care because they'd been in the playoffs like 5 years in a row and they didn't care that much, then the OU fans get mad at me. So that's the truth. Don't tell me about a bowl game, all right? I don't care about bowl games.
I'm with you.
Bowl games are
bowl
a
games
joke.
Ever since the BCS took over, really. I mean, bowl games used to mean something, like when you were playing in the 80s, 90s, because if you wanted things your way, you could be a national champion, or there weren't a lot of bowl games. To go into a bowl game is just naturally a really big deal. But once we had 40 bowl games out there and 6 and 6 teams were qualifying, motivational factor. It was usually the team that was more motivated to won the game.
Yeah. Let me say this. Tony, would you like to tell everybody how many bowl games I watched last year that were not involved in either January 1st or the playoff? Could you tell everybody how many I watched?
0.0.
Thank you. I'm not watching Ball State against Western Kentucky, okay? I'm not even. Now, I watch OU and OSU if they get in a bowl. Of course I will, because it's my job. But I'm not watching these games. I'm not watching them. I don't care. Don't care at all. So don't tell me that because Iowa beat Vandy, that makes the middle of the league better. Stop it. By the way, Iowa's a solid program. I'm not saying they're not. But the bottom of the league is horrific. I'm telling you right now, Arkansas would beat Purdue by 2 touchdowns. Mississippi State would beat Rutgers by 3 touchdowns. Anyway, I'll shut up about it. Big Ten, though, I don't have any problem with y'all bowing down to yourselves because at the top of it, you're amazing. Absolutely amazing. Man, it's kind of loud out here. Do me a favor, Tyler, tell the people about where you are and what's happening.
I'm here today at Fire Lake Casino off Hardesty Road and Highway 177. It is a weekend kickoff here today. Thursdays, $50 hot seats every 10 minutes. It's starting again at 9 p.m. here at Fire Lake Casino.
I'm at the Grand Casino Hotel and Resort in Shawnee. They got everything you want here. Hotel, spa, restaurants, bars, a wonderful food court. Had a couple come out and try the ramen I told them about, and they loved it. It is big time at the food court. And then, of course, all the games you want. Craps table is open. There's a woman over there who's firing the dice and getting after it. So it's a big day. Come on out and see us at the Grand. When we get back, we will talk to Mr. Barry Trammell. It's an OG&E break on the leader in sports, The Animal. This has been the award-winning dominant
duo. Stream the Sports Animal all over your house with Alexa. Search the Sports Animal in the Alexa skills and enable it. Then say, "Hey, Alexa, open 98.1 The Sports Animal. Never miss a moment. And stream 98.1 FM. WWLS.
the sports animal on Alexa.
Between work, family, and everything in between, finding time to schedule a doctor's appointment isn't easy. That's why McBride Orthopedic Hospital gives you a better option, self-scheduling. It works around your life. No phone calls, no waiting on hold. Just visit mcboh.com. Pick your time. McBride does the rest. Self-scheduling is simple, flexible, and it puts you in control from the very first step. Self-scheduling is my favorite way to go at McBride. It can be yours too. Go to mcboh.com now to schedule an appointment. You'll love it. I do.
Physician owned. If breakfast is the most important meal of the day, why do we only eat it in the morning? What do you mean? Imagine this: fluffy pancakes, crispy bacon, and a cup of delicious Diner Guys coffee, and being able to eat it whenever you want.
Whoa, that's possible?
At Boomerang Diner it is. They serve breakfast all day.
Can we go? Like right now?
Sure can, buddy.
We're here for breakfast lovers all day long. At Boomerang Diner, it all starts here.
At Seth Wadley Dodge Ram Jeep in Falls Valley, we're about to make your summer. During the Make This the Summer event, you can get some of the best prices of the year with deep discounts on new Ram trucks and new Jeeps. Right now, until the end of the month, you can take $20,800 off MSRP on new 2026 Ram 1500 Longhorn Limited. That's 4x4 and crew cab, or get 0% for 60 months. You earned the discount. That's $20,800 off MSRP on new Ram crew cab 4x4s, or get 0% for 60 months with many Rams to choose from. Plus, make no payments for 90 days and always get America's best full-size truck powertrain warranty of 10 years and 100,000 miles. And always get Seth's promise. Tell him, Seth.
And you'll always get my promise of oil changes and engines for life on anything you buy.
So get to the store with more. Seth Wadley Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, I-35, exit 72 Falls Valley, or click SethWadleyDodge.com. Stock number D213670, 0% for 60 months. Was financed through Stellantis Financial Services.
Paid non-attorney spokesperson. Paid for by Action Matters.
Attention anyone who has had a colonoscopy, endoscopy, or any other scope procedure. If you or a loved one developed a serious infection or health complication after a scope procedure, you may be entitled to significant cash compensation. Dangerous infections have been reported across the country linked to Olympus endoscopes. Olympus scopes may have been defectively designed, and manufacturer instructions may not have been adequate in enabling proper disinfection, putting patients' health at risk. If you or a loved one were hospitalized for a bacterial infection within 90 days of a scope procedure, or developed sepsis, organ failure, HIV, tuberculosis, an antibiotic-resistant superbug, or another serious complication following a scope procedure, you may be entitled to significant compensation. Call now to find out if you qualify. But hurry, time to file a claim could be limited.
Call 800-891-1857 now to see if you qualify. That's 800-891-1857. 800-891-1857.
Enjoy hot winning all summer at Remington Park. The casino never closes, offering nonstop jackpot play. Join Club Remington to maximize your play. Membership is free. Watch, wager, and win on the nation's top racetracks via simulcast. The Bricktown Brewery is open daily at 11 a.m. on the casino floor. Remington Park's group catering staff can customize your next event gathering. Visit RemingtonPark.com for more information. Mark your calendars for the start of Remington Park Thoroughbred season on Friday, August 21st. Winning never stops at Remington Park.
Our brother station Rock 100.5 The Cat, celebrating 50 years. You score the presents, win free Catfest tickets. This year starring Chevelle, Iberville, many others at Lucky Star Amphitheater, Saturday, August 22nd. Enter to win the Sports Animal or at thesportsanimal.com, or you can text KATT to 405-900-9957. It's KATT to 405-900-9957. Come out for the rock show. Tickets are on sale now, and all the info is on thesportsanimal.com and the Sports Animals app. Barry Trammell writes for the Tulsa World. He joins the unofficial start of the Total Dominance Hour.
Now, Barry Trammell from the Tulsa World joins Jim Traber and Al Eschbach. Barry is furnished by Mathis Home, featuring the largest selection of stylish furniture with unbeatable prices. Visit a Mathis Home store or mathishome.com. This is Total Dominance on 98.1 FM, WWLS, The Sports Animal, thesportsanimal.com, and the Sports Animal app.
We're back. I'm here today at the Grand Casino Hotel and Resort in Shawnee. Also in Shawnee is Fire Lake Casino. That's where Tyler Adams is. And we are joined now by Mr. Barry Trammell. And this show's known as the Total
Dominance Hour.
Tram, how you doing today?
Not bad at all.
Good. We've been talking a lot today, man. People are getting fired up about this stuff going on up there in Stillwater, Tram, with the data centers and Rick Sosa and all these other things. And I know you and I've talked about it a little bit. You know, Tyler is a big OSU fan, and he thinks that OSU did the right thing by not wanting to be any part of it. And I can understand that side of it. But boy, it's got to be awful hard when you got somebody that comes to you that says, 20 years, $7 billion. I mean, that's pretty much incredible money, Tram.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if we know it's absolute money. People in OSU, people have been around OSU and been involved in following or involved in the process, know that there have been some campaigns that went sideways. If you remember the life insurance campaign that
I remember
proposed,
that.
And
yep,
it ended up being a fiasco. So things can go sideways. So like I said, I have no idea what was the right thing to do, but I know this. I don't know that anything's a sure bet.
So, no, you're right. I don't think it's a sure bet, but sometimes, look, I don't think it's a horrible thing. I don't think it's a great thing, but you got to try. Unfortunately, nowadays, you got to try to figure out a way to bring some money in, and you got the big boys, the really big boys, if you want to be with them. I mean, they're getting as much money just for their school as your entire conference that you're in. Then you got Texas Tech over there, who is a big boy now because of the money. Is the entire Big 12 just going to say, all right, we're going to lose to Texas Tech every year?
Well, we'll have to see. I mean, it's possible, but I also think this. Most sports that enter into a free agency era, which is what we're basically doing, have done the last few years, it's been met with rampant alarm and warnings that people aren't going to be able to compete, and the opposite has happened. We enter long stretches of parity. The NBA's dominance by the Celtics has ended before free agency hit, but the dominance of two or three franchises is gone. Certainly, it was that way in baseball. The Yankee dynasty. While we all think of George Steinbrenner outspending people, the Yankee dynasty really ended in the late 70s with the advent of free agency. The NFL's had an unprecedented parity since free agency, so it could go the other way in college, but I'm going to have to see it to believe it. And here's the thing that starts us. When you talk about people going to outspend us, well, Indiana just won the national title, and they didn't do it by outspending Ohio State and Georgia and Texas. So,
but you're right. But Mark Cuban had a little bit to do with it, though.
Mark Cuban.
Yeah, Mark Cuban is the big donor at Indiana. That's where he went to school.
But their payroll, most people are estimating at 20 million, 21 million last year.
Right, which is a whole bunch more than most people. Not the big boys.
I don't know about that.
I don't think there's something going right these days for average.
Well, you think OSU spending $20 million on their team this year?
Well, I think they had 17. I think they spent 18, 17 million last year.
Boy, that's embarrassing.
No kidding. Now, Jim, no kidding. Yeah. You're right. No kidding.
I mean,
that's why
the worst team in the country last year.
That's exactly right. They just spent it poorly. That's sort of the point.
Yeah, what were you going to say, Tyler?
What was I going to say right there? Oh, Barry, didn't your colleague Bill Haston report that OSU spent $25 million on their roster this year, which puts them just outside top 25 in the country?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember that. He very well could have. I don't remember that. But OSU's getting outspent by Ohio State and Texas. But
yeah.
And Oklahoma.
A lot of people. Yeah, a lot of people.
Most of the SEC big boys, yeah.
But you're not going to be able to come up with a mechanism by which you're going to be able to outspend them. I mean, it doesn't really matter what the Thunder does they're not going to be able to match the Lakers in revenue. Now, there are some price controls that keep things, down. We don't have in college football. We might get there, but it's never going to be equitable in college football or in most sports. And you just gotta spend better. You gotta hire better, not better than you have been. I mean, better than other people. You got to do, you got to play money ball. You got to know what you're doing. That's why, having smart people running your outfit is a way to go. That's your best chance for success. If you're Iowa State, Kansas State, Oklahoma State, North Carolina State, Virginia
Trim,
Tech.
I don't know how much you've heard me talk about baseball, but that's what I say about baseball all the time. If you go look right now at baseball, and I know you don't follow it very much anymore, Trim, but Tampa Bay is leading the daggone American League East.
Perfect example.
Chicago White Sox are leading the Central. They don't spend crazy money. You got to go to your minor league organization, and you got to do a great job with that. And I guess you're saying that you got to do really go get bargains if you're those schools, right?
Well, bargains, I don't know if that's the right terminology. It doesn't hurt if you do that, but don't spend foolishly. The Tampa Rays are the perfect example because they've actually been, high quality baseball team for 15 years. Hadn't, I guess, won the World Series yet, but they've been contenders almost every year just because they got a great organization. And that's what OSU football has to do. They got to be a great organization. Now, and if you're not, they're just not going to be where they want to be.
Tyler?
Well, Jim, you said, I kind of at the beginning of this talk, you said, what's the Big 12 just going to lose to Texas Tech every year? What happened for 21 seasons before NIL started? OU won 14 out of 21 Big 12 titles. So the dominant teams are going to dominate. It's just a little bit different now in the way you do it. And you can, in your defense, all this, Jim, or when I say your defense, the talent gap is growing now because you can hoard players if you're paying them the right money.
What were you going to say, Tim?
I don't think you can hoard players. I don't think the biggest Alabama's got a whole lot of good players, but their depth is gone. That's the difference in the last 5 years since the 20s hit. Georgia, Alabama, Ohio State, they got as many good players as they ever did, great players as they ever did, but their second team, they can't just run somebody out and say, here, go do the job, because those guys have hit the market. So, here's an example.
I say the talent gap's going.
Is anybody going to talk? What happened? Did I go off the air, Tony?
Go ahead, Tony. I think Barry went off the air. I'm with you, Jim.
Okay, good. Now, what were you going to say? Go ahead, Tram, and then you, Tyler.
Well, let me just say this. Here's an example of mismanagement in Stillwater. They have the bad year. They're 3-0 and 24. Then, they're not very good, and they end up hitting a slump, and it falls apart, and they go 0-9. They decide to keep Gundy. And they spent a lot of money on a roster. Turned out the scouting was shipshod, just not terrible. They went out and spent a lot of money on players who were not Big 12 caliber football players. But what else did they do? Mike went out and hired 2 new coordinators, Grantham and Meacham. Is that the kind of hires that a smart organization would make? The answer is no.
Yeah.
So that kind of thing will bite you quicker now than it would have in the old days.
Yeah, no, there's no doubt about that. I mean, it's a different world. All right, we can, Tyler, you can take it wherever you want to when we get back, but we had some really good discussion today for OSU and a little bit about OU as well. Let's take a OG&E break. and then we'll come back and talk to ourselves. That's what we do. I'm here today at the Grand Casino Hotel and Resort in Shawnee. Tyler is over at Fire Lake Casino. He'll tell you more about the great things happening over there. But with Mr. Barry Trammell, this show is known as the Total
Dominance
Hour.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Jackie Cooper Tent and Electronics, Oklahoma's leader in window tint and car audio. With window tint packages starting at $129 installed. Jackie Cooper Tent and Electronics. This summer, celebrate the freedom of the open road with Bob Howard Auto Group. From hardworking trucks to family SUVs, enjoy cold AC and comfort built for every Oklahoma adventure. Shop the full lineup now at bobhoward.com. Bob Howard, a Group 1 dealer.
This summer, take the Route 66 road trip at Lucky Star. Final stop, August Progressive Payday. Win your share of $162,500 in cash with hourly drawings every Saturday night in August and get 5 times the entries every Friday. This summer, all roads lead to Lucky Star. Come and get your luck.
Paid for by Marr Law Firm, 3100 Northwest, 149th Street, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Allstate Insurance is under investigation from the United States Senate for altering damage estimates, lying to policyholders, and engaging in unfair practices to pay less on claims. Allstate makes up excuses to blame storm damage on issues like wear and tear, defective shingles, or even improper installation, leaving you to pay for expensive repairs yourself. Has Allstate wrongfully denied or underpaid your homeowner's insurance claim? You need to call the Marr Law Firm immediately and claim victory. The Marr Law Firm is Oklahoma's leading insurance bad faith law firm. For over 30 years, we have uncovered the insurance companies' schemes and brought them to light, and we never let the insurance companies forget it. Call now for a free evaluation of your claim. Call 1-800-865-8558. Again, 1-800-865-8558. That's 1-800-865-8558.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code DEPOSIT to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code DEPOSIT to borrow up to $10,000. Use code DEPOSIT to borrow up to $10,000.
Broadcasting sponsored by Parish Devon Injury Lawyers. Visit pepperwinds.com. WWLS-FM, The Village, Oklahoma City. The Sports Animal, a Cumulus station.
And now, more total dominance. On 98.1 FM, WWLS, The Sports Animal.
And we are back here on 98.1 FM. WWLSE Sports Animal. Tyler Adams T-Bag here today at Fire Lake Casino. Jim just down the road at the Grand Casino. And we are joined by the Tulsa World's Barry Trammell. And the show's known as the Total The total.
Dominance.
Anyone there? Hour. I guess Jim might be on the
I'm here.
blackjack table or craps table.
Dominance, I'm not playing anything. I don't know what's going on. I'm here. I'm not playing. I'm not gambling. I'm not gambling at all.
All right. I believe you.
Good.
This Baker Mayfield stuff's got a lot more interesting today because he went pretty public today. He went on. I saw he addressed at his press conference. He addressed it with multiple reporters, and he said today's the day he's addressing, and then after that it's back to football. Which so I think he's handling it the right way. But I saw something from who was I need to give them credit. They were interviewing Baker. It was from Jeremy Fowler of ESPN, and Baker said he added that the Bucs were pretty far off from $50 million per year. And I don't want to ruffle any feathers around here. I know there's a lot of big Baker Mayfield fans out there, and I'm by no means a Baker hater. Is Baker worth that much money? Because I kind of understand where the Bucs are coming from. Now, I try to negotiate as much as I can and try to extend him because I do think he's your quarterback going forward, especially for the next 3 or 4 seasons. But I understand if the Bucs don't want to pay him $50 million.
Well, let me throw in, and then Tram, you can go. Yesterday, I gave it up to Baker. I have no problem with him wanting more money. He did not get a second contract like a lot of people who get drafted number 1 because whatever you want to say, but, you know, the Browns are the worst organization in the history of football, and it didn't go well for him. So, hey, I'm all for him getting the most money. I did not like it that much. He said a lot of good things, but when he says that they are undervaluing me and disrespecting me, I just don't know if you have to say that stuff. That's just me. And as far as $50 million for him, unfortunately, Tram and I talked about this. He's probably somewhere between 8 and 15 in the league, however you want to say. Unfortunately, $50 million is not that far off from guys that are in that area if they have really good years and their contract comes up, Tram. I don't know your thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, I just think, no, I don't blame Baker for getting whatever he can get, but I don't blame the Buccaneers for not capitulating.
Right.
He's not Patrick Mahomes. He's not, he's
Allen.
Not Josh Allen. He's not Joe Burrow. He's not one of these one of the 4 or 5 elite guys. So they don't want to have to go to the market again, but they will if they have to, because I think if you overpay for a quarterback, you're just dead meat in the NFL. That's just the truth.
Well, you know what? Let me ask you guys this. Is there a possibility that the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are thinking about rebuilding? I mean, they let Mike Evans go in the offseason. They don't want to pay the big fella. He wants out. And now they're doing this with Baker. I mean, is it possible that they think that they're going to rebuild? I don't know. I'm just asking.
I really don't think anybody does that.
Okay.
Hardly ever. And especially if you're not pretty good, because.
Well, you could say that that's their 3 best players.
Yeah, I mean, you could.
Or close to it.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know what the heck's going on there, but if you're not a quarterback, or you're not Myles Garrett or Aaron Donald, maybe we could throw some corners in there, but maybe not. Or left tackle. You know, here's the difference between
Justin Jefferson.
Here's the difference between the NFL and the NBA. Throwing out, not counting quarterbacks, you got to have a quarterback. But otherwise, the difference in the NBA, 2 really good players, 3 really good players, do not equal a superstar. But in the NFL, it often does. 3 really good players are worth more than a superstar at another position other than quarterback. So I think you can lose a Vea, you can lose an Evans, and still be very competitive. That's why the Cowboys, that trading the old boy from Penn State, I didn't think that was a terrible move.
I liked the move. I thought that was a great move for the Cowboys. I mean, I really did. I said it back when it happened.
Yeah, I agree with you. And the kid, the guy they got, the defensive tackle from Packers, he's a good player. And then they get some picks. No, I agree with you on that. But you're right about quarterback. By the way, Skinny just messaged me from out in western Oklahoma in Elk City and said they've offered him $50 million for 2 years, not $100 million. 25 per year. That's what a reporter has said. If that's true, he made 33 this year. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, for sure. I think he's probably in the 40 range.
I don't mind him making 40. Now, I don't disagree with you that 50 sounds a little bit too much, but there's a bunch of people in this league, especially quarterbacks, that are making way too much money than they should be. Just the way life is.
There's quite the drop off in salaries if you go down it. So Patrick Mahomes is making 64. He's the top of the line, and then you go down,
what's Allen making?
And it's a difference of 30 million. Josh Allen is 55 a year.
Give me a quarterback that's making exactly 50 or right near it.
Jalen Hurts is making 51.
Okay, he won a Super Bowl, so he's been good. Yeah. I would say that if you said to me, which quarterback do you want, that would be hard. It would be hard to pick between Baker and Jalen Hurts, because I think that Baker is a lot more better at efficiency and throwing the ball where it's supposed to be, accuracy, and of course Jalen Hurts is really impressive running the ball. Tram, who would you take out of those two right now?
Oh, I'd probably take Hurts just because he's done it in the postseason and shown that he can get it done. But you're right in that it's not that big a difference between the two.
Give me another one near 50.
Lamar Jackson's making 52.
Well, I think Lamar Jackson is the most overrated quarterback in the entire league. But
he's been good.
But he's done some amazing things, so I don't mind him making 52.
Two MVPs.
I mean, last year he was 6-7 as a starting quarterback. And of course the Ravens are number 3 in the league right now. So every year the Ravens are going to be great. But yeah, anybody else in that neighborhood? Give me another one. By the way, I would take him over Baker. I'll let you know. But go ahead.
Here's a really interesting one. Brock Purdy is making $53 million.
Yeah, I would take Baker over Brock Purdy, but I do think Brock Purdy's better than some people give him credit.
Now, see, that's a good. I think they're very. Yes, I think they're very similar. I think they're very similar.
Right.
I think they're very similar quarterbacks.
The 49ers could be in some trouble because they gave him $53 million.
Yes, if they ever need a. I love Brock Purdy. I love Iowa State. You know me. I fly the Cyclone flag. However, that's a lot of money to pay a quarterback who is not a difference maker. In fact, I would actually say I think Baker's probably a bigger difference maker, potentially, or maybe actually in fact, than Brock Purdy has been.
Yeah. Anybody else in that neighborhood, Tyler?
Yeah, the only one I think there's one more that's pretty comparable to Baker, and then I think the gap grows between the really elite quarterbacks. Jared Goff is also making 53.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you right now, I'd take Goff over Baker. I'm telling you,
I would too.
I
probably would too.
But
I would too. But I think he's the only other one, because you can't compare Matt Stafford, Josh Allen, Joe Burrow.
Right.
I mean, Dak Prescott's making $60 million.
He can, and Dak's great. Go ahead.
The Brock Purdy. When you said Brock Purdy,
that's a perfect one.
That makes Baker's case.
It does.
Yeah.
And guys, I mean, I know all about this stuff from baseball. When you go in and you decide, when you're negotiating, this happens in arbitration all the time in baseball, you compare yourself to other players at your position. So I'm sure they're using Purdy, and more than likely, give me a quarterback that's making in the 40 range that's really good, because that's who the Bucs are using. Who would give me one? Like, what's Darnold making?
Well, there's only two quarterbacks, and I would take Baker over them any day of the week, that are making in the 40s right now. So you got Deshaun Watson, and then Daniel Jones also. I would take Baker.
Wow, yeah, I would take Baker over both of those. Yeah. What's Darnold making?
So Daniel Jones is making 44, and then right below him on the rankings is Sam Darnold at $33 million. So there's $11 million drop off.
So let me ask you guys
this.
This
Per year.
Who would you take right now, Baker or Darnold?
I would take Darnold.
Darnold just because he won the Super Bowl. Yeah, I know if you put a good
I'll tell you what, though, he played great in Minnesota too. Don't forget,
he did.
He's had back-to-back 14-3 seasons, dude. 14-3 back-to-back. I mean, that's unbelievable.
Well, I mean, Jim, you talk about it with Baker Mayfield all the time, and you're dead right. Where he got unlucky why he got drafted by the Browns.
Yeah.
Sam Darnold got just as unlucky and got drafted by the Jets, and then they both
You're
ended
exactly
up with the Panthers,
right.
which
In the
they'll
same
both tell
year.
you was also a terrible situation. Yeah,
You're right. In the same year. Tram has talked about this for years and years and years, right, Tram? It depends a whole bunch where you go, doesn't it?
Yeah, and you know what? To me, that's a good argument Baker can make is, listen, I've done well in Tampa Bay, and, you know, I've had a lot to make up because I wasted a lot of years with the Browns and then went down to Carolina, and that was a fiasco. And
then learned how to play in with the Rams.
Right.
Went out to the Rams and learned how to play.
Yeah. Listen, I think they just need to come together. It sounds to me like, here, give him a 3-year contract for $120 million. I think he'd probably sign it.
I think so too, but if it's true that they're offering $25 a year, that sounds like they don't want him back.
Well, that does sound like that.
Because he made 33 this year.
Yeah.
You're going to cut the guy after he played like he played? That's ridiculous. I'd be going crazy if I was him too.
Yeah, that's 1954 baseball right there.
That's exactly right. Mickey Mantle got cut, and he hit. I think he hit 53 home runs or something that year, and they cut him or something. No, he went from 53 to 48. I think is what it was. Tram, is that what it was?
I don't remember Mantle, but all kinds of good players used to get cut because they'd hit 27 home runs instead of 29 home runs.
Yeah,
and they'd cut their
and there's
salary.
nothing they could do. And there's nothing they could do.
Nothing they could do. Nothing they could do.
Yeah. Hey, since we're talking about quarterbacks, can I bring one thing up real quick? Let's talk about Minnesota. We talked about this earlier. If I'm Minnesota, Kyler Murray is starting the season for me.
Well, yeah.
Because I think that his upside is so much higher, and you're hoping that maybe it was because he's with a horrible organization like Baker with the Cardinals. So, but if Kyler gives the ball to the other team in the first 5 or 6 games, then I throw McCarthy out there. And if McCarthy plays like he did last year, I'm getting rid of both of them and maybe go after Baker if it's available. Tram, what are your thoughts up there?
Yeah, I think we're getting close. From what I've read, heck, I don't know. He hadn't played enough to know. But I think they're starting to think that McCarthy is a total bust.
Yeah.
I think that's what they're starting to believe in Minnesota.
Did they not watch what he did at Michigan? Because all they did was run the ball.
Yeah, I don't know what that was all about. That was ridiculous.
Yeah. But really bad.
He was
Kyler,
one of the most overrated quarterbacks.
Yeah, that was
He
ridiculous.
was, yeah.
It was ridiculous. Kyler has not played great all the time in the NFL, but he's had his moments when he's been really good. He has done it. He's done it before, so that means he can do it again, as long as health and all that. McCarthy, you don't have any idea if he can play. And you know what? If you got a young team and you're just trying to find a quarterback for the future, heck, knock yourself out with McCarthy. But Minnesota's had a good roster for several years.
No doubt.
And just can't get over the hump. They got to start, whoever's the best right now has to quarterback that team. And that's clearly Kyler Murray.
Yeah. Tyler?
Yeah, and the thing is too with when you're talking about quarterbacks and stuff, these players when they're at practice every day, they're going against these quarterbacks. They know who the best quarterback is, and you got to throw Kyler. If Kyler Murray's your best quarterback, which I believe he is on that team, you got to throw him out there.
You know what the word was? You know what the word was out of Minnesota though, Tyler? Just real quick, the word out of Minnesota today is that Kyler Murray threw a couple interceptions in bad situations, and that JJ started off really, really bad, but started looking a lot better towards the end. So I don't know if they're just doing that to make everybody happy or what.
That's what J.J. McCarthy does, though. It's weird. He did it against my Bears last year in week 1. He was the worst quarterback I've ever seen for 3 quarters. And then all of a sudden, in the fourth quarter of that game, he was Patrick Mahomes and willed the Vikings to victory. And he did it again in like week 4, I think, before he lost his job for the season. He got hurt, I believe. But that's something J.J. McCarthy does where he starts slow. Hey, a couple things real quick. So when we've talked about the Browns, the Jets, the Cardinals, probably the 3 worst organizations in the NFL. Number 1, did y'all see that the Cardinals have the lowest? Oh, I know. Did y'all see the Cardinals have the lowest over/under at 3.5 in NFL history?
Really?
Is that
well? They're in the toughest division in the league. They're guaranteed 0-6.
Well, yeah, they're horrible.
Pull up their schedule, Tram. Are you in front of a computer, Tram?
Yeah, I got it right here.
Pull it up. Pull up the Cardinals because just forget about the division. They're going 0-6. Go ahead.
While you're pulling up I want to ask you guys a question. So we just talked about those 3 teams: the Jets, the Browns, the Cardinals. Okay. I think those 3 teams are probably. I would bet if you gave me those 3 teams in the field, I would bet I'd probably get some plus money on it too. That one of those 3 teams will have the number 1 draft pick. If Arch Manning is the consensus number 1 overall pick, do you think the Manning family steps in and they said, we're not going to go to one of those 3 organizations?
If I'm Manning's, I would.
Too,
I'm with
they have the power to do it.
They've done it before.
Trinidad Chambliss doesn't have that. Yeah, exactly. Trinidad Chambliss is a guy that doesn't have that power. Arch Manning and the Manning family, they have that power.
Don't forget the kid at Oregon. I mean, there's many that think he's the best of all of them.
Yeah.
So
true.
I mean,
he doesn't have that power either. He would have had the power to tell the Cardinals, "I'm not going there." But a Manning would.
Manning, they would definitely have power, and like Tram said, they already did it with Eli.
And you know what? Because here's the deal. What we're saying about the Browns and the Jets and whoever, that's what the Saints were when Archie Manning was drafted 56 years ago. I mean, they were just a derelict franchise. They weren't very old, 3 or 4 years old. They were poorly run. And Archie Manning went there, and he spent a decade there and never really got a chance to do anything.
Yep.
And he handled it with
the whole
class.
Manning family knows that, right?
Well, they know it. Yes, that's exactly right. That's what they did. And that's why he didn't, he wasn't going to let Eli. That happened to Eli.
Yep.
And, we have to say it worked out pretty good. Eli went to the Giants, a classy organization. He won 2 Super Bowls. He's a franchise icon. He might make the Hall of Fame, even though he's probably not a Hall of Fame quarterback.
And then, Tram, sorry to interrupt you, but then the Chargers fell into Drew Brees and they let him go.
Yeah,
right?
Because they're
idiots.
idiots.
Think about that. I mean, the Charger idiots that they are, they don't get Manning, and then they get a chance to bring in this 6-foot quarterback who turns out to be a Hall of Famer, and they let him go. So you got to go to the Manning family and say, tremendous move, right? Don't you?
Yeah, I mean, I would.
Speaking of Drew Brees, cool moment today.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Tram.
What did he do? What happened with Drew?
Go ahead, Tyler. Tell everybody.
There's a video that the Saints put out, and it was a FaceTime call between Drew Brees and Sean Payton. And Drew Brees asked Sean Payton if he'd introduce him at the NFL, the Hall of Fame this year for his
really
getting.
That is cool.
Yeah,
Payton started crying.
Sean Payton's reaction to it was awesome. It was a very feel good moment.
I didn't even know if Sean Payton had any tears in his tear ducts. I didn't know if he had any tears in his tear ducts.
Well, that is neat.
He's an odd guy. Yeah, it was cool. It was a cool moment.
Yeah, he is definitely a weird dude. But he can coach, obviously, there's no doubt. Tram, before you go, I got to ask you, please explain to me what's going on with Belichick, Lombardi. I don't like to assume things because we all know what that can do to you. But don't you think this Lombardi thing has to have something to do with like inappropriate behavior or something? I mean, this is pathetic. What's going on in North Carolina should be embarrassed.
Well, they should be for the last 18 months. Here's what I've listened to several college football podcasts. Here's what the consensus belief is.
Okay.
May not be true, but this is what people are theorizing. He probably didn't do anything like criminal or what we would call perverse, shall we say.
Okay.
But he probably did 100 things that just you get tired of. Basically, the guy's a jerk, from what people say.
That's right. Everybody says he's a total jerk.
And here's the deal. As we all know, you can live with jerks. Jerks can get by with all kinds of things, as long as they produce, and in this case, win. Guess what? They're not winning. It's a total disaster. There's a new athletic director, Steve Neymar, I think his name is. I can't remember. Anyway, they believe this guy just said, you know what? Enough of this. This guy's a disaster. We got all these little things, treating people poorly, basically. You know, you don't have to sexually harass a secretary. You know, do that one time and that can get you. Just be a jerk 15 times. Eventually that can get you.
That's a great point, Trim.
That's what they think has happened. Is
that's
people everywhere
well
just
said.
tired with him.
That's so well said. Yeah, no, you're exactly right. And I'll tell you this. I looked at their schedule. I'm gonna bet they're under. They're 4.5, and I'm telling you, they can't win more than 4 games. I mean, I'm sorry. Yeah, they're gonna lose. They got Clemson and Notre Dame and Virginia. I mean, at Virginia and they're going and Miami. They're gonna go.
TCU's gonna throttle them week 1.
They're an underdog. They're a 7-point underdog right off the bat. The TCU over there. It's in Ireland, isn't it? Is that where it is?
Yeah, Dublin. Yeah,
it's Dublin week 2 game.
If he rips off a 3-9 or a 4-8, I got to believe that they're going to get rid of him, aren't they, Trent? I mean, you can't keep this guy out there.
Listen, they don't even have a big buyout. They only have a 3-year contract.
You're right. No, you're right.
Here's the problem. It's pride. Because, Bubba Cunningham had John Sumrall lined up to coach North Carolina last year. But
wow,
here comes the Board of Regents and the Regents chair or whoever it was. He comes in and does what they called a parallel search and was recruiting Belichick all this time. Sumrall finds out about it and said, hey, listen, guys, I'm not getting in the middle of this. Go about your business. And they go ahead and they hire Belichick. What's happened now, from what I'm told, is the chancellor over the entire North Carolina system has sort of taken that power away from those people that wanted to hire Belichick. But it's such an embarrassment. Some of them are hanging on, saying he'll still do it to save their own face, not because they really believe it. So it's a total nightmare. It's a total nightmare.
I
and then
said
the
on my
stuff with
show,
the girlfriend, is even worse.
I mean, listen, if we interviewed every single wife and girlfriend of every coach in the country, every one of them would say, I would never even think of walking in the bench area, okay? I mean, that's the first thing. The second thing is that if I'm a North Carolina donor, or if I'm a donor or or alumnus, I'm writing a letter to the daggone president or the chancellor and saying, I'm never giving a penny to this football program until you get rid of this guy. That's what I'm doing. I'm being very serious. I'll give, like what happened at OSU, Trim. You guys know there were a bunch of donors that gave up on Gundy after he said those things. They said, I'm done. Yeah. And that's what I would do if I was at North. Tyler, you've never been to North Carolina, I'll bet. Trim has. It's the most. It's so beautiful there. It's an incredible campus, great school. I can't believe the embarrassment, guys, that's going on there, Trim. It's unbelievable.
And what a sad way for Bill Belichick to go out too.
Well,
I mean, a guy that's not only revered as I totally agree, Jim. A guy that's totally revered as one of, if not the best football coach of all time, a football historian, one of the greatest football historians we have, and then this is just kind of the limb he's going out on. I mean,
here's the question:
It's a sad
if he rips off Tram, real quick before we go, if he rips off a 3-9 and they get rid of him, does it hurt his legacy?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so
I don't think so either.
Joe Namath and Johnny Unitas and all the people that have done things at the end of the career, you just say, okay, whatever. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think Johnny Unitas' legacy is hurt because he wore the San Diego Chargers.
He's the golden arm. He was the golden arm, which was a great state.
I didn't even know there was controversy with Johnny Unitas.
Well, it's just that he went to the Chargers.
Willie Mays.
He could barely move. Willie Mays is the biggest
Willie Mays
one, right,
with
Jim?
the Mets. Yeah, Willie Mays with the Mets. Johnny Unitas with the Chargers.
Shaq.
Michael
Shaq's
Jordan
what I
with
think
the
of.
Bullets.
Although he averaged in the 20s, where did Joe Namath go? Didn't Joe Namath go somewhere too?
Ram. He was a Los
That's what it was. The Rams. Yeah. Okay, good stuff, Trim.
Hey, Barry, tell us about Mathis Home.
Mathis Home Legacy Company here in Oklahoma, decade after decade outfitting Oklahoma homes. Mathis Home offers complimentary interior design service, which is exactly what I said it was. It's your own interior designer. They sit down, they work with you, they figure out what you want to spend, help you design your rooms. It's fantastic. The Trammell family did exactly that. Mathis can connect you with a designer who can help you with any project, big or small. Mathis Home.
I'm here today at the Fire Lake Casino. Jim Traber is over at the Grand Casino. We'll be telling you about it when we come back with Dean Blevins. The show's known as The Total
Dominance
Hour.
The Sports Animal Studios, powered by the OKC Thunder.
Level up your game this summer at Thunder Youth Basketball Camps, presented by Simple Modern. Kids ages 6 to 16 across Oklahoma can learn new skills, compete, and have fun. Find a camp near you at OKCThunder.com/summer camps.
Jackie Cooper Tent and Electronics is Oklahoma's leader in car audio, dash cams, and window tint for your home and car. Jackie Cooper Tent and Electronics.
Get the fencing you need now with FenceWorks 12 months same as cash financing. No down payment and no money due until the job is complete. Quality you can afford. FenceWorks. Excellence is in our roots.
This summer, take the Route 66 road trip at Lucky Star. Final stop, August Progressive Payday. Win your share of $162,500 in cash with hourly drawings every Saturday night in August and get 5 times the entries every Friday. This summer, all roads lead to Lucky Star. Come and get your luck.
Buffalo Wild Wings is kicking off back-to-school season with a backpack giveaway. Visit the South I-44 Del City or Shawnee location with your student to claim your free backpack. Restrictions apply while supplies last.
A friend of mine recommended it because I was having numbness in my legs and feet. I'd had several falls. I just thought I was getting clumsy, but I was losing the contact with the blood flow in my legs. I waited a long time before I went in, but it's the best thing I've ever done. I love it. It's very relaxing, one of my favorite things to do. It's like going in for a pedicure. You know, it's just been a fantastic experience for me.
If you're experiencing discomfort, burning sensations, or numbness in your feet, legs, hands, or arms, it could be a sign of neuropathy. Take the first step toward relief. Our treatments are covered by Medicare, Medicaid, VA, and most insurance plans. Feel better in just a few short weeks. Relief is closer than you think. Call 405-674-4949 or visit nerverenewalnow.com.
Hi, this is Jamie with Discount Garage Door, and we've got some amazing specials going on our stock doors. Right now, get an 8x7 garage door installed for just $10.99, a 16x7 for $16.99, or get the door and motor combo for just $23.99. These prices are out the door installed, and every job comes with a 5-year warranty on all parts and labor. Give us a call at 525-DOOR or visit us at discountgaragedoor.com.
Football season means friends, food, and fun at Henry Hudson's. Enjoy cold beer, great burgers, and even refreshing mocktails while you watch every big play. Don't miss our Friday football countdown giveaways and the grand prize prediction contest September 3rd. Henry Hudson's, where Oklahoma comes to watch football.
Now, Dean Blevins joins Al Eschbach and Jim Traber. This is Total Dominance on 98.1 FM, WWLS, the Sports Animal.
And we are back here on the Total Dominance Hour. I'm Tyler Adams, T-Bag here today at the Fire Lake Casino. Jim Traber at the Grand Casino. We're now joined by Dean Blevins here on the Total
Dominance
Hour. Now, Dean, OU football, they had a coach's caravan today, right? Or is that later on this week? Do you know?
Yeah, I was at a fundraiser, a luncheon with where Brent and Coach Chavis and McCullough and Witten and Brent were on stage and talked and answered questions for 20, 30 minutes. That's probably what you're talking about.
Yes,
I would think. I don't know.
Exactly
I'm not sure. Yeah.
Tell us about it.
Yeah.
So yeah. That's what I was going to ask. If you're there, and tell us about it.
Well, they didn't get into. I always like when they talk about individual players, but there was not a player mentioned. It was more of. I'm not going to say coach speak because Brent Venables can get you. He could fire anyone up, and those guys that he brought along with him are clones. Very, very impressive. I mean, Witten's a guy. If you had any hesitancy at all about how he is approaching this season, or is he a guy just out of high school football and doesn't really know anything? This guy's on board, and it just immediately you have respect for him and the way he talks. McCullough kind of the same way. I mean, his reputation and the places that he's been are incredible. And, he had his sons that came through here, and they were good players. So there's been that connection, and I'd love to have heard a little bit more about the running backs, but he's confident with that room. They're very, very deep at running back position. And then Chavis is just, you just turn him loose and let him go. He is a clone of Brent Venables, and Brent is so engaging. It's been fun, Jim, to see a guy that has been on a hot seat and has been, kind of badgered by some off and on. And to have a season like last year and to go into this one with optimism, it's kind of good to see him take that step. It doesn't ensure that they're going to make the playoffs and that he's going to be, one of the all-time great OU coaches. But he's a guy on the rise, it sure seems to me. And now that he's able to validate a lot of these things that he's talked about, he garners even more respect. And you really like a guy like him, a good-looking, strong, physical Christian guy, great example, who is articulate and can get people fired up. You like a guy like that leading your program, you know it?
Oh, I couldn't say it any better than you did, Dean. You're right. Last year at this time, unfortunately, we were talking about the fact of, if he has a bad year, will he still be here? Well, he had a great year, a tremendous year, and got to the playoffs. I love the guy. Here's another thing that I saw on Instagram today, Dean. This place is one of the places I follow, said that they ranked the best defenses in the league. Now, let me tell you this. If I'd have told you 5-6 years ago when Lincoln Riley was getting after it here, that OU would be ranked the number one defense in the SEC, you'd have gone to the corner office and said, I think Jim's time is done. Can you believe that, Trent? Can you believe that, Dino?
No, when I saw it, I thought the exact same thing. So once again, we were thinking alike. Yeah.
Yeah. Isn't that crazy, Tyler? They're ranked the number one defense in the SEC, and there was some defense played literally less than a decade ago that was some of the worst defense I've ever seen in my life. Isn't that crazy?
I've talked about that. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Dean.
No, go ahead. I'll jump in after.
I was just going to say, kind of to bring this around to OSU. There's a lot of question marks on defense for OSU coming up, and me and Scott Wright with GoPost.com, we started a podcast together, and we were talking about for OSU, and we were talking about we use Brent Venables as an example of you can't really judge this OSU defense this year because look at the first year of Brent Venables' defense, it was atrocious. atrocious. And that's one of the best defensive minds in college football. And to bring it back around to OU, last year he had a tremendous year, and it was led by his tremendous defense and his tremendous defensive play calling, the recruiting that he's done on defense. And now if you can just kind of get the offense to click to go with that, who knows where this team can
and let me say this, Dino, let me say this and see if you agree. Last year, I don't know if you totally agree because we talked about this, but I believe last year when the quarterback came back, he obviously was not 100%, came back, did not play the greatest, but, he's a tough kid. And I think Brent Venables pulled like Jimmy Johnson did when I was at OSU, saying, look, let's just not do anything stupid on offense. We got a tremendous defense. We can win games. And it got him to the tournament. I will say this. Brent Venables is going to have to let that offense go more this year, and obviously Mateer is going to have to play well if they want to really try to have a chance to win a national championship. Dean, do you agree with me on that?
Oh, sure. Yeah, absolutely. And I think that he would have been more willing last year if he'd had a healthy quarterback. But, man, Jim, when you couldn't run and you really couldn't protect the quarterback enough to get, you got a hobbled guy back there to begin with who's lost confidence, and you don't have a tight end game. You have no run game. And then you're hamstrung, and so it's really hard to do a whole lot. And you got a brand new coordinator, so I mean, all that adds up to not enough steam to be successful in the SEC, and yet they were able to make it happen. I had a friend call today that I've known for 40 years, who's coached at Alabama and Oklahoma and everywhere around the country, a defensive coach, and he has had a chance to be around OU's program and watch them both in the spring and then he's been around, he's been able to see them, and he just says it's hard to describe. Brent is a guy that it looks complicated, and it can be complicated at times, but his mojo is that he finds a way to make it simple, at the end of the day, because you can be the greatest offensive, defensive coach in the world, but if all those ideas that you have aren't translated to the kids, it doesn't matter. But Brent's simplifying it has been one of his trademarks, one of his secrets. To
Dean,
success.
I got to jump on top of you here for a second, because you know what's crazy? I talked to somebody who was close to the program who would know, and he told me that having Heineke back is more important mentally than it is physically. That's what I was told.
Huh.
He said that Heineke...
In terms of what, Jim, when you say mentally?
That Heineke knows the defense leadership, like the back of his hand. He can tell people, if they're messed up where they're supposed to be. He's like the quarterback of the defense. And, of course, Kip Lewis is the same way. So when you got those guys there, Dino, they're telling people, hey, get your butt over there. You're supposed to be over here if they're in the wrong spot, Dino.
Yeah. Okay. I got you. I'm in on that. I'm really interested. The Michigan kid transferred in, and it sure looks like this guy's a 6'3". I mean, he looks like a dude. They were able to get him in thinking that they probably wouldn't have Heineke. And all of a sudden, when Heineke comes back, this kid kind of, falls into more of a reserve role, but he'll still get plenty of snaps. I'm real curious to see him into that group. And it all comes down because, as Brent was talking today to the group, the depth right now is not proven at all. On the defensive front, I should specify. You got Stone and you got some good looking bodies there. Okoye is a guy that really has a chance to get there, but the depth isn't there. So what does that mean? That means injuries is going to be something they have to be smarter about. And I think he's changing his coaching philosophy a little bit in that regard, and probably going to have fewer injuries from your own practices.
Yeah, I'll tell you this too, Tyler. Tyler, real quick, let me just throw one last thing at you, and then you go. For both OU and OSU, it's simple. I think for both places, it's the offensive lines. I really do. I mean, I think both of them have really good skilled people, and it looks like OU's line is going to be really good, but they're still young. We don't know. And heck, I got no idea if OSU's offensive line can block anybody. They might be able to, but I mean, I don't know. Tyler?
Yeah, the one thing I'll say about the OSU offensive line is I think at the very least now, I don't know if it's going to be good depth or bad depth, but it sounds like there's about true position battles, maybe even 4. I think it's pretty certain that Tyler Mercer is going to be the starting center for OSU. And outside of that, I think everything's up for the grabs. I believe Jacob Sex will be a starter. It's just a matter if he's at tackle or guard. But I'll say this about OSU. They seem to have some depth. Now, is that depth good depth or bad depth? That's the question to be had. But, I'd rather have... hear, going into camp that, hey, there's legit position battles and, hey, we have a starting 5 because the backups just can't do anything. So,
yeah. Well, I don't
Jim
know,
and
Dean.
Norman,
Dean,
talking about the offensive line, when you talk about at OU on the offensive line, it's different because for the first time in many years, I'm able to say that there's a lot of confidence going into the season because you have 4 returning starters, and they aren't just returning starters. I mean, Fasusi's an All-American candidate, and his partner on the other side is too. And remember, he was a redshirt freshman, but they had 2 true freshmen. They've got a center that Nagy says is going to play in the NFL who's experienced. And then you got 4 returning starters. And then and Louise is in there too, of course. But you bring in one who was a starter at Arkansas, and so you've got tape on him. So they've got a group there, but it's still not depth-wise is a real big question once again. But
can I ask you a question, Dean? Yeah, let me ask you a question real quick. The Harris kid from Arkansas, I've heard that he may have beaten out Foji at the tackle, and they're trying to get Foji to play some guard. Have you heard that, or is that right or wrong?
I haven't, Jim. I haven't heard. I don't.
Okay,
I don't
maybe talk to your people, Dino, and see if you've heard that. Because I've heard this Harris kid from Arkansas is an NFL kind of guy too, Dino.
Yeah. One thing before getting out of here, guys, I want to mention something that Brent brought up today. That he's looking squarely in the mirror at the problem last year. They were number 1 in the league in some 17 defensive categories. I don't know what all categories are out there, but he said 17 of them. But he said, hey, that's all well and good, but we did not perform in the fourth quarter. And he was talking on both sides of the ball. And you're not going to go into this schedule. You're not going to go at Michigan and not be a fourth quarter team and win. You will lose definitely at Georgia if you're not a quality competitive fourth quarter team, and the same down in Dallas. And so if you aren't a much better fourth quarter team, now you're looking at a season where you got to figure it out for the other 9 games, Dino, did he
was
good in being honest about it.
Did he say that because he thought, did he hint that it was because they thought they weren't in the best of shape?
No, he didn't. He didn't really get into the details too much. He talked about the fact that they addressed everything, all the weaknesses in the off season, and that was one of them that just absolutely stood out. And so they're implementing certain things, and I don't remember what all he said that they implemented, but they're not just sweeping it away. They're addressing it head on. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great stuff, Dino. We appreciate
good
you, brother.
stuff today. Yep, we'll talk to you tomorrow.
Guys. Good to talk with you.
Good stuff.
Jim, real quick, what's going on at the Grand Casino?
Well, they got everything. Beautiful hotel, spa, restaurants, bars. They got an incredible food court, which I keep talking about the ramen over there. Their ramen is really good. The Grandstand Sports Bar behind me got great food, all the TVs, and then all the games. The craps table, everything's going right now. Great place to be. They have concerts as well right here at Grand Casino. What's happening in Fire Lake, Tyler?
Weekend kickoff here at Fire Lake, and we are halfway through happy hour. One more hour until 7 p.m. happy hour here at the Fire Lake Casino off Hardesty Road and 177. When we come back, we'll continue a little college football talk. I got a question for Jim. We'll do that next here on the Total
Dominance
Hour.
The Sports Animal Studios, powered by the OKC Thunder. Level up your game this summer at Thunder Youth Basketball Camps, presented by Simple Modern. Kids ages 6 to 16 across Oklahoma can learn new skills, compete, and have fun. Find a camp near you at OKCThunder.com/summer camps.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like a social media manager.
Did you
just post our Q4 earnings to your personal social media?
Oh, yeah. Use the trending audio and everything.
That's confidential financial data.
Relax. It only went a little viral.
The SEC just commented with the eyeball watching emoji.
This is your job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
All right, boys, I'm all in.
I'm all in on these piccolos.
Okay, don't eat the pot, man. Some of us plan on winning that.
But they're delicious.
Yeah, they are delicious. But you guys were tired of losing real money, and so we decided to go with piccolos. Yeah, so put it back. I'm gonna fold.
Is that good if they're all spades?
You can't eat the piccolos.
When you're craving piccolos, always bet on Boomerang. Boomerang Diner. It all starts here.
Celebrate summer with a new ride from Bob Howard Auto Group. From cold AC on hot Oklahoma days to the car, truck, or SUV you've been looking for, we've got your summer covered. Start your summer drive today at bobhoward.com. Bob Howard, a Group 1 dealer.
According to Merriam-Webster, the word grand means magnificent, stately, majestic, lavish, sumptuous, grandiose, imposing in appearance or impression, sublime, intended to impress. Well, at the Grand Casino Hotel and Resort, we believe all of those definitions apply. From the table games, the Brazilian Steakhouse, the Grand Spa, the Grandstand Sports Bar, to the all-new Grand Food Court, Grand Casino Hotel and Resort will always live up to its name. Have a grand time at the Grand Casino Hotel and Resort in Shawnee. Don't we all deserve the grand treatment? GrandResortOK.com.
Guys, did you know your testosterone affects everything in your system, including how you feel and perform every day? Right now, Revive Men's Health Oklahoma City will check your testosterone for free. Knowing your T levels is the first step in understanding if you have low T. Your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED. Maintaining an appropriate T level can change your whole life. Most men start to see changes in their hormone levels in their 30s. Experience and results matter. So what are you waiting for? Get your T levels checked today by local, experienced, and trusted men's health experts. They've helped thousands of men since 2011. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Call Revive today and schedule your free testosterone test, free exam, and free consultation. Call Revive Men's Health at 405-942-3100. That's 405-942-3100. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Paid for by Auto Discount Policy.
Oh man, my car insurance went up this month.
And you're still going to keep that policy?
Yeah, I've had the same auto insurance for years. My rate's gone up a little, but that's just how it works, right?
I was the same way. Just paid whatever they told me. Then I called Auto Discount Policy and found out I was overpaying by hundreds a year.
Seriously?
Oh yeah, it took me 5 minutes. I called and they compared rates from top providers. They even saved me $650 a year.
Wait, $650 just for making one call?
Yep, they don't care about your driving record, credit score, even if you're not insured right now.
Okay, I'm calling right now.
Don't settle for the same auto insurance plan. Find out how you can save up to $650 a year on auto insurance. There's no obligation, no hassle, just real savings you can start putting back in your pocket today. Call 800-735-2036. That's 800-735-2036. One last time, 800-735-2036.
For digital marketing that works, you need local expertise and national scale. Cumulus Digital provides hometown teams fueled by national support, serving over 4,000 businesses a month. Go to cumulusdigital.com. A short form is all it takes to get started.
Stream live on thesportsanimal.com.
This sounds like it would be Pink Floyd, but okay. You know me with Pink Floyd. A lot of these songs you don't know what the names of them are, huh?
Wish You Were Here.
Wish You Were Here. It's not it. No. You gotta. Can you fast forward a little bit, dude?
Should be like
So
a
we can
dead
hear the-
giveaway, man, right there.
Is anybody? No, I'm sorry. I thought it was Vera. Hold on. Oh, this is Welcome to the Machine. Thank you. Great song. Welcome. I just love that song, Vera. I'm just going crazy over Vera lately. Julie's so mad at me. She wants me to not ever sing it again. Yeah, Tyler, you don't know. The show we're watching is called Vera. So whenever we turn it on, I start going, Vera! And she just says, Jim, that's enough. So, anyway, what's the question you want to ask me, man?
Oh, well, real quick, I was going to say my roommate is probably go bar for bar with you on Pink Floyd. He's a P1 Pink Floyd guy.
Really? How old is he?
Oh,
how old is he?
My age. He's my age.
That's awesome, man.
Yeah.
That's good to know. Pink Floyd, I'm telling you.
Oh, Pink Floyd rocks. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say I know all their songs and stuff, but like I got a feel they're a great band. Music from you know, I've talked to my dad about this a lot. You know, to me, like folk rock, rock in general, the Pink Floyds of the world. I'm a huge Grateful Dead fan. That music to me is just timeless. The way it transcended music into what it is today. Yeah,
I tell you a story. I tell you a story about Pink Floyd. Blow your mind. Tony may know the story. It's 1979, my senior year in high school. About June or July, they get done with Pink Floyd. They get done with The Wall, the deal. Everybody tells them, get it out, man. If you want to be, if you want to get some, for 1979, if you want to get some awards, get it out. They released it on December 1st. Everybody told them they were the dumbest ever. In 1 month, it became the #1 album of 1979. How cool is that?
Pretty impressive.
Everybody said, right, Tony, that they should release it earlier. So people, and they said, nope, we're going to release it December 1st. And they became the best-selling album of 1979.
Yeah, that is your exclusive detail. I did not know that. It's interesting.
Isn't that cool? Isn't that cool?
The ability to pump out a record at will is amazing.
They were amazing, man. Yep.
Now, Jim, before I ask you the question, before we get out of here, am I like your FCS game before Al gets back in music? Am I your rum dum where you just kind of beat up on before you get back to the big leagues?
I would probably say that I don't know if I can give you FCS. I would probably say that you're Division III.
I hope tomorrow, Tony, throw me some bones tomorrow. I'll send.
What are you talking about? You can't do that. Tony, don't do that. That's ridiculous. Throw you some bones. And what are your years?
I'm doing. I think probably 2008, 2018, in that ballpark.
Okay. Gosh, you're so young.
The problem with me with music too is, like I said, like I'm a big Grateful Dead fan. I love Grateful Dead. I also am a huge Red Dirt Country fan. Like if you were to play songs from those charts, I would be great at this game. But the music I grew up on, like I know the populars. It does change under pressure, and also it's just like I didn't grow up listening to the top charts of my generation, and I can't pick the 70s or 80s because then I'd really get smoked because I got no chance in that. So because my music wheelhouse is kind of all over the place. So that's the excuse I have.
Tony, you want to know something? His music is 20 years after I retired from the big leagues.
That's crazy.
That's how young he is. All right, what's your question before you get out of here? I'm going to get home. What do you got?
Okay. What's more important for the OU offense next year? John Mateer taking the next step or having a true established run game?
Look, I think that this established running game is a little bit overrated nowadays, but you do have to be able to run it. I mean, you don't have to run for 220 yards anymore, but you better be able to run for triple digits. I mean, if you're running for 85 yards and your quarterback is running for 40 of it, then you're not going to go where you need to go. I don't think there's any doubt, but here's the deal. I'll say it again, and people, if it doesn't happen, you can wear me out. They're not going to compete for a national championship unless they get some explosive plays on offense and be able to really on both running and passing. They got to do both because they're going to be great defensively, but if they can't play offensively, they can go 9-3. and they can get into the tournament again, but they're going to do what happened last year. They're going to lose. So they got to get better. They got to get better. So what are you going to say?
I was going to say, I'm kind of on the opposite side as you. I think John Mateer taking the next step is massively important, but I think with this defense that OU has, it should be a top 5 defense in the country, could be top 3, could be top 1 defense in the country. If you can establish a running game and John Mateer can just do his job and not turn the ball over, I think that's enough to get you to the playoff. I think it's establishing a running game and just controlling
do
the
me a
clock
favor
and
this
giving
break.
your defense as much rest as possible.
Hey, go look at the teams that led the SEC in rushing last year and see how much it was. It's not that much anymore, dude. People aren't running for 250 a game. They're not. It's crazy. I got to go. Get out of here. Yeah. See you. Have a good show, Tyler. Good job,
I'll talk
Tony.
to you tomorrow,
see you guys.
Jim.
Okay, see you.
Talk
Bye.
to you tomorrow. That's Jim Traber over at the Grand Casino. I'm just right down the road at the Fire Lake Casino. We'll come back with Inside Sports and talk Sam Humphreys here on 98.1 FM WWLS, the Sports Animal.
Stuck working the garage sale and need your sports?
It's $12.20.
$12.20.
And we just found a $200 item for $5.
Minimum $200. Download and listen to WWLS anytime on the Sports Animal app.
Buffalo Wild Wings is kicking off back-to-school season with a backpack giveaway. Visit the South I-44 Del City or Shawnee location with your student to claim your free backpack. Restrictions apply while supplies last.
Fix urgent foundation problems now. Get Easy Pay financing, including same as cash and reduced interest loans. Call 405-787-9229 today. Ramjack American Leveling, a lifetime warranty from a lifetime company.
Your Oklahoma Wildcatters bull riding team is back, and home dirt means everything. Oklahoma Wildcatter Days takes over Paycom Center this weekend, July 31st through August 2nd, as the PBR returns to OKC. Watch your hometown Wildcatters battle the best teams, riders, and bulls during 3 huge nights of action. Get tickets now at PBR.com or Ticketmaster.com. Oklahoma Wildcatter Days, presented by Zone.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code DEPOSIT to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code DEPOSIT to borrow up to $10,000. Use code DEPOSIT to borrow up to $10,000. Paid non-attorney spokesperson. Paid for by Action Matters.
Attention anyone who has had a colonoscopy, endoscopy, or any other scope procedure. If you or a loved one developed a serious infection or health complication after a scope procedure, you may be entitled to significant cash compensation. Dangerous infections have been reported across the country linked to Olympus endoscopes. Olympus scopes may have been defectively designed, and manufacturer instructions may not have been adequate in enabling proper disinfection, putting patients' health at risk. If you or a loved one were hospitalized for a bacterial infection within 90 days of a scope procedure, or developed sepsis, organ failure, HIV, tuberculosis, an antibiotic-resistant superbug, or another serious complication following a scope procedure, you may be entitled to significant compensation. Call now to find out if you qualify. But hurry, time to file a claim could be limited.
Call 800-891-1857 now to see if you qualify. That's 800-891-1857. 800-891-1857.
Paid for by Marr Law Firm, 3100 Northwest, 149th Street, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Allstate Insurance is under investigation from the United States Senate for altering damage estimates, lying to policyholders, and engaging in unfair practices to pay less on claims. Allstate makes up excuses to blame storm damage on issues like wear and tear, defective shingles, or even improper installation, leaving you to pay for expensive repairs yourself. Has Allstate wrongfully denied or underpaid your homeowner's insurance claim? You need to call the Marr Law Firm immediately and claim victory. The Marr Law Firm is Oklahoma's leading insurance bad faith law firm. For over 30 years, we have uncovered the insurance companies' schemes and brought them to light, and we never let the insurance companies forget it. Call now for a free evaluation of your claim. Call 1-800-865-8558. Again, 1-800-865-8558. That's 1-800-865-8558.
This summer, celebrate the freedom of the open road with Bob Howard Auto Group. From hardworking trucks to family SUVs, enjoy cold AC and comfort built for every Oklahoma adventure. Shop the full lineup now at bobhoward.com. Bob Howard, a Group 1 dealer.
Broadcasting sponsored by Parish Devon Injury Lawyers. Visit pepperwinds.com. WWLS-FM, The Village, Oklahoma City. The Sports Animal, a Cumulus station.
It's time to go inside. Inside the stats. Inside the game. Inside the mind of Al Eschbach.
Hello! Can anybody hear me?
It's Inside Sports on 98.1 FM, WWLS, the Sports Animal.
Welcome to Inside Sports here on 98.1 FM, WWLS, Sports Animal. I'm Tyler Adams, T-Bag, with you for the next hour here at the Fire Lake Casino in Shawnee off 177 and Hardesty Road. And we got Sam Humphreys back in studio. Mr. Sam, how you doing today?
I'm doing good, Mr. Bag. What's going on?
Oh, we got a lot to get into today, actually. I got a lot of stuff I want to pick your brain about. And we also want to hear from you, the listener, because I got a question. And I just asked Traber it. And I got some text about it as well. And I kind of been pondering it. And I want to hear from you, the listener, 405-900-9957, Johnny's Charcoal Broiler text station line, or the Lucky Star studio line, 405-900-9957. So, Sam, I think we're all in agreement that OU is going to have one of the better defenses in the country. I think it's going to be a top 5. I think the floor, if they're healthy, I think the floor for this defense is a top 10 defense in the country. That's good enough to get you very far. And the question mark for this OU football team is, can they improve on offense? And can they improve in their run game? And can they improve with their quarterback play? So, Sam, to you, if I could tell you, Sam, you're not Sam Humphreys, radio host. You're Sam from Norman, 20-year season ticket holder at OU. Would you rather have John Mateer take the next step to, I don't want to say elite quarterback, because I think if I'm like, oh, John Mateer's a Heisman winner, I think you take that any day of the week. But just John Mateer takes that next step in his quarterback play, or OU be able to establish a run game and control a run game in SEC play, which would you choose?
Well, the run game. And again, you need elite quarterback play as well. But I think one thing that's going to help John Mateer this year is the fact that on a 3rd and 2 and a crunch time situation in the fourth quarter, I think they will be able to run the ball this year. That's yet to be seen, but I'm just going based off the evidence of Foje and Fasusi and Pierre-Louis being a year older. Being able to establish some sort of run game should open up some things for John Mateer, make his life easier, you would think.
Yes, and I agree with you for everything you just said. And plus, when you have an elite defense, you want to keep the defense off the field as much as possible. Let the offense run the clock, burn the clock, and move the chains. And I think establishing a run game really does that as well. And if you could just ask John Mateer, because I do think no matter what, John Mateer is going to be better this year. It's just a matter of how much better is he going to be. But I do believe he's going to be better. So if you could just ask John Mateer, hey, don't turn the ball over, make plays when you need to make, be JJ McCarthy, be a better version of JJ McCarthy in 2023. That's probably a great way to put it. I mean, if that's what you're asking, we with Michigan 2 seasons ago, going on the 3rd season. If you could just be a better version of JJ McCarthy, where JJ McCarthy wasn't asked to do a whole lot, but there were moments in that Washington game in the national championship, in the Alabama game in the Rose Bowl, against Ohio State in the 12th game of the season, where he did have to make some plays on 3rd down to help Michigan steal some wins and go on to win the national championship. And obviously, when you had Blake Corum and that overrated was it Haskins? Not Haskins. He was a overrated running back that they had that year. The second guy.
Trying to remember.
He was on the cover of. He was on the cover of EA Sports, which was pretty ridiculous. But he was our RB2. He was a good RB2. A little overrated whenever he went to running back 1. But if you could just ask, if that's what your offense could look like, when you have a defense as elite as OU's, I got to say, you'd want the run game to be much improved over John Mateer's play. I don't think you can really go wrong in this answer, but I think me and you are kind of lockstep on that one.
I mentioned the offensive lineman being a year older. Another thing that should obviously help is Jason Witten coming in. And I think that the tight end play should certainly be better, and it should certainly be better in the run game as well as far as blocking. That's one thing that Kanak could not do was block in the run game. And so any improvement would be an improvement on last year.
It's going to be interesting to see how much they run 2 tight ends out there, because last year when OU ran 2 tight ends out there, it was pretty disastrous. So it's going to be interesting to see how much they do that this year, because obviously Ben Arbuckle is coming back for his second season as offensive coordinator. So
now let me
a lot of questions.
Let me say this too, T-Bag, that for OU to do some of the special things that I think that they possibly are capable of, like making the SEC championship game, Brent is going to have to let Arbuckle open up the offense a little bit.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Brent is going to have to let Arbuckle and Mateer open up the offense a little bit if they want to beat some of the elite teams like Georgia and Texas.
Well, that's the thing. You're going to have to take some gambles if you're Brent Venables in some of these games. If you got a tight game in the fourth quarter, you're going to have to say, all right, let's let it rip right here. Compared to last year, where it was just more, let's not do anything stupid and just, let the defense make a play, because that's what the defense did all year. But kind of as good as we think this defense is going to be, you can't just rely on a defense because there's always busted plays and, bad things can happen. There'd be penalties or whatever it is. So, yeah, you're going to have to open up the offense for sure. We're getting some text here. And I think the kind of consensus we're seeing so far on the text line, the Johnny Trucker Boy text line, the run game and Mateer do kind of go hand in hand, don't they, Sam? Because Mateer is a guy that could run. I mean, he's a great runner. So, I mean, that could be, hand in hand thing.
Well, and again, how many times last year were we like, when are they going to throw it downfield? Well, the defenses knew that OU couldn't run the ball. It's like why OU had so much success defensively against Ty Simpson. It's because Alabama couldn't run the ball last year as well. And so, if you can establish a little bit of a run game, it's obviously, like I said, going to open up things downfield, and then obviously going hand in hand as well with the fact that Mateer is one of the better running quarterbacks in college football as well. So, yeah, I think that the answer to your question is both, but if I had to choose one of the two, I would like to see OU finally just, first of all, stick to a running back or two instead of it being so fluid like it has been the last couple of years. But, establish a run game. And again, if they can do that, their defense is good enough to win, I would say, 9 games. And if the offense, can produce like I think it can produce, especially with new weapons like Trell Harris and Livingstone and the tight ends, I think that this team has a chance to do something special, but it's all going to depend on the decision making from John Mateer, in my opinion.
I'm trying to find, now there was a chart that came out earlier of the top 10 defenses in the SEC. I'm going to see if I can find that, because I want to see how many opponents OU plays off that list. We'll try to find that. In the meantime, Sam, your guy, Baker Mayfield. Okay, let's see here. Okay, this is from On3. I found it here. So before we get the Baker Mayfield talk, oh, come on. Okay, so we got the top 10 defenses in the country, not just the SEC. This is the country. You have Oklahoma is number 1. This is from On3 from Crane and Cone.
Let me guess.
Oklahoma is number 2, 1. Okay.
Would that be Texas?
They're number 3.
Oregon is number 2 then.
They're number 4.
Who's number Notre Dame?
Notre Dame is number 2. Yes. Georgia 5, Miami 6, Texas Tech 7, Indiana 8, LSU 9, and Ohio State 10. So OU plays LSU, Georgia, and Texas. So out of the top defenses in the SEC, OU plays all of them. So it's going to be pretty crucial to establish a run game and try to eat the clock and help, like we said, help Mateer out as well. That's just going to be crucial. But I mean, hell, man, the fact Audible mentioned as well, you have A&M in there who OU plays towards the end of the season. I think A&M. Do you have any thoughts on A&M? I think they might be a little bit overrated going into this year. I just don't know if Marcel Reed's as good as people think.
Well, historically, A&M is always overrated. But, I mean, yeah, Marcel Reed had a problem of giving the ball to the other team at crucial situations, especially in the playoff game against Miami, like you saw at the end of the game. But the main reason why where A&M struggled last year was giving up, 40 points to Georgia, giving up 40 points to Arkansas last year. I think they gave up 40 to someone else. But, I mean, their defense, if they're expecting it to be an honorable mention to the top 10 best defenses in the country, then they must have brought in a bunch of new guys. But last year, their defense was certainly an issue.
I think it's because they held Miami to 13 points or whatever it was.
But it was so windy.
I know. You can't make a sample size for an entire season off one playoff game. But maybe that's just where the logic is coming from. So I don't know. Like I said, if you got any thoughts on that, 405-900-9957, text or call us. Me and Sam would be more than happy to answer any college football questions or NFL questions you have. And transitioning into the NFL, Sam, your guy, our guy, everyone's guy around here. Well, for some, not for others. Baker Mayfield. He had some interesting comments today. Now, it's been apparent, we've known, it's been no secret that there's been some contract disagreements going on between Baker Mayfield and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. But Baker came out publicly today and said he's disappointed. He felt a little disrespected by the Buccaneers, but he also handled it great at the end. I'm going to answer questions today, but after today, no more answering. It's on to football. We have a goal, to accomplish, and I'm not going to let this be a distraction. But he was pretty vocal about it today. And I got to say, I see it from both sides, and I'd love to get your points or your take on this, Sam. I see both sides from this because Baker Mayfield, if you look at the quarterbacks making $50 million, or let's just say 45 plus, because I think Baker probably, if he got offered a 3-year, $130 million, $135 million deal, he'd probably sign up and take that. So $45 million plus quarterbacks are Malik Willis, never mind. That's $45 million total. I was about to say that's insane. You got Deshaun Watson, out of here. Jalen Hurts, okay. Justin Herbert, okay. Lamar Jackson, well deserved. Brock Purdy is up there. So you look at these quarterbacks and the money they're making, and you see kind of a recipe in the NFL, and that's have a quarterback, unless your name is Patrick Mahomes, it's the kind of a recipe to have in the NFL. Now, it's not the end-all, be-all, but it's to have a quarterback on a cheaper contract or a quarterback on a rookie deal where you can expend the money elsewhere and have a deep roster, a solid roster, build your offensive line, build your defense, build your weapons, and have a quarterback on a bargain. Sam, do you think Baker Mayfield is worth $50 million plus? Because I understand where Baker's coming from in the sense, hey, Brock Purdy's making $53 million. I'm as good as Brock Purdy. Justin Herbert, what has he done? Sorry, Press and Pull, if you're listening, but he hasn't won a playoff game. I've won you a playoff game. I've taken you to the playoffs. He's making 52 and a half. Excuse me. But I also understand from Tampa Bay's side of them not wanting to pay Baker Mayfield $50 million plus.
In my opinion, I don't understand what the Bucs are doing. They're ruining the culture in that locker room, and I think it all kind of started with them not firing Todd Bowles and upgrading Liam Cohen to the head coach.
Totally
and then
agree.
Now they're being cheap with Vita Vea. They're trying to be cheap with Baker Mayfield. You already got rid of Mike Evans, and so I don't know what the plan is in Tampa Bay, but I do know that Baker Mayfield's a whole lot better quarterback than Trevor Lawrence, who's making $55 million. He's a whole lot better quarterback than Brock Purdy, who's making $53. Justin Herbert, as you said, has still not won a playoff game, much less had the success that Baker Mayfield has had in his career. And Deshaun Watson, we don't even have to talk about. You can make an argument that I'd rather have Baker Mayfield than Dak Prescott, especially under pressure. And so, Baker instead of Dak. And so you look at it, and Baker's making $33. He's underpaid by $20 million per year. And let's not forget, he never really got that big second contract because he had the injury with the Browns. The Browns gave up on him, ended up getting Deshaun Watson. He gets sent to Siberia with the Carolina Panthers, and then he goes to the Rams on the end of the season deal, and then he lands in Tampa. Tampa got Baker Mayfield on a discount, and he has exceeded expectations tenfold in Tampa Bay. It's time to pay the man what he's worth, and he's worth over $50 million easily.
I like I said, I agree. I see both sides of this. I really do, because I do believe Baker is worth that. And you do bring up a really good point with the culture in that locker room as well, because I guarantee you, if you go ask those players, they want Baker Mayfield to get paid. They are ride or die for a guy like Baker Mayfield. They want him to get paid. So I do understand. I do understand both sides for this. So I hear we got a caller. We got Bama Tom on hold. Bama Tom, let's hear it.
Hey, guys. Hey, I ran my buddy Nick Saban through AI just because I'm so desperate for another natty. And it said, had Nick Saban sold out and said, okay, I'm going to embrace transfer portal and NIL, and that in the next 8 years, he would have won at least four national championships, if not 5. And my theory was, if Nick Saban would have just said, I'm selling out, fine. I'll teach you guys a lesson. You want the NIL and transfer? I'll show you really how it's done. That would have been beautiful. Anyway,
4 national championships in 8 years?
Yeah. The AI said that based on Saban's recruiting, Nick Saban said, we're going to pay every player $1 million. We'll get the number 1 recruiting classes. Bama would have won at a minimum 4 in the last 10 years. If he had
okay. But before you get to your next point, number 1, it's AI. It's AI talking here. AI can be great for some things. I don't think AI can predict college football. I don't think it can predict what's going to happen in sports. I will say, I think Nick Saban, if he really embraced it and learned how to do it, I think he would have been great in the transfer portal era. But what was Nick Saban's secret recipe? He could lose 6 guys on his defense in the NFL draft and have 5 stars backing him up that sat on the bench for 2 years, and they were ready to go, ready to play, and he was just able to have yet again, a top 10 defense, or towards his latter half at Alabama, an elite offense with elite skill players. He was able just to rinse and repeat with those guys as well. I just don't know in the transfer portal if you could do that. I was talking with Barry Trammell earlier, and I said the hoarding of players is easier now, and I really misspoke when I said that. I wasn't able to correct myself. I think the hoarding of players within conferences is a lot more apparent than ever, because I think if a guy is to transfer from Alabama, he's going to stay in the SEC, or he's going to go to a Big Ten program, or a Big Ten guy, if he transfers, he's going to end up at another Big Ten program to SEC. These highly recruited guys want to play in the Big Ten or want to play in the SEC. So I think it'd be harder for Nick Saban just because he wouldn't be able to hoard as talented players on the bench.
Oh, I think it would have been easier because he would have said, come to Bama, get $1 million, and make the NFL. And 2 examples are Julian Sayin from Ohio State and Caleb Downs. Those 2 Ohio State studs
until Tennessee
were Bama recruits. Yeah,
until Tennessee says we'll match that $1 million offers, then you'll be a starter.
Right. In the next 20 years, you will not encounter a coach that, for his 10-year period, recruited better. I mean, I thought the Bear was amazing. I thought Stallings and Saban, had my dear parents been alive, they'd have been blown away with what he did. I love it that one of my prosecutor friends is a big Bama fan, and so when we greet each other, say bye, win, lose, or draw, we say RTR, roll tide roll, and no one knows what we're talking about, but he looks at me like, I know. But no, I think your OU Sooners have a really good chance to make some noise and really progress, but Brent has to just totally release the offense and just say, go get him. I'm a defensive guy. You're the offensive guy. I'm going to trust you guys to make the decision. And I think if he just was not completely hands off, but just totally opened it up, as you say, I think the sky's the limit. I think you have to beat Texas. I think you have to be competitive against Georgia. I don't think you have to beat them. But if your only loss is against Georgia going into the playoff scenario, I think that puts you in great position.
You're probably the SEC championship if that's the case.
Right. The problem is no team is successfully running the ball other than a little bit of Miami and a little bit of Indiana last year. I don't know what the problem is with the run game, but it is very frustrating. And what Stoops and Gundy and Lavelle Edwards figured out is if you find your stud quarterback, if you find your stud tight end and your stud defensive lineman or DB, you can make a run at it. So Stoops and Gundy are poster childs for get your NFL caliber, get your Baker Mayfield, get your Heisman Trophy winning quarterback, and you can win. And I think that's where OU and other programs need to focus, is on the quarterback position.
Let me ask you real quick, Bama Tom. What does Kalen DeBoer, what does he have to do this year to keep his job?
I think he has to make the playoff, and I think he needs to advance. I think he needs to advance past the first round.
Okay. He did that last year.
So I think if he does that, he's safe for another year or two. But I think if he's just one or two and done and out of the playoffs, I think Bama will kick him out. He's a buffer coach. He's not a Saban. If he wins a national championship, he'll keep his job. But I could see him leaving Bama and going to the NFL and being an offensive coordinator there.
I can see a world where he does one day leave Alabama on his own merit. All right, thanks, Bama Tom. All right, we got to hit a timeout here. Brad, we'll get to you when we get back from the break. So stay on hold, and we will talk to you when we get back from break. 405-900-9957 if you want to join the show with Sam and myself. I'm Tyler Adams T-Bag here today at the Fire Lake Casino in Shawnee off 177 and Hardesty Road. Hey, this weekend, you know what it's this weekend? August, Saturday Night Live music, 8 p.m. to midnight here at the Fire Lake Casino. Brad, stay on hold. We'll talk to you next here on Inside Sports on 98.1 FM, WWLS, the Sports Animal.
The Sports Animal text Nation Line, 405-900-WWLS. That's 405-900-9957. Is served up by Johnny's Charcoal Broiler. Hop in the conversation anytime with the Johnny's Charcoal Broiler Sports Animal text Nation Line.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Your coffee would never get cold. Your flight would always be on time. And your mattress would always respond to you and your unique sleep needs. Sleep Number mattresses are designed to respond to your body and shift with your changing life, helping you fall asleep faster and stay asleep longer. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number, to a good life sleep.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this ad for your morning commute to wake you up, which could help your driving. Science says that stimulating the brain increases alertness. So here's a pop quiz. How many months have 28 days? What gets wetter as it dries? What has keys but can't open locks? If you don't want to hear the answers, turn off this Liberty Mutual ad now. 12 months, a towel, piano. Enjoy being fully alert.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
This summer, take the Route 66 road trip at Lucky Star. Final stop, August Progressive Payday. Win your share of $162,500 in cash with hourly drawings every Saturday night in August. And get 5 times the entries every Friday. This summer, all roads lead to Lucky Star. Come and get your luck.
Looking for the best deals on guns and gear? Head to H&H Shooting Sports to take advantage of these huge manufacturer rebates. Buy select Sig Sauer pistols and get a free Foxtrot EDC flashlight. Plus, buy select Springfield Model 2020 rifles and score a free XDM Elite 10mm pistol. Don't miss out. Visit Oklahoma's headquarters for guns and gear, H&H Shooting Sports, located just off I-40 and Meridian and OKC.
Paid for by Marr Law Firm, 3100 Northwest, 149th Street, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. Allstate Insurance is under investigation from the United States Senate for altering damage estimates, lying to policyholders, and engaging in unfair practices to pay less on claims. Allstate makes up excuses to blame storm damage on issues like wear and tear, defective shingles, or even improper installation, leaving you to pay for expensive repairs yourself. Has Allstate wrongfully denied or underpaid your homeowner's insurance claim? You need to call the Marr Law Firm immediately and claim victory. The Marr Law Firm is Oklahoma's leading insurance bad faith law firm. For over 30 years, we have uncovered the insurance companies' schemes and brought them to light, and we never let the insurance companies forget it. Call now for a free evaluation of your claim. Call 1-800-865-8558. Again, 1-800-865-8558. That's
The
1-800-865-8558.
Sports Animal Studios, powered by the OKC Thunder. Level up your game this summer at Thunder Youth Basketball Camps, presented by Simple Modern. Kids ages 6 to 16 across Oklahoma can learn new skills, compete, and have fun. Find a camp near you at OKCThunder.com/summer camps.
And we are back here on Inside Sports. T-back here at Firelight Casino. It's Shawnee. Sam Humphreys back in studio. Let's get back to the phone lines. 405-900-9957. Lucky Star studio line. Johnny's Charcoal Boiler Text Nation line. Let's talk to Brad. Brad, you're on Inside Sports. What's on your mind?
All right, T-Bag. First of all, been listening to you for a long time in the morning. My job changed. Now I'm driving in the afternoon, and boom, here you are. So that's awesome. Glad you get to do some afternoon stuff. Look forward to hearing you after the games. So I had to call in, man. So many things you talk about, but this guy calls in, and he says, if Nick Saban sells out, first of all, Nick Saban did sell out because he used to treat media like they were the redheaded stepchild. He would talk down to them and act like they're a bunch of idiots. And then when he leaves his coaching job, he goes to the media and becomes one of those deplorables that he had been treating so horribly for so long. And the other thing was, I disagree with you a little bit. His secret sauce, you say it was recruiting. I think it was recruiting because he was already paying players. So the idea of if he embraced the NIL, he embraced the NIL before it was the NIL, and he had been paying his guys. And then when the playing field got leveled where everybody could pay people, he lost his advantage, and he knew it, and that's why he got out. That's what I got to say about it, but mostly because I'm an OU guy, and I don't like Alabama, but you can take it off the air from there. Love you guys. Really enjoy listening to both of you.
I appreciate it, Brad. No. You're I think both things are true in that. Where obviously, I think we can all say, I shouldn't say obviously, but I think we can say with decent certainty that the SEC was playing the NIL game before a lot of schools were playing the NIL game. I think that's one of the reasons the SEC were able to separate themselves there for about a 10-year stretch in college football, and I think it's one of the reasons why the Big Ten has been able to catch up a little, is because it is an even playing field now when it comes to paying players. I'm not naive enough to say that Nick Saban never paid players. I think that majority, maybe outside of a Vanderbilt, were playing players or paying players in the SEC there for a little bit of a stretch. I mean, there's multiple examples of schools getting in trouble for that reason. Ole Miss being one of them. I know Auburn faced some punishment. LSU. I mean, Ed Orgeron all but admitted to paying players when he was like, "Shoot, I can do it legally now." So yes, Nick Saban, his advantage was paying players before a lot of people, before a lot of coaches and programs were. But with that said, he wasn't the only program doing that. In newsflash, it's not like OU, OSU, Texas, USC, Ohio State, name your program, weren't paying players under the table for the longest time. I mean, OU and OSU both at the same time in the late 80s, early 90s, both got in trouble for players being paid. And that was 30, 40 years ago at this point. This has been going on forever in college football. But with all that said, Nick Saban did have a secret sauce, a secret weapon, and that was just having 5-star, 4-star, after 5-star and 4-star sitting on his bench. And like what I was telling Bama Tom, he said, Nick Saban could recruit a guy, give him $1 million and sit on the bench for 2 years and then start in his third year. And my counter argument was like, well, okay, Florida or Tennessee or whatever could say, well, match that $1 million and you could be a starter in year one and at the latest by year two. So I think that's just kind of the difference right there. But I also think it's unfair to say that Nick Saban would have won 4 national championships in 8 years in this current day and age of college ball, where we see the parity and we have a 2-year sample size of the 12-team playoff with the enhanced NIL and the enhanced portal. We have 2 national champions from that, and that's Ohio State and that's Indiana. And I know Ohio State lost to Michigan that year, but they were the best team all year. And Indiana, I know none of us really believed it until they won that Big Ten championship, but they were the best team all year. So I do think that there is kind of a gap right now, kind of with the top 2 or 3 teams in the country and then everybody else. And I think that gap of the second tier between teams 4 or teams number 5 to 12 is pretty close. But I do think that roster construction, all that is so vital in this day and age of college football. And I just don't know if Nick Saban would have won a national championship. I'm confident in saying that in this current day and age. I mean, hell, in 2022 or in 2023, we were pretty heavy deep into the portal, and he took Michigan. He went on to win the national championship that year, 2 overtime in the Rose Bowl. So it's not like he was a total failure in that era. I mean, he won the SEC and was 1 play away from going to the national championship and probably winning it over Washington in the portal age. So It's all a fun, what could have been or what would have been, who knows. But it's a game we can play all day, and we'll just truly never know the answer to that. Let's go back to the phones. Lucky Star Student Lines 405-900-9957. Let's talk to our good friend Jeff. Jeff, how are we doing tonight?
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Doing great.
Good. Well, the question was asked earlier, what would be, your choice for the Mateer, plays better this year, they get a run game. Well, I'm going to say both. If you get a run game, that takes a lot of pressure off my quarterback. I think, be able to throw when you want to, run when you want to. You keep the defense guessing. That's my take on it. So, but what do y'all think?
Well, I mean, yeah, if you have established a run game, that helps the quarterback. If you have to, my favorite thing in football, my favorite thing that I see in football at any level, it doesn't matter, is whenever you are running the ball so well, and everybody in the stadium, coaches, players, fans, know what you're going to do, and that's run the football, and there's nothing that the defense can do to stop it. It's one of my favorite things to watch. I call it bully ball. It's not like I made up that term. It's a popular term in football, but bully ball football on the offensive side is one of my favorite things to watch. And if you can do that, and then you can throw the element of surprise with a big down the field play, a big explosive play with John Mateer, that just opens up the offense a whole lot more. So that's why I think, and I mean, Sam, I mean, you seem to agree with what Jeff and I are saying. And that if you can establish a run game, it just opens the offense up for so many more opportunities.
I totally agree. And again, let's remember that last year Mateer was not healthy. I feel like we never talk about that, but
yes,
he wasn't healthy. Yes. When he's healthy, he's great. Did you watch the Michigan game? Did you watch the Auburn game? Did you watch even after he got hurt against Alabama? The guy is an absolute gamer when he is healthy. And yes, he's going to throw interceptions. He's a gunner. That's what I love about him. Maybe Brent wanted to rein that in a little bit after he got hurt, because obviously Mateer started fluttering some balls over the middle, like you saw against Texas after the Dr. Shin surgery. But if Mateer can be Mateer, and I say Mateer when he's healthy, like he was at the start of the year last year, this team has the potential to do some pretty special things. And I'm saying, like, I picked them to go to the SEC championship game, and I think it's a realistic possibility that this team could make a semifinals this year in the college football playoffs. That's how much I believe in Venable's defense and how much I believe in John Mateer.
Let me ask you a question, Sam, but I'm not saying this to... I might have already asked you this, I think. I can't remember if I asked you or Preston Poole this. I'm not trying to ruffle any feathers, and just a side tangent real quick. One of the unfair things about me being the OC guy on the station is whenever I get critical of OU or I ask a critical question of OU, people just take it to me being
Bama Tom just said you're OU Sooners to you on the call.
I know. We had a listener come up wearing an OU hat during that break, and I said, "You missed it. Someone just called him my Oklahoma Sooners." I didn't feel the need to correct Bama Tom there, but and sometimes I am being a little bit of a troll, but I'm not being a troll when I ask this. This is just the numbers and what we have presented. Does Vegas having the line at 7.5 raise your eyebrow just a little?
No, because I think a lot of people aren't paying close enough attention. I think they see that they lost some NFL guys on the defense and they really couldn't run the ball last year and aren't paying attention to all of the weapons now that John Mateer has. The tight end room is way better. You get Livingstone, who, again, Texas didn't want because they bring in Cam Coleman, but he's still a heck of a receiver. And Trell Harris was a heck of a receiver at Virginia. And so I think that a lot of people around the country are just thinking OU is going to be what OU has been since Venables got here, and that's just not the case. This is, on paper, Venables' best team by far, even better than the other 10-win teams.
Did you see Kirk Cinetti's comments today about the SEC, by the way?
Oh, did I?
Get off note here. What are your thoughts on that?
Oh, where do I even begin? I was going to do a whole segment on this later, but I guess we could talk about it now.
Don't waste all your takes on it.
I'm not going to waste all of them, but I mean, my main take I've been given ever since SEC media days when we heard Kiffin talking about the SEC point of view. Same thing with Sark. And then, yesterday we heard Ryan Day and the commissioner of the Big Ten talking about their Big Ten point of view, saying, and what, give me the actual quote. I don't have it in front of me of Curt Cignetti today. I can find it. So
this is how he ended his press conference. We have it right here. We don't run a hype machine up here in the Midwest. When we fall short, we don't cry river and whine and complain. That's why we're the best.
I keep bringing up this stat, but Bielema was the other coach that said, Sankey thinks he's still living in 2005, but
2005, yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, since 2005, the SEC has 14 national champions and 6 different national champions. And so let's not act like the Big Ten is all of the sudden some, dominant conference. They are dominant as far as their elite teams. But the SEC doesn't have any Marylands or Purdue's or Michigan States or Wisconsin's or Nebraska or Northwestern or UCLA or Rutgers. You want me to keep going? I mean, Minnesota and Iowa.
I know.
And USC over the past 4 years since Lincoln got there is nothing special either. And so let's not act like the middle to bottom half of the Big Ten is even comparable to the middle of the, SEC. And it gets back to my argument like I was making last week. It's that the committee keeps factoring in irrelevant conference records with Big 12 teams, with ACC teams, with Big 10 teams, where you can't convince me that like an OU team, if they lost 2 games to Georgia and Texas this year, that a 1-loss Texas Tech team is better than a 2-loss Oklahoma team. It's just silly. And for them to act like, since we're winning national championships, we're the better conference. Name me the national championship that Oregon has won or that Michigan State or any of those other 10 teams have won. When you have a giant conference like that, you're obviously going to find a nut every once in a while. And so, I don't know. To me, I think that it's a good argument on their part. But if you look at it in context, the stronger conference, even though they haven't won a national championship over the last, 4 or 5 years now, is clearly the SEC by far.
I totally agree with you. I think if you're to say who has a better top 5 teams, the Big Ten has an argument right now. They've won the last 3 national championships.
Let's go through it this year. Let's go through it this year.
The conference as a whole.
I mean, would you take Georgia or Indiana?
Georgia, just because, I have questions on Josh.
Coin flip, that's fine.
I have questions on Josh. Coin flip, but I'd lead Georgia.
You're taking Ohio State over Alabama, probably, right?
Yeah.
You're taking Oregon over Ole Miss, probably.
Yes.
Now, USC and A&M, another coin flip game, could go either way. But then you got...
Yeah, I'd coin and flip.
Then you got Texas versus Michigan. You're taking Texas. You have OU versus Iowa. You're taking OU. You have Vandy versus Minnesota. Now, again, this year it might be more of a coin flip, but over the last couple of years, Vandy has been the superior program. Tennessee and Washington, another toss-up, and only because Washington's bringing a lot of guys back. But I'm taking Missouri over Illinois. I'm taking LSU definitely over Nebraska. I'm taking Florida over UCLA. I'm taking, Auburn over Rutgers and Mississippi State over Wisconsin. I mean, it's not even close. What are we even talking about here?
And another thing too, Sam. Forget the talent on the field. Forget the talent on the field. Before we hit a break, I got 2 quick points I want to make here. Forget the talent on the field. Would you rather, if you're week 8, like I think OU plays Mississippi State sometimes the week 7, 8, 9, whatever it is. If you're Brent Venables, would you rather go to Piscataway, New Jersey, or Starkville, Mississippi on a Saturday night? If you were to ask any coach in America what they would rather do, they would say Piscataway, New Jersey, because it's going to be in a half-full stadium compared to a bunch of drunk Mississippians with a sellout stadium and cowbells ringing. Environment does have to matter a little. In the NFL, you can say environment doesn't matter as much because it's grown men, Environment matters in college football. It does. I mean, it can play a role in winning or losing. And the SEC, I think that just brings them up a peg over the Big Ten. And my last point before we hit a timeout here, go look at the top 20 toughest schedules in the country. 16. So every SEC team is in the top 20 of toughest schedules because they all play each other. And look, if you know me and you listen to the Morning Animals, I'm not an SEC glazer. I get sick and tired of some of this SEC talk. But I'm also getting sick and tired of this Big Ten talk and this, I know I'm better, you're better. No, Big Ten, if you're having to go up there and try to convince people that you're better, it's different than the SEC telling people that they're better.
Could you
That's
imagine,
the difference right
T-Bag, this year, if we have to put Penn State in this playoff, when their toughest games are USC and Washington and at Michigan? They don't play Ohio State. They don't play Indiana. They don't play Oregon. And you're telling me that conference record means the same as a conference record in the SEC where you're playing, perennial, contenders week in and week out. I don't know. I think it's
everyone
ridiculous.
plays Alabama. Everyone plays Alabama, Georgia, or Texas, or Oklahoma.
Yeah, right.
Not everyone plays Ohio State or Indiana. That's just kind of the difference right there. All right, we got to hit a timeout here. When we come back, I want to talk a little NFC football with Sam. I've been thinking about some NFC football, and me and Sam are both fans of NFC teams. So we'll talk about that next here on Inside Sports. I'm here today at the Fire Lake Casino. Hey, get over here. There's 15 minutes left till happy hour. If you need me to buy you a cocktail while you come out here before to win some money, just shoot us a text and I got you. Happy hour going on here on this weekend to kickoff. $5 or $10 hot seat, 50, excuse me, I can't read numbers, Sam. $50 hot seats every 10 minutes here at the Lucky Star Casino, starting at 9 p.m., or Fire Lake Casino, starting at 9 p.m. tonight. We'll be back on Inside Sports.
A new season of college football is coming. Closer to kickoff, closer to chaos, closer to the big games and even bigger expectations. From Norman to Stillwater, the countdown to Saturdays is on. 37 days. The countdown to college football in Oklahoma on 98.1 FM. WWLS. The Sports Animal is presented by Rob's Ranch.
Progressive knows it ain't easy navigating the open plains of home insurance, but there is one man who can help tame that wild herd of options. The Home Quote Explorer.
Note, Progressive's Home Quote Explorer is not a real person, but an online tool that lets you compare home insurance.
He's the type of fella who helps you decide on the right insurance, even if it ain't with him.
Again, not a person, just an online tool that helps you find great home coverage.
A real pioneer.
Okay, fine. Just do the thing. Yeah. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Comparison rates not available in all states or situations.
When you see this in your kitchen,
The stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
you hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves, or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman Stainless Steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow, my fridge looks brand new. Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
There's something about this time of year that reminds you what it means to be in Oklahoma. The long days, the wide open roads, and a truck you can count on to get you where you're going. That's what summer was made for. And nobody knows that better than the people right here in Oklahoma. And right now, Seth Wadley Ford is making it even easier to get behind the wheel. You can take $15,000 off MSRP on new Ford F-150 models, with plenty to choose from across our locations in Pauls Valley, Perry, and Ada. At Seth Wadley Ford, the price you see is the price you pay, and we intend to keep it that way. No games, no surprises, just an honest deal from an Oklahoma name you can trust. Plus, every purchase is backed by my personal promise of oil changes and engines for life at no cost to you. Visit a Seth Wadley Ford dealer today or find us online at SethWadleyFord.com. Because the truth costs less at Seth Wadley Ford. New Ford F-150 is $15,000 off MSRP on select models. Stock number SFA 22271. Taxes, title, license, and fees additional. Offer expires August 3rd, 2026. See dealer for details.
There's an award-winning pool builder in town that isn't afraid of a big or little challenge. Aquascape Pools is who I'm talking about, and they do it right. Aquascape Pools stands by their quality product and are with you every step of the way, from the early stages of design to the very first splash. Aquascape Pools is the leader in outdoor living. I should know they built my pool. Call 478-POOL or visit their brand new showroom at Britton and Eastern. Whether it's elegant pools, BBQ grills, pergolas, outdoor kitchens, fireplaces, or fire pits, they can help with it all. Aquascape Pools, outdoor living is our passion.
This summer, take the Route 66 road trip at Lucky Star. Final stop, August Progressive Payday. Win your share of $162,500 in cash with hourly drawings every Saturday night in August, and get 5 times the entries every Friday. This summer, all roads lead to Lucky Star. Come and get your luck.
I wish we could eat breakfast all day. Fluffy pancakes, crispy bacon. You know, Boomerang Diner serves breakfast all day. Let's go right now.
We're here for breakfast lovers all day long. At Boomerang Diner, it all starts here.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code DEPOSIT to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money, so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code DEPOSIT to borrow up to $10,000. Use code DEPOSIT to borrow up to $10,000.
Guys, did you know your testosterone level impacts your energy, libido, sleep, weight, hair loss, mood, and even ED? And right now, Revive Men's Health Oklahoma City will check your testosterone for free. They've helped thousands of men since 2011 feel and perform better. They're so confident they can help you, they even guarantee it. Schedule your free testosterone test, exam, and consultation today. Call 405-942-3100. That's 405-942-3100. Or visit ReviveMen'sHealth.com.
Al's Walk of Shame.
Shame.
Sponsored by Othello's Family of Restaurants in downtown Edmond and on Campus Corner in Norman. It's the Walk of Shame.
Shame.
On WWLS, the Sports Animal.
The honor court is met. His name will never be mentioned again. Let him go from us forever. Let him begin the Walk of Shame.
Sam, I think you're going to like my walk of shame here. My walk of shame because I just rolled across this scrolling Twitter during the break. And I'm not trying to troll any of you Cowboys fans. It's got to go to the Dallas Cowboys right now because, Sam, did you see that they've nicknamed their offense?
No.
They've nicknamed it Gotti. G-O-T-I. Gotti. Which is a fantastic rap song by the legendary 6ix9ine rapper. But Gotti stands for greatest offense there is. So that's That's interesting. And it goes into the conversation I want to have with Sam real quick, because we're both fans of NFC teams. I'm the Chicago Bears. Sam's a fan of the Philadelphia Eagles. And, also, real quick, I do want to say we got some text about this. I got some text on my phone about this as well. I don't blame Kirk Cinetti at all for saying whatever the hell he wants to say. Right messenger, wrong message. How about that? If there's a guy that can say something, it's Kirk Cinetti. He can talk his talk because he's talked his talk from day one and just backed it up with the national championship at Indiana. So, with that said, Sam, the Cowboys, greatest offense there is. What are your quick thoughts on that one?
Well, I think there's a chance that they could be the best offense in the division for sure. I mean, I think that Dak Prescott has all sorts of weapons around him and the best wide receiver duo in the NFL. And I think on the defensive side of the ball, they're going to be able to stop the run with Big Q in there and Kenny Clark in there. And I think they made some nice moves getting rid of Diggs and bringing in Durant in the secondary. And so, I don't know, in Downs in the secondary from the draft. And so I am high on the Cowboys. I'm not making my prediction yet, but I am trying to debate between the Eagles and the Cowboys in the NFC East.
Sam, I'm high on the Cowboys. I like trolling them. Obviously, I will always like trolling the Cowboys. It's one of my favorite things to do. But I mean, they got great skill position. I mean, Javonte Williams coming back at running back, and then you got CD Lamb, George Pickens, and you got Kevontae Turpin, MVS as well, the former Chief. So they got some depth on the offensive side of the ball. Dak Prescott, a lot's going to come on his shoulders. I know he said yesterday that he embraces all the expectations that comes with being the Dallas Cowboys quarterback. But, you know, Sam, everyone's talking about how the NFC West is the best division in football. And it's hard to argue. It probably is the best division in football. You have the reigning Super Bowl champion, Seattle Seahawks. You have the San Francisco 49ers, who won a playoff game against all odds last year with all their injuries that they faced. You have the Los Angeles Rams, who probably would have won the Super Bowl if they won that tight NFC Championship game against Seattle. I haven't made my predictions yet either. I think I will probably pick the Rams to win the Super Bowl this year. So everyone's talking about how great the NFC West is, but to kind of circle back to all this, Sam, I think top to bottom, if we're talking SEC versus Big Ten, NFC West versus the NFC East, I think top to bottom, the NFC East is the best division in football this year.
Really? Even better than the North?
Top heavy. We'll see with the North. I think there's questions at quarterback with Minnesota, all up to Kyler. Detroit missed the playoffs last year. I need to see that. I think the Bears and Ben Johnson are going to do it again, but as a suffering Bears fan for a long time, I got to see it again. You know, it's one of those things where it's like, was last year a one-off, or is this going to be a consistent thing? And the Packers are the Packers. So, I mean, Michael Parsons came back from injury. But, I mean, you look at the NFC, Sam, I do think the Dallas Cowboys are a playoff team. I think the Eagles are a playoff team. And then the Washington Commanders, if Jaden Daniels is healthy again this year, I think they're going to be really good because I think he's, you know, an elite quarterback. I mean, we saw what he did in the playoffs 2 seasons ago. And I think under John Harbaugh, the New York Giants with Jackson Dart, I think they're going to be improved. I don't think they're necessarily a playoff team, but I could see them being a 7-10 team that gives every team they play a run for their money. They're just not deep enough or whatever. They can't make the play at the end or whatever it is to overcome it. But I think if we're talking all 4 teams, because the Arizona Cardinals are going to be so bad and they're just holding the NFC West back so much. I mean, if you're going to do top 3 teams, I think it's clearly the NFC West. But NFC East, Sam, the Philadelphia Eagles, the Dallas Cowboys, and, you know, everyone that's a fan of that division. I mean, that's going to be a tough division.
It's wait and see for me on the Eagles. I want to see if Sean Mannion can turn around that offense and if they can get Saquon going. If that happens, then I'll be higher on my Eagles than I am right now, and I was under Kevin Patullo. But to me, I mean, the best division in football is your Bears division, the NFC North, and you got 4 teams that, in my opinion, could possibly make the playoffs. I'm higher on Kyler than a lot of people. Maybe call me crazy, but I think that Dan Campbell bounces back with the Lions. But again, when we're talking NFC, I think a lot of these teams are playing for second. On paper, it sure looks like the Rams are the team to beat in the NFL.
They are on paper unreal. I mean, they were unreal last year. They almost made the Super Bowl. They were on the road in Seattle. If that was a home game, maybe things turned out different for that Rams team. And you add in Myles Garrett, and is Aaron Donald going to come back? So I don't know. The NFC, I know this. The NFC has been like the West has been the NBA for a long time. I think the best teams in the NFL are on the NFC. Now, obviously, the Bills are up there. Baltimore is always up there. Kansas City and Denver in the AFC West. We'll see about them. And then I kind of just think there's a little bit of a drop-off. Maybe the Chargers with Mike McDaniel coming in as offensive coordinator. Great video of him and John Harbaugh today. Did you see that?
No.
I know Preston Poole was all over.
What happened?
It was just them talking about they were mic'd up at practice and just them talking about how much they love football and how much they've been waiting for training camp to start. And I was like, kind of makes you buy in on the Chargers.
Speaking of that division, I've been talking a lot about the Chiefs. The Chiefs are still the Chiefs when Patrick Mahomes is healthy. Don't forget that.
I agree. And he's back. Back and practicing. So he'll be ready to go by week 1, it appears. Sam, what do you have coming up on Game Time?
We got Cale Gundy coming up at 7:20, so tune in to listen to a little OU football talk, get into the Baker and Kyler discussions as well, and then the rest of the show dedicated to you guys. So 405-900-9957, call in or text in. We'll get to it.
Sam Humphries coming up with Game Time. Sam, I'll talk to you tomorrow.
See ya.
I've been here today at the Fire Lake Casino here in Shawnee off Hardesty Road and exit 177. Coming up at 9 p.m. Weekend kickoff, $50 hot seats every 10 minutes. Thank you to Fire Lake Casino for having us out. Come out and win some money. We'll be back tomorrow with Sam Humphries at 6 o'clock, Jim Traber at 4 o'clock. And coming up next, it is Game Time with Sam Humphries here on The Animal.
Catch the Unadvised podcast with Preston Poole and T-Bag.
Preston, stop talking like that. You're raised better than that.
New episodes drop twice weekly, featuring hot takes on college football, the NFL, and fantasy football, the Oklahoma City Thunder, the NBA, and more. Plus, the show streams on YouTube.
What did this dude just type? Get that dude banned.
Follow the Unadvised podcast at thesportsanimal.com or the Sports Animal app.
The U.S. Soccer Podcast.
I'm your host, Megan Klingenberg, and after interviewing so many dudes during this Men's World Cup, I'm so happy to be back with my U.S. Women's National Team players.
I know the U.S. Men's National Team has changed how I think about myself, how I think about being an American, how I think about being on a team.
It's 1 year out from that World Cup, and we're going to talk about the brightest prospects in U.S. soccer. You ready?
I'm ready. Let's do it. The U.S. Soccer Podcast, presented by Henco. Follow and listen on your favorite platform.
Paid non-attorney spokesperson, paid for by Action Matters.
Attention anyone who has had a colonoscopy, endoscopy, or any other scope procedure. If you or a loved one developed a serious infection or health complication after a scope procedure, you may be entitled to significant cash compensation. Dangerous infections have been reported across the country linked to Olympus endoscopes. Olympus scopes may have been defectively designed, and manufacturer instructions may not have been adequate in enabling proper disinfection, putting patients' health at risk. If you or a loved one were hospitalized for a bacterial infection within 90 days of a scope procedure or developed sepsis, organ failure, HIV, tuberculosis, an antibiotic-resistant superbug, or another serious complication following a scope procedure, you may be entitled to significant compensation. Call now to find out if you qualify. But hurry, time to file a claim could be limited.
Call 800-891-1857 now to see if you qualify. That's 800-891-1857. 800-891-1857.
Let's make a plan to get home safely, Oklahoma. Drivers and pedestrians working together. If you're driving, keep your eyes up and look out for pedestrians. Slow down in crowded areas and pay attention near crosswalks. If you're walking, make sure you're following traffic signals and crossing in crosswalks and other designated areas. Get home safely for the people who love you. And let's get there together, Oklahoma. Brought to you by the Oklahoma Highway Safety Office.
One of the first things that I did was put my cell phone on the normal default font. And that alone was just such a huge wow moment for me.
At ClearSight, we want you to experience real freedom from readers and bifocals.
Hi, I'm Dr. Luke with ClearSight LASIK and Lens. With custom lens replacement, we can give good distance vision, near vision, and everything in between to allow people to see what they used to be able to see.
CLR has completely changed my life. In the past, I would open up my computer and start immediately feeling around on my desk. Where's my reading glasses? I can't tell you the last time I put on a pair of reading glasses. Probably the morning that I had my procedure done, and I haven't put them on since.
Tired of searching for readers here, there, and everywhere? Find out if you can lose your readers and bifocals on purpose. Right now, get 0% financing for up to 36 months. To schedule your free consultation, call 405-733-2020 or visit clearsight.com today.
Broadcasting sponsored by Parish Devon Injury Lawyers. Visit pepperwinds.com. WWLS-FM, The Village, Oklahoma City. The Sports Animal, a Cumulus station.
It's time to go inside. Inside the stats. Inside the game. Inside the mind of Al Eschbach.
Hello! Can anybody hear me?
It's Inside Sports on 98.1 FM. WWLS. The Sports Animal.
Not Inside Sports. It is Game Time with Sam Humphreys. Al's on vacation. The log got messed up. But we are ready to talk some sports live and local until 9 p.m. on Oklahoma's leader in sports, the Sports Animal. Stay tuned. Next segment, we're going to talk to Cale Gundy about some OU football, get his take on Baker and Kyler's situations in the NFL. Should be a fun segment. Next segment with the guy I used to work with on the Middle of the Day show, Cale Gundy. Other than that, other than the second segment, the rest of the show is dedicated to you guys. 405-900-9957 is the Lucky Star line. It's also the Johnny's text line. And just did an hour on Inside Sports with T-Bag talking about Baker Mayfield, talking about Curt Cignetti's comments at Big Ten Media Days today. And we had a bunch of interesting quotes from Big Ten Media Days. We'll get into that stuff probably in the second hour and play a lot of what Kyle Whittingham had to say up at Michigan, since Michigan is playing the Oklahoma Sooners, second game of the season, and hear what Curt Cignetti, the defending champion, had to say earlier on today up in Chicago. Mentioned Baker, talked about it with T-Bag. I want to talk about it again here. I got a question. What are the Tampa Bay Buccaneers thinking? What are they thinking? What were they thinking whenever they didn't upgrade Liam Cohen to head coach instead of firing Todd Bowles, who Todd Bowles has been terrible in pressure situations, and especially in the playoffs? His defense certainly has not proven that it can win big in the playoffs, and you had a great offensive mind. Just look what he did with Trevor Lawrence and Liam Cohen. And you had the opportunity to hire him and fire Todd Bowles, and they didn't do it. Then you're being cheap with Vita Vea, one of your best, if not your best, defensive players on that defensive line. And since you're being so cheap, he's requesting a trade. Over the offseason, they got rid of the culture guy in the locker room, Mike Evans. Didn't want to pay him. And now you don't want to pay Baker Mayfield, who you got on an extreme discount after Baker was given up on in Cleveland after the shoulder injury, and he played through the shoulder injury, and they said, we want Deshaun Watson instead. And they send Baker off to Carolina with Sam Darnold, two guys that were washed up, could never make anything happen again. Well, now you have Super Bowl champion Sam Darnold, and Baker, before he got hurt last year, was in the MVP discussion. And you're paying him $33 million. Let's go through some of these quarterbacks that are making more money than Baker Mayfield, and a whole lot more money than Baker Mayfield. Dak Prescott would be the first one you got to mention, and I'm not mentioning guys like Mahomes or Josh Allen or Joe Burrow. Those guys deserve it. But what has Dak Prescott won in the playoffs that Baker Mayfield hasn't won? And Dak Prescott's making $60 million per year, almost $30 million more than Baker Mayfield. What has Jordan Love done in the playoffs that Baker Mayfield hasn't done? And he's making $55 million per year. Baker is making $33. What about Trevor Lawrence? Yeah, I mean, he's improved under Liam Cohen, as I just talked about, but he's no Baker Mayfield. and he's making $55 million per year to Baker's 33. What about Brock Purdy? Anyone with a brain would take take Baker Mayfield over Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy is a beneficiary of a great system in San Francisco. What about Justin Herbert? He still hasn't even won a playoff game. And Justin Herbert's making $52.5 million per year to Baker Mayfield's $33 million per year. Daniel Jones, Danny Dimes, also making $44 million per year to Baker's 33. So you get the point that not only are the Bucs not willing to pay Baker Mayfield before the season starts, and now the negotiations have ceased and they'll revisit it, I guess, after the season, but you're pissing off your star quarterback when he did you guys a solid and exceeded expectations tenfold after Carolina or the Browns gave up on him and Carolina gave up on him. And then he goes and really the best thing that ever happened to Baker Mayfield was his short time in LA with Sean McVay proves that he can still play, even though the terrible organizations that he was with before didn't think so. And Baker Mayfield goes to Tampa Bay and puts up ridiculous numbers for a guy making, what was he making that first year? It was ridiculously low, and they give him 33. But now it's time to pay your guy that had 29 touchdowns to 11 interceptions last year. And again, over 3,500 yards last year for Baker Mayfield. And how many games did he miss as well? And so my point is, Baker Mayfield is easily worth $50 million, and it's time to pay up. You've been getting Baker on a discount the last couple of years, but the Bucs are either wanting to rebuild and getting rid of all their good players and are fine with losing games, because that's what's going to happen if you get rid of Baker Mayfield, or they're playing a tough negotiation with Baker, which is stupid to do with your star quarterback. And again, the price of quarterbacks is only going to go up, and it's going to be tough to find a quarterback as good as Baker Mayfield has been for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And so you're getting rid of his weapons. And look what he did last year with a rookie wide receiver and two hurt wide receivers. I mean, Godwin was hurt the majority of last year, and Mike Evans was hurt for the second half of last year. And look at what Baker has done for Emeka Egbuka as well. And so, again, he's doing all of this on a discount. And remember, because of the situations in Cleveland and because of the situation in Carolina, Baker never got his second contract, whereas that's where you make your real money as an NFL player. And he feels like he deserves it. So listen to Baker earlier on today. Let me find this audio for you guys. Baker earlier on today was asked about his contract negotiations, the situation, and we'll play two different interviews from Baker. But here was the initial comments that Baker made at the press conference earlier on today at training camp with the Tampa Bay Bucs.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I've told you guys I've been pretty upfront and honest about my feelings about Tampa. It being home for now our family. We're raising kids here. We love it here. I wanted the deal done and set the deadline and told them it was going to be all ball after that. And I did mean that. And I don't know if they thought I was just going to take some of the offers that they gave, but I'm at the point of my career and understanding what I've brought to this franchise. One, I'm very, very thankful for the chance they gave me. Do not get me wrong on that. But I've also I really know what I've brought to this franchise, leadership-wise, and even play-wise. It's been some of the best years of my career, and I think it's only going to trend upwards, just being comfortable and feeling that. So disappointing in that regard to not have, to feel disrespected a little bit. And that's really the disappointing part, to feel undervalued after, thinking you've earned it. This is not a poor me thing. There's a lot of other people that have it way worse off, but I can sit here and look at other quarterbacks and peers and evaluate myself based on that and put myself in certain categories that I deserve to be compensated for that. And I think I'm a franchise quarterback. I've been told I'm a franchise quarterback. It's been said publicly from ownership down here. And so to not have a deal done is very disappointing. But I said the deadline was a deadline, and I addressed the team to let them know I meant that. It's all ball. I'm with these guys. I think all the guys that have been here know exactly who I am. The guys that are new here, I wanted to address that because they might have had a notion prior to coming here about who I am as a person, but it's all team. It's all about winning here now and what we're going to do. And, hopefully Vita gets his back fixed and gets his deal done. I mean, he's the second longest tenured Buck behind CG, and Vita deserves that. He's the anchor of our defense, and so I hope they take care of him. It's disappointing to say the least, but it's all ball here, and I know I'm going to have a good year. I know this team, the things that we went through last year, put us in a good spot for this year. Depth-wise, a lot of guys been thrown to the fire to be able to grow and learn fast. And it didn't go the way we wanted, but it's a new season, and it's going to help us in the long run this year. Added some new pieces, and so I'm excited about it. It's all ball from here. After today, I'll answer a few more questions about the contract, but after today, I'm not answering anymore because I'm not negotiating anymore.
You're never out of shoulder chips, but in some way, Baker Mayfield's always bet on himself. Yeah. You'll do it again. You get to the end of the year, you have a great year without effect. They can always franchise tag, but there's other options that they have. Yeah. What does it do for your relationship?
It's disappointing. I'm not the first one to go through it like this. This is kind of historically how they've done negotiations, which is disappointing when you think you're a cornerstone of the franchise to be treated like that. But disappointing. I know. I'm no dummy. I know the contract and salary cap, what's going on. Franchise tag isn't exactly in play for them. There'd be a lot of dead money. So it is what it is. And like I said, unfortunate, but I'm excited. I'm in the best shape I've ever been in a really good place. And I'm feeling really confident with the staff that Todd's put together, that we're going to have a really, really good team.
You've talked about the fact that you've seen how the team operates. You've seen Antoine Winfield Jr. go out and ball out, become the highest paid defensive back in the league. You've seen Mike Evans have to go through a contract year twice. You've seen Chris have to do it and receive very fair market values. Do you have some hope or maybe faith that after the season,
call in, I get you right on. So let's go to the Lucky Star lines and talk to Mike. What's up, Mike?
Hey, man, just want to say